Reese. Alright, so maybe, just maybe, placing the weird-looking stone statuette on the weird-looking stone altar was a bit too obvious, a bit too easy. How do I still not know which civilization this statue came from? And where the altar came from, for that matter? I've completed 99.25% of the game. There's no way I haven't found all the civilizations yet. The developers couldn't have made a civilization in 0.75%. Even if they could, there's no way I'd miss the exact 0.75% they shoved that civilization into, but managed to find everything else. What am I missing? I pull out my notebook and flip to my architecture notes. Still no perfect matches for the altar, just like the last time I checked. I flipped to one of the pages that I dedicated to guesses back when I started the game. Now, most of the guesses have check marks next to them or are crossed out with notes explaining where I went wrong. Considering that I made some of these guesses when I first started the game, more of them ended up being correct than I expected. The altar is probably from a historical period that I haven't pinpointed yet. I wrote this back when I still had holes in my timeline, but I still don't have a better guess, so we'll go with that. Now for the weird statuette. I open my bag and stare at it. It's mocking me, sitting there between all my favorite and reusable items, not even having the decency to be a key item. I tap it and pull up its description. A stone statuette. Some say it depicts an ancient dance. Some say it depicts an ancient method of human sacrifice. I doubt it, unless that method includes dancing. Still no help. I close my bag and open up my journal, flipping to the first note I made on it. It's probably a trinket meant for tourists. That's an old guess. Like a really old guess. How long have I had this? It may be an old guess, but it's still a pretty good guess. I don't think I've gone to every shop, every time, during every day of the year. And that's gonna be a lot. I guess I have to figure out which days I haven't gone to which shops. I probably should have started keeping track of that sooner. I'll come back to the statuette later. I'll stick with the altar for now. I still have some ideas to try. The mysterious fruit? Nope. Can't even put it down. Apparently, I don't want to leave my snack behind, even though I have no idea if it's edible. Maybe the letter written in the weird language? I should have figured out what language this is by now. Wait, it's called the letter written in a weird alphabet. Huh, I was close. Neat. Anyways, a letter seems like a good offering. Should I even be trying to find an offering? It's an ancient altar with nothing on it. Logic states it needs an offering, and all the other altars needed an offering in some way, so it probably needs an offering. Time to try the letter written in a weird alphabet. Red text flashes in the corner of my vision. Or time to be forcefully logged out because they found another alien. I have 10 seconds. Should I even try the letter? Nah, if it does work, I won't have time to see what happens. I pull off my headset and head out to meet the... What number are they on again? Yeah, nope, don't remember. Wonder how powerful the microscope will need to be for this one. Reese. I step out into the main hallway and head toward the lab. The halls are decorated with posters depicting all the discoveries made on Outlier, the first deep space base. My hometown. Mom says it looks like a university, but I wouldn't know. To my right, there's the poster of an alien that bears a strong resemblance to a stock photo of bacteria. To my left, a poster of an alien. Okay, Reese, stop being a jerk. This is a really amazing moment for humanity. You should feel honored to be here, even if the bacteria aliens lost their charm a while ago. No, stop it, Reese. Remember back when you were 5. Remember the first time you saw an alien. It was the first time that humanity had ever encountered an alien. Remember how excited you were. The base didn't feel like a cage. Snap out of it. Just smile, Reese. It's another alien. Another alien. Reese. I'm the last person to arrive at the lab. Everyone's here now. All 19 of us. Some of the finest scientists, engineers, and pilots that humanity has ever known. And me. Reese! Mom calls out. I follow her voice to the center of the room where they keep the aquatic tank. But calling it a tank feels a bit generous. It's about the size and shape of a thermos. I've been told that there are other tanks stored near the center of the room for different sizes and habitats, but we've never used them. Until now. In the middle of the room where the cylinder normally is, there's a tank that must be at least 2 meters tall with an alien that's gotta be at least 20 centimeters long. An alien I can see without a microscope. I logged off, right? Mom's eyes are glued to the tank, practically sparkling at the sight of an alien this big. I have the same brown eyes, but I doubt anyone would describe them as sparkling. Just like I have the same strawberry blonde hair, same freckles, same slender build, and same close to average height. I already look like a hollow clone of her at the ripe old age of 17. About the age everyone else on this base started the grueling training for the deep space missions, just for the chance to be on this base. Isn't she amazing? Mom asks. Amazing, I agree. The alien is kinda cute. She almost looks like a seal. A small, dark blue seal. Actually, she looks more like a seal plushie than an actual seal. She almost looks cartoonish. Her tail and flippers are rounded the same way a doodle's would be. And she doesn't have a neck. Or a face. Maybe she just doesn't have a head. Either way, she doesn't appear to have eyes, a nose, or a mouth. This is a disturbing line of thought. Let's move on. The seal plushie alien has a fluffy back, or at least a particularly fluffy back. The rest of her could be covered in really short fur, and probably is considering how round and soft she looks. And that blue skin would be odd. but it's hard to tell since she's in a tank. Stuck in a tank. How did you find this one? I ask. She was on one of the meteors we explored. She was the only one of her kind there, Mom answers. She starts rambling after that, about some of the smaller organisms they found with her, microscopic ones and plant-like, fungi-like ones, but I can't stop thinking about she was the only one of her kind there. That seems strange, but it wouldn't be the first time something seems strange to me. Everyone is going through the standard procedures, so I guess it's not too out of the ordinary. There's nothing for me to do, so I sit down and watch the alien swim around, stuck in her tank. Clone. My thoughts finally settle into the sacrifice's primary language. My name is translated to Clone for the time being, and the newly translated Screon will stop nagging me for a bit.
Whose fault is it that she's always nagging?
My blubbered inquiry is re-entering my mind now that my thoughts have settled, an entrance that would have been far more pleasant if she didn't attempt to defend Screon's nagging.
It's sweet that you enjoy my company, but may I inquire again, whose fault is it that she's always nagging?
I never cause any problems.
Since you always do the bare minimum after being nagged to.
If I was anything but an Aria Rhea, my mentor wouldn't be complaining about me doing the bare minimum.
Shame you're not in any other field, though it is cute that you decided to start doing the bare minimum without her nagging you for her birth season. Is it a one-time event? Will this happen every cycle? Or is this the beginning of a change where you become a more involved Aria Rhea?
There are crystals to create.
Screon would prefer a surplus of sacrifices, or you simply participating in events on Sheeta.
I know, but she can't complain when I'm in the process of preparing one.
She is incredibly reasonable. Which one do you want to procure?
Let's go with the youngest one. She'll be the easiest to convince.
Excellent choice. Should I initiate contact?
Go ahead. I'll start working on the other preparations.
That you have memorized.
I've memorized where to find the instructions. Reese. I'm pretty sure I can leave now. Everyone is off doing their job or crowded over someone doing their job, recording or witnessing the recording of this monumental discovery. I don't have a reason to stay here, but I kind of feel bad leaving the alien alone. Maybe it's because I don't need a microscope to see her, but she feels different. Now I feel bad about all the other aliens that I left alone. But they were boring, and they probably found me boring. They probably couldn't even process that I existed. This alien probably finds me boring as well. She won't care if you leave, Reese. She doesn't care about you. She's happy just swimming around in her tank, making her stomach glow like one of those glow-in-the-dark plushies themed around the deep space bases that every toy line comes out with when they're out of ideas. Or maybe she's not happy, but she's going to feel the same way whether you're here or not. Maybe after this discovery, they'll change Outlier's plushie from a bear to a seal. The word hello glows on her stomach. Clone. I walk through the back area of the crevice to start the sacrifice preparations, pleased that my gown covers my entire body, protecting me from the chill of the crevice. A place full of followers shouldn't be cold. When I fold my arms, I can cover them completely with the sleeves, only leaving my head out in the open like I'm in a portable den.
You followers and your dens.
I continue my trek to the main rooms of the crevice. Small chilled bursts give way to a familiar unrestrained warmth, and the congealed scent of the crevice is overtaken by the rich taste of Sheeta mixed with a sickly sweet tang of crystals. What is she doing here?
Likely checking the status of the Aku production, seeing if she needs to intervene and procure another sacrifice. But you know that.
The path gets warmer, and I hear the clicking of shoes, heels in the distance. Clone! Screon calls out, her voice echoing through the halls. Her voice sounds sweet, almost rich. It suits her. Yes, I respond as my voice cracks. It sounds deeper than hers.
Screon's voice is deeper.
Fascinating.
You sound a bit nasal.
Screon rushes around the corner, as graceful as always. Her warmth envelops me like a clutch. A hug. Normally she's not this hot.
She's really happy you're taking initiative with this sacrifice.
You're preparing a sacrifice, she says. I am, I respond. My voice doesn't crack this time.
All it takes is some talking.
I toss Screon the crystal with the sacrifice's information and start going through the preparation process as the hallway gets warmer. This is starting to become too much. I'm glad you're taking the initiative with this sacrifice, Screon says. Do you need some assistance with the preparations? Please, I have to secure the connection. Screon's temperature drops a bit. Please focus on that. Screon almost begs as she starts working on the necessary sensory preparations. I'm waiting for the sacrifice to respond to the initial greeting. Shock? Screon asks, worrying over nothing. What else? I respond, continuing to the main rooms.
Miss the chill of the crevice already.
Reese. There are letters glowing on her stomach. Letters in our language. Well, one of our languages, the main language we use on Outlier. The sealed plushie alien has only been on the base for a few minutes, maybe a few hours. How did she learn English? I trace hello on the tank's glass, briefly tempted to trace hi instead, just to see how much she has picked up, but that seems mean. She's trying to communicate with us. She's trying to communicate with us. She can think. She can process what's happening to her. She's probably scared out of her mind. I quickly trace "will not hurt you" on the glass and hope she understands. The hello disappears, almost flickering out of existence. She flips around and her stomach lights up brightly again before dimming and revealing the words I suspected. I breathe a sigh of relief. That's good. She's not scared. She understands English. She's learned English. How did you learn English so quickly? I trace on the glass. She swims a bit closer to me and her stomach glows again. I'm equipped to pick up and master languages in a short period of time. Useful skill. An oddly specific useful skill. Why are you here? I trace. How did we manage to come in contact with an alien who can pick up languages this quickly? That can't be a coincidence. She bops around in her tank as her stomach glows. I was taken from my peaceful little meteor. That's right, we brought her here against her will. The letters begin to flicker. Sorry about that, I quickly trace. Are you hurt? Are you dying? Is it our fault? Are we killing you? She turns upside down. Is she dead? What do I do? What can I do? She glows and flips right side up, showing me her stomach again. The flickering is my species equivalent to laughing. She was laughing. She wasn't dying. She's okay. She was probably just laughing at her own joke. Or laughing at my stupid question. I should figure out her name. As I start tracing what's her name on the tank, there's a flash of pink on her stomach. Please tell me the pink glow doesn't mean you're sick. I trace instead. Her entire stomach glows pink and fades to reveal, why is she convinced you're sick? Does the seal plushie alien have multiple personalities? The blue light returns. This is Clone. She's not another personality. We have a telepathic link so I can display her thoughts. That's convenient. And concerning. The pink light returns. Hello, Reese. Thank you for not hurting my assistant. I'm quite fond of her. I start tracing again. No problem. Really glad I'm not hurting her. The seal plushie, who still hasn't been introduced, twirls in the tank. They can communicate telepathically. Was that something they agreed upon? Or can the seal plushie read anyone's mind? You can communicate telepathically, I trace, pausing. How can I phrase this? Is that how you picked up the language so quickly? The seal plushie alien responds. Of course not. I can't just read anyone's mind. Okay, that's reassuring, though I couldn't blame her for reading her captor's mind. It's nice to know there are limits. What are those limits? How far away is Cologne? I trace. Where is Cologne? Did we leave Cologne behind on the meteor? The pink glow returns. Of course not. They would have noticed me. The meteor was quite barren. I'm back on our home planet. That's good. I'm glad we didn't leave her stranded in space. You sure they would have noticed? I trace. You guys are larger than our normal aliens, but you're still not that big. I'm about as tall as you. Oh, that is an amusing image indeed. The giant seal plushie alien. The small seal plushie's stomach glows pink again. We're two different species. I'm a creature you would describe as humanoid. The one in the tank is a blubbard. They assist us with our diplomatic endeavors. They're two different species. They're two different sentient species. They're two different sentient species peacefully coexisting. Okay, sure, why not? I haven't had a dream this fun in ages. I've only had dreams with one sentient alien before. Considering how long I've been on this base, it's about time I upgraded to 2 sentient aliens. If you don't mind me asking, what kind of diplomatic endeavors were you doing on a meteor? An empty meteor. Well, there were other organisms there, but nothing that could talk. I don't think the bacteria aliens would make the best allies, but what would I know? I lived with the people who wanted to get away from humanity so much they flung themselves off the planet. The blue light returns. Meteors and other space rocks are my preferred method of transportation. Okay, that makes sense. It doesn't, but okay. Why were you traveling then? I ask. The pink light returns. I need help with something. I'll help. I trace. The blubbered stomach glows blue and pink. Thank you. I'm going to help them. Cologne. That was fast. Now we just need to get her to Pagos.
What story are we going with for this one?
A favor for a dying elder. An easy story for an easy sacrifice.
Excellent choice. A few stops at some of the other Akus and we'll have another sacrifice for Sheeta.
And I'll have some time for my crystal experiments. Free from scrounge nagging, free to make some progress.
She's tracing again.
Tell me what she says. I have preparations to make.
I didn't catch the blubbard's name. She's a kind creature.
You proclaim that as if it's a rare trait.
I'm an old being, and I said the same thing about her. How should I translate that old woman's name?
You did say that about her, but you still don't mention that often, and you seem as close to surprised as you ever get when you do. Reese. You couldn't pronounce my name. You might not even be able to comprehend it or conceptualize it, since my kind's languages developed far differently than the languages developed by you humans or other humanoid creatures. That makes sense, but that seems like it would make diplomacy a little difficult. Now what do I call you? I trace. I need to call her something. You can give me a name. Okay, that's one way to solve the problem. What should I call her? She seems friendly, bit of a dark sense of humor, but she's in a bit of a dark predicament. She likes bopping around and twirling because it probably gets pretty boring being trapped in a cage. She's the same colors as the blueberry-flavored ice cream packets, cerulean body with thick royal blue fur on the back with some pinkish-purple spots. I dub thee Blueberry. The blue light flickers. Are we laughing with me or laughing at me? Reese, is the alien doing anything interesting? Mom asked sweetly. Like she used to when I was younger, and I would pretend I was talking to the bacteria aliens. They didn't notice us talking. I've been communicating with her, I say, turning to Mom and the others. Mom looks equally confused and concerned by that. I haven't pretended I was talking to the aliens since I was 6. That's 11 years ago. Talking to an alien, that's just insane. The disbelief is understandable. But we've never met an alien we couldn't see without a microscope. Suddenly, Mom's eyes widen. I turn back to the tank and Blueberry's stomach is glowing blue. Hello, I'm Blueberry. Reese. It takes about 9 hours for everyone to decide they need a break. Now they're all sleeping or pretending to sleep while they continue their work in their rooms. Except me. I feel like I'm sneaking around. That's because you are sneaking around. I said or traced that I would help. I'm going to help. Why didn't Blueberry and Clone ask the others for help? She clearly didn't want anyone else to know they needed help, but why? They just want my help? But why? Clone didn't introduce herself either. Why? Why? I'm in front of the tank, facing Blueberry. That was fast. She's just floating in the tank. Is she sleeping? I trace, what can I do to help? If she's sleeping, I don't want to wake her up. She flips over and exposes her stomach. I guess she's awake, which isn't all that weird. I know I wouldn't be able to sleep if I was captured by aliens. Her stomach glows pink. My Aku's elder, our leader, will pass on soon. I'm sorry, I trace. Thank you for your condolences. She was, and for the time being is, a great leader. An inspiration on Sheeta. After all she's done for our home, we want to do something for her. Our planet has been aware of other intelligent life forms for a while now, since our leader was young. It was always her dream to form a connection with life forms from other planets. We want to help her achieve it before she passes on. We believe it would be the perfect way to end her reign. My heart sinks a little. I can't really speak on behalf of Earth. I can't help them. I suspected as much. It doesn't have to be an official alliance. We can negotiate that with humanity later. All I'm asking is that you come to our planet, pretend to be a diplomat for your kind, and perform a symbolic ceremony. A performance to grant my elder's final wish. A lie, I trace. Is it a lie if we intend to form an alliance with your kind soon after? I guess not. It's just a bit preemptive. And it's her lifelong dream. Alright, how do we get to your planet? Clone. Blueberry has guided Reese off the base and on to one of their smaller ships. They're currently on a trajectory to Pagos. No issues have arisen, I report to Screon. All the preparations are complete then. Screon says, we have completed the sensory preparations. I need to figure out where my mistake was. If I want to make a crystal, given the results of my last attempt.
You're just going to ignore her.
I've heard all this before.
I know, but it's been a bit since you procured a sacrifice.
Not long enough for me to reasonably forget.
That's just how Screon is. She worries about you and the other Aria Rei.
The schedule of which Akus will visit, all the necessary equipment preparations. Screon continues to drone on. I've observed enough blubberds to know what resources are necessary for crystal production.
So we are just going to ignore her.
I'm either missing a required ingredient, have the wrong proportions, or I'm missing a part of the process.
Likely.
And you're no help as always. I've tried about a quarter of the possible proportion combinations, and I've gone through all my current theories regarding what possible ingredient or part of the process could be missing.
So you'll go through the rest of the proportion combinations then, which was your plan before this little monologue, and a while before that. Might as well focus on Screon's review if all you're going to do is think about plans you've already made.
All the more reason to get this sacrifice over with. Then I can make some progress. Reese. Alright, this, plan, for lack of a better word, might not have been thought out to its full potential. Halfway thought out might even be generous, considering that I'm hurtling towards an icy wasteland in a tiny ship. Why did I think this was a good idea? I close my eyes and squeeze Blueberry, bracing for impact. An impact that never comes. I open one eye and I'm surrounded by a blur of icy blue and white. What? Slips out of my lips as my heart threatens to beat out of my chest. We're burrowing through what looks like solid ice right now. The blurred colors are making me sick. I close my eyes. Blueberry starts squirming in my arms, so I look down at her as she flips over and blue letters stare back at me. I told you that you didn't need to worry about anything. You did. It's just kinda hard to believe when you're hurtling toward a lot of ice. I'm glad Blueberry's gotten good at lip reading. Given how much I'm shaking, my already questionable penmanship would be completely illegible. I suppose, Blueberry responds. We break out of the ice and we're hurtling toward the darkness. Screon. The temperature drops a bit as the scent of flowers and crystals wafts into the room. I wish she wasn't so on guard at the crevice. This place should feel like a second home to her.
It's not out of the ordinary for young Ariarea to restrict their temperature while performing their job and in the crevice.
Reese just passed through the outer layer of ice, Colone reports. Colone is on top of things. The sacrifice is trapped. The necessary preparations are complete.
Everything is as it should be.
It is. Let's head to the meeting location, I say. All right, Colone says.
Sounding indifferent.
It's a process.
It is nice to see her finally taking some initiative.
Reese. Well, we arrived in one piece, I say as I activate the digital recording log built into the suit. Partially because the complete silence is weird, and partially because it's never a bad idea to take advantage of the tools the base provides. The audio recording is pretty convenient, actually. Maybe that's why everyone back on the base always gave me grief for taking notes on a tablet. I glance down at Blueberry to see blue letters spelling out, of course, on her stomach. She's safe. I'm glad one of us is confident. Or two, Clone has been quiet since we got on the ship. So where are we, I ask. It's very convenient that Blueberry can glow. With the ship having seen better days, Blueberry's the only source of light. We're so far down from the surface that no light reaches through the hole we made on our way in. I can't even make it out anymore. I can barely make out the world around me. I think it's all ice. The meeting location glows on Blueberry's stomach in pink letters. She's back. I guess now it's time to find her. And I don't know what she looks like. And being in the darkness complicates things somewhat. It can't be too hard, though. Look for something that isn't ice. Unless Colone looks like ice. That could be a problem. She said she was humanoid, so she can't look too much like ice. I hope. Call Outlier, I say. No connection. Drats. Call Outlier, I repeat a bit louder. Blueberry starts squirming in my arms. I glance down at her stomach. I think it's the ice glows in blue. This is very advanced technology. The ice shouldn't be a problem. I don't think it should, at least. I'll look at it when we get back to Sheeta. I nod. That's a good idea. Colone. We would have gotten here quicker if it wasn't highly recommended that Ari Rhea use different meeting locations for each sacrifice. Repeat a location only after 5 sacrifices doesn't really make memorizing routes convenient.
You could always memorize some maps. My mistake. That takes time. Time better spent on crystals.
Exactly. Where are the dolly? Screon asks as we get out of the serpents.
A few paces away from me being required to intervene.
Closing in on the sacrifice, I answer, stepping closer to Screon to escape the cold and unfamiliar sense of the ice pocket. We better hurry then. I'm not going to lose a sacrifice to a Dallas. I may not care about capturing sacrifices, but I don't make beginner first lesson mistakes.
Most don't after the first one.
Reese. I'm starting to think the idea that Colone looks like ice was something I should have seriously considered. I'm convinced there's nothing here but ice. Every time I shine my flashlight somewhere to illuminate a bit more of the darkness, I'm met with more ice. I'm getting farther and farther from Starburst. Molly's going to be mad I wrecked her favorite ship. Why did I think this was a good idea? Why did I follow a random alien I just met to a planet I've never been to before? Stop, Reese. Just look at all the ice. You'll see Colone soon. Just ask Blueberry what she looks like. See? Everything's fine. Hey, I start and stop when I hear a scraping sound. What was that? I whisper, holding up Blueberry to see her stomach. Potentially a problem? Great. There it is again. What was that? Should I run? Any advice, Blueberry? It might be nothing. They rarely appear in this type of ice pocket. Hopefully, but who exactly are they? A long tail whips out in front of me and I barely manage to jump back in time. I look up, and finally, I can see it. The huge skeleton of a monster. The whole creature is covered with a rough, grayish-white skin that looks like it's made of bones. Its chest is broad, but covered in holes that make it look like a spider web or a stained glass window with the glass removed. There are gaps in its arms and legs that look like the gaps between bones. Its whip-like tail is made out of segments like a backbone. It might be as long as the creature is tall. I don't think I can outrun it. I have to try. I tighten my grip on Blueberry and run into the darkness. I'm going to die. I'm going to die because I followed an alien to some strange planet. The scraping sound becomes repetitive. It's starting to chase after me. I'm going to die. No, I have to keep running. I'm going to live. There's a quick, snappier sound. I fall and crash into the ground. I'm going to die. I get up and start running again. My helmet cracked. I'm going to die. Reese! A sparkly blur passes me. Did someone just call out my name? Why are you slowing down? Keep running, Reese. Keep running. Blueberry starts squirming, and I run into something. I stumble back, fall again, panic to pick up my flashlight and aim it directly up at the girl in front of me. A human girl. I shift my flashlight away from her face so I'm not shining it directly in her eyes. Sorry, I say, getting a better look at her now that I'm shining the light off to the side. She's a blue human girl, but a human girl. At least she looks like a human. A human with weird pinkish-purple markings on her face and a long strand of glowing pinkish-purple jewels in her hand attached to the thing that was chasing me. The thing now frozen in place, held down by a bunch of those jewel strands. Don't worry. Are you okay? She asks, holding out her hand. I take it. I think so, thanks, I say as I stand up, starting to feel the situation catch up to me. Sorry I ran into you. I told you, don't worry about it. I should apologize. If I had been a bit more thorough when I chose a meeting place, this wouldn't have happened. She's speaking in English. You're Colone, I say, stating the obvious. She looks human, except she's blue. While she's not entirely blue, her colors match Blueberry, or Blueberry matches her. Her skin and hair are different shades of blue, with her long hair being a slightly darker shade. Her long, pure white fur gown looks like a cross between a robe and a ball gown. It's covered with pinkish-purple jewels that match Blueberry's spots. She's wearing a thin silver circlet and matching necklace with the same pinkish-purple jewels. And of course, there's the weird pinkish-purple markings on her face that look like sharp, stylized flowers or symbols from a satanic summoning circle. Were you expecting someone else? She asks with a smile that almost looks like a smirk. She really does look human. Like a weird human, granted. Well, not too weird. She's rocking an alien or fantasy princess vibe. But those marks are weird. No, but would it be rude to say I didn't expect you to look so human? She did say she was humanoid, but she looks so human. You weren't convinced I wasn't a giant blubbert? She asks. Her smile almost becomes an undeniable smirk for a second before it falls back into a sweet grin. Something like that, I answer. Blueberry starts squirming again. Too tight, glows on her stomach. Sorry, I didn't want to drop you, I say, trying to make sure my grip isn't as tight when I bring her back to my chest. I'm alive. Neat. I like being alive. Are you okay? Clone asks. Her eyes dart back and forth between Blueberry, me, and the thing that was chasing us. She looks a little worried. I'm not injured, I assure her, and her smile returns. Thank Vetus. Let's head to Sheeta, she says. Yeah, sounds good, but what about the creature being held back by your jewel strands? I ask. It's still frozen in place, more literally than just being held down by strands. It's so still, almost like it's under a spell. Is it dead? I'll hold her down until we leave, Clone answers with a reassuring smile. I nod. The monster is still alive. I take a step closer to her. She's huge, even hunched over on her knees. She must be at least 2 meters tall. Her chest isn't just broad, it's steep, like the tangled branches of a forest. You could probably display bits and baubles in the bone-like gaps in the chest like you would a shelf. Every part of her is covered in the bone-like skin. Every part of her that I can see, at least. Part of her is covered by a gray fur cloak long enough to make one of Clone's dresses. Was she trying to kill me? I ask. Trying to eat you? Yes, Clone answers. Clone, leave the choice to kill or spare the dullest to your blubbert.
Are you doubting my judgment?
You would find that funny. No, I'm just glad I don't have to make that judgment. Reese has reminded me how much training I would need to perform that judgment accurately.
Time isn't a limited resource for me.
As I always ask, you're immortal then? And as you always answer, I've never seen a blubbert die.
As always.
Reese. I follow Clone away from the creature. The jewel string gets taut as we walk away. It snaps, leaving a single jewel in Clone's hand. And the creature is still frozen. What will happen to her? I ask. Clone stops and turns back to the creature. Once we leave, she'll be able to move again, unharmed. That's good. The conversation drops off, and Clone starts twirling the jewel between her fingers like an idle animation in a video game. Those jewel strands are pretty cool, I say. Clone's eyes light up. They're pretty cool even when they're not in strands, she says. What can they do when they're not in strands? Could they still freeze the monster? For one, they're permitting you to survive Pagos' atmosphere and climate without your protective gear. My helmet's damaged. I should be suffocating or freezing to death. Blueberry squirms my arm, so I hold her up. I placed some crystals on your face to ensure you wouldn't die. Thanks, I appreciate not dying. So do you both have those crystals? Crystals are a biological function of the blubberts. Currently, the function hasn't been replicated outside of them, Clone answers. Currently? Is someone trying to figure out that process? Or was it different in the past? I see something other than ice in the distance. Another girl and a giant snake. I turn around and start running. Reese, that's our ride. Ride? Reese. I tentatively start walking back to Clone, the other girl, and the giant snake. The giant snake is really giant, and its mouth is open. Yep, that mouth is definitely open. Clone looks amused by this situation. I bet she'd be flickering if she was a blubbert. The other lady looks worried. She's a lot older than I thought she was now that I can see her up close. I mean, she's not old, but she looks closer to my mom's age than mine, or at least in between me and mom's age. Basically, she doesn't look like a teenager or a young 20-something like Clone does. It's not that she's ugly. Her and Clone could probably pass as actresses or performers back on Earth. They're the type of attractive that seems normal on screen until you look up and see normal people. Why am I trying to defend that I just think she looks older than Clone? Because it's better than thinking about the giant snake. Yep, better than thinking about the giant snake. The other lady looks a lot like Clone, just older. She's blue like Clone, just several shades lighter. Her facial marks are various shades of light pink and look blurrier than Clone's marks, like fluffy clouds or cotton candy. But I might just be thinking of the latter because of her colors. Her features are also a bit softer, I think, but that might just be her facial marks. She's wearing the same silver circlet as Clone, or at least a very similar one. And 2 of the same necklaces Clone wears, one just shorter than the other. Her hair is longer than Clone's, reaching her hips while Clone's doesn't reach past her necklace. I think I won this spot the difference game. Wait, one more. Screon matches her blubbert. Her blubbert is a lighter blue with lighter pink splotches. Is that really a difference since they both match their blubberts? Not sure. This is Screon. She does oldest Ari. She'll be helping us with our plans. Clone introduces the woman. Screon, this is Reese, Earth's fake diplomat. It's an honor to meet you, Reese, Screon says, holding out her hand with a smile. I take it. Her grip is firm, but gentle. Thank you for your help. It means so much that you agreed, she says, letting go of my hand. I know I'm not the most refined person, but I've never felt clumsy before until talking to this woman. Everything she does feels so elegant, so poised, so in control. Honor to meet you as well, and it's no problem. I wasn't that busy. Then it's wonderful it worked out, Screon says easily. Yep, I agree. I guess I'm not the best conversationalist either, but I suspected I was lacking in that department. Lack of practice and all. Let's get to Sheeta, Colone says. We can continue this conversation in the star pens. The giant snake, I say, because it can't be a question. She already confirmed that. The giant snake, Colone says, while Screon chuckles and Blueberry flickers. Screon's blubber apparently has a stick up her butt since she's not flickering. I should give her a nickname. I dub thee Cotton Candy. Cotton Candy probably wouldn't flicker if I called her that out loud. I bet Blueberry would flicker, though. Reese. A sweet scent hits me the second I step into the giant snake. Flowers. The inside of the giant snake's mouth smells like flowers. At least I think it's flowers. I'm not all that familiar with the scent of real flowers, but it smells like the various fragrance knickknacks that Mom loves. Specifically like the ones with colorful stylized flower pictures labeled something flower, floral something, or random flower pun. It's pleasant, I guess. A little bit much for me, but not terrible. I'm just not used to strong scents. The base always smells the same. Anything too strong like Mom's fragrance collection needs to be kept in your room so it doesn't bother anyone. Well, back to the giant snake's mouth, the one I'm standing in. It's surprisingly roomy and even kind of homey in a weird way. It's cluttered, like the detective offices I see in all the mystery video games I've played like After. Maps and charts adorn the walls of the mouth. There are shelves, counters, and desk-like objects that appear to be made of different colored blubber crystals, all of which are covered in a variety of trinkets, knickknacks, and all sorts of objects. The snake's throat is closed off by a wall of crystals. The same crystals form a thin layer over its tongue. Very homey indeed. The snake's mouth closes and a bunch of blubber crystals light up like Christmas decorations. I'm glad they're not glowing pink like Colone's crystal strands were. Seeing in one color would probably give me a headache. So, which question is more pressing? Do I need to sit down, or how do you drive this thing? My safety is admittedly a tad more pressing than satisfying my curiosity. Should I sit down? I ask. There are a few chair-like objects around the mouth, but none of them look like they have seat belts. You can if you want, Colone answers. Don't worry, you won't be able to feel the serpents move, Screon assures me with a smile. Cool, neat, awesome. But are you sure? It's not that I don't trust her, but I'm inside a giant snake. Can you feel it moving right now? Colone asks. It's moving? Colone smiles. Screon started as soon as you asked. She moved the giant snake. She controls the giant snake. It's less scary that way, Screon says. Can't argue with that. I take a step forward. It feels normal. I can almost forget I'm in a giant snake. Reese. After letting the fact that I'm riding inside the mouth of a giant snake sink in, I start looking around. Everything is labeled with a strange alphabet. Their strange alphabet, not to be confused with the weird alphabet. Since I can't read it, I have to rely on the pictures, the images, and the sculptures, which are a little challenging to rely on, since this is an alien planet and I have no idea what exists on it. I recognize the blubberts. They're present in a lot of the trinkets, art, charts, and other items around the room. Unless there's another creature that's the same shape as the blubberts, I'm just going to call them blubberts in my head until told otherwise. I think I can see some of the giant snakes on the charts and maps. At least the shapes look like giant snakes. I'm overthinking this. They're giant snakes. Most of the giant snakes seem to be scattered about the maps randomly. There aren't arrows documenting their patterns like the other reoccurring shape. The other reoccurring shape looks like a turtle. Presumably a giant turtle, considering how much larger the turtle shapes are compared to the giant snake markings. I hope they're turtles. I like turtles. Why couldn't we ride a giant turtle? There might be some justice left in the universe if giant turtles exist while giant snakes do. Might. I'm undecided. Does the existence of giant turtles make the existence of giant snakes any less terrible? All this pondering doesn't matter if giant turtles don't exist. Do you have any questions? Colone asks, walking up to me. She pats a pillow set up on one of the shelves, surrounded by little blubbered statues. How fancy. Blueberry squirms in my arms. I place her on the pillow. Very fancy indeed. A lot. I don't know where to start. Blueberry snuggles into the pillow. I'm surprised it isn't dusty. Would things get dusty in a giant snake's mouth? When you figure out where to start, I'll be here. Colone promises. Thanks. She watches Blueberry roll over before heading over to look at one of the maps on the wall, tracing one of the marked paths with her finger. She misses Screon's proud smile. Is Screon your mom? Clone's finger stops. No, she's my mentor, she explains, in the same monotone way my professors just teaching to fund their research would answer basic questions. Maybe her parents are a touchy subject. You're both diplomats, right? I ask. She called Screon something earlier. Clone nods. That's part of our job. There's no perfect translation in English for our job title, but the word we use is Ariarea. Ariarea, I repeat. That was the word. I can pronounce it. But it's kind of a mouthful. Ari, and I've already lost it. Is there a kind of sort of translation? Something close like giant snake? Clone and Screon chuckle. Blueberry flickers, and cotton candy is still a stick in the mud. There probably is a translation along the lines of giant snake. How about we make a game out of it? Let me know when you figure it out, Clone says. Will do, I say. Blueberry starts scooting around her pillow. Clone pointedly ignores her while I pick her up. Do I get a kinda sorta translation? Of course. You're the seal plushie alien. The Ari ladies laugh. Blueberry flickers, and to no one's surprise, Cotton Candy doesn't. I really need to figure out a good kinda translation for the Ari ladies. Ari ladies. I guess that works. I like it. Screon.
Seal plushie alien.
It isn't an inaccurate description, and it shows that she is underestimating your power.
We are always underestimated. It is one of our greatest strengths.
Indeed.
You are still uneasy.
There's no reason to be. She's obtained Reese's trust, and everything is progressing smoothly.
Your intuition is one of your greatest strengths.
And your analytical mind is one of yours.
Clone is easy to predict. Ever since the first issue occurred, she simply does whatever it takes to find more time to play with crystals. That alone will not cause a problem. It's my associate that I haven't been able to predict since the last failure.
There won't be another failure.
If you were saying that intuitively, I wouldn't doubt that. However, your ability to will your desired reality into being is not one of your greatest strengths.
We're almost at Sheeta, I announce. You're home? Reese says, partially asking. She runs hotter than most sacrifices, but her scent is as artificial as any sacrifice that comes from a space camp.
Clone nods.
The human's nonverbal affirmation?
Yes.
Neat. We'll be out of the giant snake's mouth soon. You think we could ride a giant turtle next time? How about in a few moments? Clone asks. She's playing off Reese well. I thought we were almost at Sheeta. We are.
Reese is confused. I'm lost. Sheeta is on top of a giant turtle. Clone explains. Huh. Reese says. Clone gives her a moment to process that information.
We've arrived.
You're not going to give a warning?
Well, I guess I'm going to see how much fun it is to ride giant turtles. Reese says. I open the serpent's mouth and Reese screams.
While Clone laughs.
Reese, are you okay? I ask. Yep, just a bit freaked out, she says. Reese. I step into the ice tunnel lit with crystals, thankful that I'm no longer in the giant snake. I'm now on the path to the giant turtle. If I was going to build a town somewhere and a giant turtle was an option, I would probably build it there as long as it didn't hurt the turtle. But my limited experience with the science side of architecture leads me to believe that my building decisions are questionable at best. So, town on a giant turtle? Fun idea, but probably not the best one. But better than the giant snake. Once we get through the ice tunnel, it seals up behind us, and we're on our way down an icy path toward a town in the distance. A blue and pink town. Almost everything around me is blue, but if it isn't blue, it's pink or gray. The world around me looks like a cross between a winter wonderland from a Christmas DLC and a standard barren wasteland. A winter wonderland of dust at dusk. Everything still smells a bit like flowers, but I'm pretty sure that's just the residue from the giant snake. The world around me certainly doesn't look like it should smell like flowers. Unless it's coming from the crystal light posts. Every so often we pass what looks like a light post topped with an intricate arrangement of pink crystals. I think each one is unique. I start taking pictures of each one to test that theory. They're really pretty, but I don't think they smell like flowers. The farther we get from the giant snake, the more the scent of flowers fades. As we get closer to the town, I've confirmed there are at least 5 different arrangements on the posts, and I haven't seen any repeats. And again, I'm glad Clone's crystal strands are the exception and not the norm. I like getting to see the world around me in color, even if it's only 3 colors. I can also make out some of the details of the town itself. It looks normal, all things considered. I mean, not quite normal, but far more normal than I was expecting. I think all the pink accents are crystals, considering the way they shine a bit as opposed to the blue stone that all the buildings are made of. There seem to be some intricate designs carved into the stone, but the main decorations seem to be crystals. The crystal accents kind of look like candy on a gingerbread cookie house. A bit overwhelming in some places, like they were glopped on like icing, but in a charming way. In other places, it's more precise, less heaped together and more spread out in appealing patterns, but it's still a bit overwhelming. The crystals are just a lot to use this much. I kinda like it though. It makes the whole town look like a gingerbread village. The closer we get, the more details I can make out. The stone details on the buildings remind me of gingerbread, the architecture style, or at least gingerbread adjacent. I might just want gingerbread cookies. I can start seeing people in the distance as well. Everyone appears to be blue. I could probably blend in with the right clothes and a can of blue spray paint. I hope I can get some new clothes. Being in a broken suit is kind of freaking me out. But would not wearing my suit be any better? Probably. It would be like playing a video game. Keep telling yourself that, Reese. Keep telling yourself that. We're here, Screon says. I shake myself out of my thoughts and look up to see a crowd of people at the edge of town waiting for us. Standing at the front of the crowd is a pale blue woman who just looks like a town elder. I bet the Ari ladies will look like her in a few decades. The elder has the same crown and necklace as the Ari ladies, just without the crystals. Actually, everyone in the crowd is wearing the same crown and necklace. I thought it was a status symbol. But the real status symbol seems to be the white fur gown. The elder is the only one wearing a white gown like the Ari ladies. It's just missing the crystals. The other people in the crowd wear a variety of clothes made of fluffy gray fur. The crystals are an Ari lady thing, it seems. I say that, but everyone here probably has a house decorated in crystals. The elder steps forward. An all-knowing smile graces her features. She doesn't have colorful face marks like the Ari ladies. She says something. Her voice is clear, almost melodic. Skrion and Clone respond in the same language. Clone turns to me. We introduced you to our leader. She's thrilled to meet you, Reese. Neat, I say. I turn to the elder and smile. She smiles in return. The conversation continues with Clone occasionally pausing to translate for me. My inability to speak the language makes the meeting a little awkward, but the elder seems happy to meet me, and I don't have to show off my questionable lying abilities, so I think this is a win-win situation all around. It's interesting to hear them talk. Their language is so different from any language I've ever heard before. It's impressive how quickly Clone and Skrion were able to pick up English when it's so different from their own language. But as interesting as it is to listen to them, eventually smiling and making eye contact with someone I'm not really talking to gets a little weird. I start looking around when she turns to Skrion. My eyes land on the people who walked up beside her. They're both pale blue like she is. Everyone is pale blue like the elder. Only the two Ari ladies have skin tones and hair that are more saturated shades of blue. That's kind of weird. There's also something weird about the woman on the right. She looks familiar, and I'm not sure why. Her and the man on the left are both wearing the same gray fur robe that's not quite as puffy as the one the elder and the Ari ladies wear, but I don't get that eerily familiar feeling when I look at him. I think it might be her face, her expressions, the way she's smiling, especially the last one. It's so familiar, but I can't place it. We'll start the ritual after getting some rest, Clone finally says, and we bid the elder and the crowd goodbye. Well, the Our Ladies bid them goodbye. I attempt to. Reese. Walking through the streets of Sheeta, I've come to the conclusion that it appears equally like a gingerbread village up close, and there are some designs that definitely look like gingerbread, the architecture style. The only thing that isn't in line with gingerbread, the architecture style, besides the crystals, is the shape of the buildings. Some look too round or just misshapen. It looks like the gingerbread embellishments and crystal decor were designed around those odd shapes. One thing I appreciate about the decor is if they put crystal designs on top of other crystals, they use different shades of pink. One of the two shades of pink that they have here. Blueberry's pink or cotton candy's pink. I keep an eye out for anyone who is in pale blue or wearing gray fur, but everyone is pale blue wearing gray fur clothes like the people who greeted us at the entrance. Maybe the implications of that wouldn't bother me so much if people reacted normally to the Ari ladies. There are two types of people on Sheeta, the people who avoid the Ari ladies and the people who don't avoid the Ari ladies. The first type doesn't seem bothered by an alien wandering around their town, something I'd expect more of a reaction to considering I'm the first one. They just rush by, not even looking at us. I guess I'm not too weird, just a different colored Pegian. No, that's weird, I don't call myself an Earthling. Sheetian? But that's not the species. Did Clone mention their species? I'll ask later. Doesn't seem like a good time right now because of the second type of people. Whenever diplomats appeared on screen back on Outlier, everyone seemed bored or unimpressed by them, except Eliza and Liam, the eternal optimist and the man who can't bring himself not to care. The people of Sheeta look at the Ari ladies with this respect and reverence, the way people in cults look at their leaders. That's creepy, Reese. I'm starting to sound like Helen. People in perfectly normal religious groups look at their leaders that way as well. And now I'm starting to sound like Mom. The people who stop Skrion to talk don't do anything particularly weird outside of that greeting I failed earlier, and I don't know what they're saying, but it's just a feeling I get when I watch them. We get to a building that must be their home since Clone just walks in without knocking. Clone, wait! Oh, there she goes, Skrion says and sighs before turning to me with an apologetic smile. You can follow her inside. We still have some tasks to finish up today. I'll handle that while you get settled in. You sure? I ask, knowing the chances I can help are slim to none. Skrion nods. Go inside and take a break, dear. You've been through quite a bit recently. You must be tired. Okay, I agree. Skrion smiles before heading off. I turn back to the house. It's a nice house. Just big enough to not be cramped, just small enough to be cozy. Some nice embellishment around the edges of the roof. One of the more uniformly round roofs I've seen in town. I wonder if they appreciate the shape as well because they didn't cover it in crystals like a cake and icing. Instead, the crystals are placed in small bunches across the edge like gumdrops. There seem to be an even number of blueberry pink and cotton candy pink crystals. On the side of the house is an intricate trellis with no plants to crawl up it next to a small section of dirt. I wonder if it's a new garden or just not a good time to grow plants. Or maybe it's not a garden at all. I walk up the steps of the small porch and lean over the small dirt block to see if I can see any evidence of it being a garden. I can't. I turn to the front door, the only opening to the house. There aren't any windows. I guess it's because all the light here comes from the crystals. Crystals that seem easy enough to get and take inside a building. No wonder Clone finds them so fascinating. Wait, that's dumb. Everyone on Earth isn't fascinated with steel, light bulbs, or even the mechanics behind the internet. Only outliers are really interested in those things. At least as far as I know, I'm pretty disconnected from what's cool on Earth. Maybe everyone loves steel and talks about that whenever they're not talking about all the other things I couldn't possibly understand. I really should go inside. The door is cool to the touch, but not unpleasant like it really should be considering how cold this planet is. however cold that is. I really should have done some research before I left the base. It would have taken too long. We don't know how much time their elder has left. I didn't have a choice. The door opens easily. The front room smells subtly sweet. Not floral, but more like baked goods. The inside of the house reminds me of the giant snake's mouth, cluttered in a familiar way. Well, not the same way. The clutter of the snake's mouth was more like the inside of an adventurer's office, or maybe a forgotten antique shop. Maps, charts, bits and baubles. The clutter here is an assortment of personal touches you pick up over time in a home, various knickknacks that don't quite match but look oddly perfect together, a statue of a red blowbird, a chunk of rock with a symbol carved in it, and much more, including pictures everywhere. Pictures of Screon and Colone with the people of Sheeta. I don't recognize a lot of the people, but it seems like the crystals are a year-round decoration. The one person I recognize besides the Ari ladies is the elder. She's in a lot of pictures. There's one where she's with the Ari ladies at what looks like a party, another where she's with them surrounded by flowers. Colone looks unimpressed with the situation in that picture. The elder might show up in pictures more than Colone. She certainly shows up more with the people of Sheeta. Colone shows up more in what I think are pictures of the different Ari ladies from across Pagos. They're wearing variations of the same crystal-colored white gowns Colone and Screon wear. They're just different colors. More evidence that the bright colors are an Ari lady thing. There are a lot of pictures of Screon with an older pale green Ari lady. They seem close to the green Ari ladies. There are a lot of pictures of Colone with the other Ari ladies around her age, but the only one she looks fond of in the picture is the younger muted green one. Hey! I don't jump and scream before I turn around to see Colone smiling, almost smirking. Am I really that scary? She asks. Colone. Nope, definitely not. You're not scary. Reese insists quickly, tripping over her own tongue. I am scary. I'm going to kill you, and you are none the wiser. I'm just teasing you. Here, I say, passing her the clothes prepared for her. Wearing a broken suit can't be comfortable. Maybe it will get rid of that artificial scent as well. Thanks, she says, carefully placing Blueberry on one of the couch cushions before taking the clothes. They're fluffy. I don't like sacrifices with stagnant temperatures.
You just don't like paying attention to sacrifices.
Indeed, I'll show you to your room. I head to the sacrifices room.
Really leaving me behind?
It's nice that the front room and the sacrifice rooms are the only places inside the house that must be altered.
It's nice that no one messes with your crystals.
It is. I show Reese to her room.
And then head back to the front room.
Providing the sacrifice some time alone is a viable technique.
In certain situations, for certain sacrifices. Is it a viable choice for this situation?
You have access to all my thoughts. She'll come back out if she wants to talk more.
Which she will.
Of course.
How many crystal equations will you actually get through?
Reese. The room is cool, pun intended. Everything is blue. I try to turn on the recording log again. It doesn't work. That's not surprising. I begin looking around. The walls are a pale shade of blue. There's a single picture hung on the left wall of two stylized blowbirds that look like blueberry and cotton candy based on the colors. The frame looks like it's made of gray wood. The shelf on the opposite side of the room covered in trinkets looks like it's made of the same gray wood. There are two trinkets on the shelf. One is a small figurine that looks like a turtle with blue diamond-shaped patterns painted on its shell. The other one is a plate with pink and purple flowers covered in a glass dome. The glass dome comes off easily. The flowers are soft to the touch and fragile. If I mess with them too much, they'll probably tear apart. I can't tell if they're real or fake. I carefully place them back on the plate, and the dome back on top before I continue looking around. In one corner of the room is a comfy-looking bed covered with gray blankets and pillows. I run my fingers along the sheets and confirm they're just as soft as they look. A chest made of the same gray wood sits at the foot of the bed. I open it up and find more fluffy clothes. All of them are gray. Is it a cultural thing, or do they just not have anything that works like dye? Is there a reason they don't use flowers to make dyes? In another corner of the room is a chair and desk made of the same wood. I sit down and lean back. The chair is comfortable. There are some crystals emitting light scattered across the ceiling like stars. They're probably not meant to look like stars. I doubt the people of Sheeta can see the stars given the layers of ice they live under. They probably don't even have a word for them. I sit back up. It's a normal-looking room. I pull out my phone from my suit and try hooking it up to the recording log. I upload the recordings and begin formatting them, fixing the words that were recorded wrong, separating the subjects, and basically making it readable. Once I'm pretty sure I could read it a few weeks later without being confused, I head over to the bathroom to clean up a bit and change. A fancy but normal-looking bathroom, which is a relief. It's probably for the best that no one heard that joke. I head over to the counter to find a fixture that looks like a mini waterfall. I think it's a sink. I reach over to try and find a switch, but the water flows over my hands as soon as they're under the ridge. It feels nice to have the water run over my hands. I look up at the mirror to see tiny purplish-pink crystals scattered across my cheeks. They look pretty cool. I can't imagine them on Mom. The clothes are as soft as the sheets. A soft tunic, soft pants, soft undergarments, soft gloves, comfortable shoes with fluffy leg warmers, and a fluffy vest. All in the same shade of gray as the townsfolk's clothes. Overall, the clothes are way easier to move around in and way comfier than my suit was. And less anxiety-inducing. I'll miss the recording log, though. I'll just use my phone. It's an excuse to check and see if the connection starts working. I make a folder labeled Pagos, first visit, to save everything in and add some notes on the clothes and crystals to my log. With nothing left to look at, I head back to the front room where I find Blueberry laying on a pillow all alone. Someone left you alone? I ask. Blueberry flails around a bit, trying to turn over. I was. Frowny face. That sucks. Can you call her? Hey, Colone, I call out. A few seconds later, Colone comes out. Thanks again for the clothes, I say. Colone smiles. Blueberry snuggles into my arms. You're welcome. We need you to look the part, after all. Maybe subterfuge is a promising career path for me yet. It could be fun. And terrifying. Maybe. Colone agrees, smirking while Blueberry flickers. Maybe not. Hey, you think you could help me fix the connection on my phone? I ask. We'll try, Colone says, but trying to connect with something that far away that we're unfamiliar with might prove difficult. I nod. That makes sense. That's okay. I'm sure they'll be able to connect to me soon, I say. They're some of the best Earth has ever seen after all. They'll find me. Screon. That was a wonderful performance, Ectelesta, I say as I approach her and the other performers. The sweet scent of crystals almost overpowers their taste. Of course. Would you expect anything less from the Ectelesta? She asks, enveloping me in her warmth. Of course. My incredibly foolish mistake, I agree. We both burst into laughter. One of her protégés pulls her aside to ask her some questions, so I begin making my rounds.
This language is rather flexible. It's almost enjoyable thinking with it.
You have no problems with your associate's decisions regarding the words without direct translations?
Few problems. I'm not impressed by any of her decisions, but most of the decisions are serviceable, as expected.
That's good.
I wouldn't have made most of the choices, but that is a simple difference of style. However, some of my associates, I'll call them cheeky decisions, they would be worrying if the sacrifice was smarter. Singular, dolus. Plural, dolly. My associate blatantly called them tricks.
That's certainly cheeky.
You should hear the story behind the name she gave you.
It'll certainly be an interesting anecdote to share. Kame will enjoy it. It won't scare Ketty, will it?
Maybe a few cycles ago, but now she seems more skittish than scared.
Thank you again for your help, everyone, I say as I head out. Anytime, Ectelesta says. We're all honored to do our part for the good of Sheeta. Of course, it doesn't hurt that I enjoy it. I'll keep the foreseeable future free should Sheeta's elder need to make another appearance. I might arrange that just to see your spectacular performance again. Keep the flattery coming. The room goes silent as the scent of the crevice wafts through the room. I have to check on some of my performers, Ectelesta says softly before leaving. Take care, I tell her before turning my attention to the crevice workers. I'm sorry I kept you two waiting.
Abra shakes her head.
There's no need to apologize. Fetus made this process the length it is for a reason, she says, smiling. With Fetus's mercy, we thrive, I say. With the Blubbert's mercy, we thrive. With Fetus's mercy, we thrive, everyone repeats. Are you finished here? Conrad asks. If so, let's head back to the crevice together. I am. Let's go, I agree. Screon. The crevice is always peaceful once the sacrifice arrives. So much of the work that goes into collecting a sacrifice is preparation, ensuring the Aku is presentable, ensuring the process goes smoothly. And once all that's done, all the crevice can do is monitor our progress. Is everything going well? Abra asks as we walk through the halls of the crevice. It is, I assure her. The crevice always smells sweeter with all the crystals around.
The outer circle of the crevice looks quite nice. They have done a satisfactory job creating something familiar to the sacrifice with an alien touch. The visual preparations have improved significantly since Charis took over.
Thank you for supporting me when I vouched for her. Are there any problems we need to address or issues we should be aware of? I ask, stopping before we head deeper into the inner circle of the crevice. Conrad notices and stops. It takes Abra a few more moments to notice.
They need to understand that Colone is still in her training stage, where she needs support, and they are at the point of their careers where unless there is a serious problem, they can and must handle it.
None to my knowledge, Abra says. None to mine either, Conrad says. But why don't you stay for a bit? Join us for some food.
His faith is charming, but she is still in the training stage.
I appreciate the offer, but I'm going to head home, I say. I have to start cooking. Fetus knows leaving Colone alone to cook leads to some experimental results. Conrad chuckles at that, the cool of the room melting away to resemble warmth. Screon, I know you worry about her, but she's finally taking some initiative. I think it would be wise to give her some more independence during this process. I'm proud of her for taking initiative with this one, and I intend to give her more independence, just not all at once. I don't want to overwhelm her and discourage her. I understand, Conrad says, following Abra into the inner circle of the crevice. Colone. Reese seems to be amusing herself recording notes about your biological functions.
The fun ones, at least. Just like you're only going to do the parts of cooking that amuse you.
Who said anything about cooking?
I like to give you the benefit of the doubt sometimes. Believe that you'll help Scrum with the chores rather than just steal some of the cultural artist props.
They're not going to do anything with them once Reese is gone.
Some of the cultural artists like to keep their work.
After we eat, Reese falls asleep in an acceptable amount of time. No problems. If only the crystal formulas were this easy, I would have figured it out by now. I wouldn't be missing something. Something I suspect you know.
As I always ask in response, do you fully understand every function of your body?
And you continue to avoid the question.
You figured that out faster than I expected you to.
Reese. The elder isn't present at the send-off. Colonia and Screon explained a bit more of the situation to me over breakfast. A very delicious but very blue breakfast. What feels and tastes like blue bread, topped with what feels and tastes like a sweet orange jam. Basically, the elder has been getting older, but her health took a turn for the worse recently. The idea of connecting with other species has always been floating around since they confirmed they weren't alone, but there was always some hesitation that led to it being put off. With the elder's health declining, the Ari ladies just said whatever, my words not theirs, and sent their blowbirds out behind everyone's back to see if they could make contact with anyone. And they found me. They must have a lot of power if nobody's really questioning them on this. Or they're really good at handling stuff behind the scenes. This whole ceremony is just a formality for the inhabitants of the other Akus to put them at ease. Make sure they don't think I'm invading the planet or anything. We're just going to go from Aku to Aku and do some activities based on the ones they use to establish the bonds between the Akus. Akus that we will need to ride a giant snake to get to. Did I really need to add that last part to the log? Probably not, but I think it's a fair warning. Colonia and Screon chat with a few people who pass by. Well, Screon does. Colonia is fiddling with a crystal that may or may not be summoning a giant snake. Occasionally someone tries to talk to her, but they either quickly give up or someone else leads them away. More people seem interested in trying to talk to me than Cloné, and I can't even speak their language. To be fair, I try to talk to the alien as well, but more people talk to Screon than me. The conversations with Screon aren't all that long. Everyone seems to be in a hurry. They're probably on their way to work. The only people who stick around consistently are the Elder's assistants. The eerily familiar woman and the bizarrely not eerily familiar man. It's a bit creepy seeing them without the Elder. I wonder if everyone else feels the same way. Coloné lets us know that the giant snake is here. The assistants share a couple words with the Ari ladies. Screon gives a quick speech to the small crowd that gathered to see us off. She turns to Coloné, and Coloné says a few words as well before we head down the path to the giant snake. Which Aku are we going to again? I ask, trying to distract myself from the giant snake. At least I can't see the snake. It just looks like a crystal-covered tunnel. Kermapira, Coloné answers. Why'd you pick that one? Into the crystal tunnel. Into the mouth of the giant snake. We haven't been there in a while. How often do you go there? Into the captain's room. Into the mouth of the giant snake. Often enough. Sounds like you don't enjoy going there. I enjoy it enough. Does that Aku have Ari ladies? All of the Akus have Ari Rei. Do you not like the Ari ladies on Kermapira? I think I said it right. Kermapira only has one Ari Rei. She's very diligent. That's good. There's no serious conflicts between Cheetah and Kermapira then? I just don't want to mess up international relations on an alien planet. No, we're on good terms with Kermapira. We're on good terms with every Aku on the planet, so you don't need to worry about being placed in a complex situation. I stop. Is she saying what I think she's saying? You guys have some sort of peace agreement with every Aku? She nods. Yes. Just to make sure we're all on the same page. You guys achieved world peace. Even out on Outlier, I couldn't escape the bickering back on Earth, as Mom calls it. She loves using euphemisms when talking about Earth. At least when she is talking to me. Coloné nods again. Yes, the ceremony we're performing now was a part of the diplomatic process we used to establish world peace. Repurposed from the reformed Book of Fetus, we decided it would be best to include the other Akus in the ceremony since our connections with them are very important. We cannot prosper without them. As wonderful as all that sounds, I can't help but focus on one part of that lovely sentiment. The reformed Book of Fetus? That doesn't sound sketchy at all. The text we follow, Coloné explains. The text our ancestors decided to live by, and thus the one we live by. Interesting, I start. So how does this text tell you to live? You think it's bizarre, Coloné says, smiling playfully. I think it's a little weird, I admit. Coloné turns to stare at a small Aku statue on the shelf. She's still smiling, but she seems more contemplative. Is it really all that strange? Screon asks. You live by the technical manual made for the base you live on, and by the stipulations of the research stipends that fund said base. There's something in Screon's tone, a warning of sorts, one that doesn't seem to be directed at me. Screon. Intelligent life forms may find the reformed Book of Fetus strange. There are many reasons for this. The connections they may draw between the book and the archaic texts of their home planet, the profound reach of the text on Pagos, and many others. Bringing up this text and acknowledging these sentiments makes the presented Pagos appear more realistic, and allows the Ari Rei to build trust with the sacrifice by distancing themselves from the notion that they are merely devoted tools.
I know what the texts say, and I know you do as well.
Clone does as well.
It was not my intention to imply she did not. I was simply curious as to why you're recollecting that information now. While we're discussing matters that I'm simply curious about, why did you intervene? Specifically in a way that will likely nullify some of that technique's benefits.
Reese. Fair point, I say quickly, trying to diffuse the tension. So what exactly do I have to do in the... don't add an adjective, ceremony? What do the ceremony activities include? Clone turns to me and Scrion seems to relax a bit. Might as well let our colleague assist with the explanation. Clone says, since we're here, welcome to Kermapira. Reese. I follow the Our Ladies out onto the new Aku. It's very red, and it's not too different from Sheeta. The expanse of the land around the town looks like a wheat field with a red filter instead of a wasteland with a blue filter and a Christmas DLC patch. It still looks like dusk. The town looks almost the same as the one on Sheeta. Oddly shaped buildings covered with crystals. Perhaps naturally shaped would be the better word, almost as if they're carved from the stone itself. The main difference between Sheeta and this Aku is the color. Everything colored blue on Sheeta is colored red here. Everything colored pink on Sheeta is green here. Maybe they did keep the Christmas DLC patch. Hello! A new Ari lady calls out with a big smile as she heads towards us, waving with one arm and holding her blubber close to her chest with the other. She looks about as old as Clone. She's red like everything else on this Aku, including her blubbert. Her skin's a bright cherry red. Her hair is the color of actual cherries. Maybe I should name her blubbert Cherry. I like it. Her marks are more rounded than Clone's marks, but not quite blurry like Scrion's. She's wearing a white fur gown covered in pale green crystals. She's also wearing a thin silver crown with crystals like the other two, but no silver necklace. Her hair is pulled back in a high braid with crystals braided in. Kame, it's good to see you. Scrion greets and moves forward to pull the red Ari lady into a one-armed hug. How have you been? Good, she chirps. Hi, Clone, and hello, you must be Reese. She greets us over Scrion's shoulder. She steps out of the hug and offers me her hand. Yep, that's me, I say, shaking her hand, and you're... What was her name? Come on, Reese, Scrion just said it. Kame, she answers cheerfully with a smile. She seems sweet. Kame, I repeat. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you as well, she practically sings. It's wonderful what you're doing for Sheeta. Yeah, good, nice, thanks, yeah, I say. Does she know I'm not an actual diplomat? Kame giggles at that. Don't worry, Scrion let me in on your plan. Neat. Good to know. I guess the Ari ladies are pretty close. That's nice. It's amazing that Aku's connecting with people beyond Pagos, Kame continues. Even if it's not a formal connection at the moment, it's still a bond. I nod. She really summed it up perfectly. Yeah, please tell me I'm not about to cry. Drats. Kame smiles. Come on, we have a ceremony to complete. Yeah, I say, and my voice definitely cracks. Everyone's kind enough not to bring it up. Pull yourself together, Reese. Reese. Kame leads us through the fluffy, pale, red, wheat-like grass, chatting all the way about Kermapira, with anecdotes of her day-to-day life sprinkled in. I wish you could have seen Kermapira during Parosea, Kame says. Kairu Tritika isn't a bad season for Kermapira because there isn't a bad season for Kermapira, but everyone's so busy preparing for the harvest. I guess that's why everyone is back in town. I don't know what's included in harvesting. It's a nice place, I say. I'd love to see it during Parosea, whatever that is, but it's lovely. What season is Sheeta in right now? Kame asks. Wouldn't it be the same season? I ask, and Kame laughs. I didn't think we went all the way to the opposite hemisphere. It's Minura right now, Clone says. Her smile seems a bit strained, but I might just be imagining things. The seasons on the Akus are determined by their location. All Akus follow the same migration pattern based on their reproductive system, arriving at the same locations and producing the same resources. Each season is defined by a resource produced on that leg of the migration. Wouldn't they still have the same season, though? Don't animals normally migrate together, or at least at the same time? I ask. Due to their massive size, a gathering of Akus would deplete an ecosystem, destroying it and themselves, so they travel alone, Clone answers. So they don't migrate because of the seasons, they do it to avoid each other and end up creating the seasons. That's kinda cool. And depressing. Seasons do somewhat exist, in a similar way to your planet, Clone says. The Akus seasons are affected by a combination of Enki's rotation around our sun and Pagos' rotation around Enki. These true seasons lead to different Akus producing different amounts of resources. Everyone has stopped walking at this point. Clone is staring at Kame, and Kame is staring back at her. Everyone's still smiling, but there's something in the air. Call me crazy, but I'm starting to think that Clone is not a fan of Kame. So how does Minura rate among Kermapira's seasons? Are we talking about Parosea level, or not bad because it's Kermapira season level? I ask, trying to diffuse the situation. Kame looks surprised, but smiles. I'd say closer to the not bad than Parosea level, Kame says. Anyway, come, if we dawdle, we'll never complete the ceremony. Kame begins chatting again as soon as we begin walking. Soon enough, the weird feeling fades, and we're here. The wheat-like grass doesn't grow as abundantly here. Towering stone structures that curve upward to the top of the dome are covered in marks. Some of them are worn down, damaged, but still standing for the most part. They look like they could be naturally occurring geological structures, though I don't know how being in a dome, on a giant turtle, underwater, in an underground Arctic Ocean would affect the rock formations. The marks look similar to some of the symbols I've seen around Sheeta and the giant snake. Most of them are uniformly carved into the stone structures, with consistent heights and widths, going across the stone in straight lines. Even the depth appears to be consistent. They're really impressive. Excellent craftsmanship. I wonder if the symbols originated from the same place, or if I'm just not familiar enough with the languages to tell them apart. I should start taking pictures of the symbols. I'm about to take out my phone when Kame clears her throat. I look over to find her at the center of the stone structures next to a nest-like structure of red rocks. At the center of the nest is a bundle of red wheat. This is where we were reborn as those who trust, followers of Thetis, the first place my ancestors were able to rest after their long journey to find Kurmapira, the red Aku. It's also where the original ceremonies began, back when we first reached out to the other Akus, Kame explains with a fond smile. And now, it's where this ceremony will begin. All right, what do? I ask. Kame impishly smiles. A scavenger hunt, she cheerfully answers. A scavenger hunt, huh? That sounds like fun. What am I looking for? Kame walks over to the altar and pulls a couple strands of the red wheat-like grass from the bundle. This is Kairu tree. The grain the season of Kairu tree Tika was named after is a staple of our diet, present in almost every recipe and meal, Kame explains, twirling the strands between her fingers, staring at them with a serene smile. She looks up and her smile is impish again. So you're going to find some of the recipes that show the history of Pagos. Okay, oh wait, can I record some notes on the wheat stuff in Kurmapira? I ask. Kame looks a little surprised, but her smile quickly returns. Of course, she says. I pull out my log and Kame reviews the information she already told me before rattling off some facts and tidbits of trivia about Kurmapira. Okay, where do I start? I ask, putting away my log. Kame hands me a red crystal. I fiddle with it, and just as I'm about to ask how it works, a projection appears. A stylized picture of a blubbert appears briefly before a picture of something that looks like a loaf of bread appears with some text in their language. Colone, can you handle the rest of this? Skrion asks. I can, Colone answers. It sounds like she's asking a question. Good, Skrion says fondly. Kame, could we go over the trade agreements for the following cycle while we're here then? Kame looks surprised for a moment, but her smile is back in a second. For a moment, I could have sworn that weird tension was back. Of course, Kame agrees. Skrion smiles. Skrion and Kame head back into the town. Once there's specks in the distance, the last bit of tension left slips away. I turn back to the picture of the loaf and the text next to it. I don't suppose any of those crystals can translate this for me, I half-ask, half-joke. Her smile becomes brighter whenever the crystals are mentioned. They would have to be grown within your eyes, which wouldn't be very comfortable. I laugh. Yeah, that doesn't sound very comfortable. Clone giggles in response. But, I start, do I really want to ask this? You're pretty good at translating, right? I like to think so, Clone answers. Blueberry flickers. It must have taken a lot of training, I note, and Blueberry doesn't stop flickering. I've had to train quite a bit as an Ariarea in general, Clone answers. Training to translate every language in existence seems like a daunting task. Seems like it would be easier to grow crystals in your eyes. Clone smiles. Things are more comfortable when they've always been there. Don't worry about it. Well, that just makes me worry about it even more, but I'll try. Skrion. Do we actually have any trade agreements to discuss? Kame asks once we get to Kurmapira's crevice. She's trying to keep her temperature cool, but she's worried. Her taste always gets a bit too tart, like spoiled berries when she's nervous. She should know you don't have anything to discuss regarding trade agreements. She just needs to learn to trust her judgment a bit more. She does. She has no reason to doubt it. She's Kurmapira's only Ariarea. She needs to be more confident. No trade agreements, but I do have something to discuss with you, I clarify. Something you'll be happy to hear about. Kame seems to perk up at that. Colone took initiative with this sacrifice, I say. Kame seems surprised. And why shouldn't she be? Well, Kame starts, pausing for a few moments. Her communication time with her blubbert is getting better. She's been working on it. She says she's gotten better at learning when to end a conversation, though I suspect she's just gotten faster. I can inquire if you'd like to know. I appreciate the offer, but that's not necessary. Kame sighs. That's boring. I toned down my part of the ceremony for nothing. It was an interesting idea, trying to inspire Kelowna to show some more initiative through a more focused version of Kame's work. Kame could be one of the best Ariarea Pagos has ever seen with a little more restraint and focus. She's still young. Perhaps we'll see her rise to that level yet. At least you won't have to tone them down anymore. Kame snorts at that. Yeah, that's nice. I guess that's why we're here then, letting her do part of the ceremony herself. I appreciate your help. I know it took a lot of hard work. I assure her, earning a brief pleased smile. I told you she'd come around, Kame says confidently. So what caused this change of heart? I'm not quite sure myself. Perhaps she's finally figured out it's less trouble to do the minimum required as opposed to doing nothing before being nagged into doing it, I answer. Less time. More time for her crystal experiments. Kame is quiet for a moment. That would do it, Kame says. Now, if only she could be a bit more social. If only. I'm sorry. Don't apologize, Scrayon, Kame says, pausing for a moment before continuing. That change of heart will come soon enough. It always does. I'll probably be the last one to see it since I annoy her for some reason. Whatever, doesn't matter. All young Aurei are a little immature, myself included. So how are things back on Sheeta? Immaturity isn't the only trait they have in common. All the young Aurei have their charms, a little hectic as it always is during a sacrifice preparation. Reese. Okay, so the first piece of food we got to find is this loaf, I say, holding up the crystal so Clone can see the projection. Let's not think about the crystals in her eyes. I wonder if this would be more or less disturbing if I knew anything about science. It's basically bread, Clone says. Really, I ask, pulling out my phone and starting a recording. It's made using the wheat you see around us, Clone continues, and aquatic tubers found in the following season. I nod. Is it good? It's okay. You had some when we ate earlier. Oh, the blue bread. Yeah, it's pretty good. Did you guys get the recipe from Kame or from Kermapira? No, all of the Akus had some variant of the recipe before we began engaging and trading with each other, Clone explains. Huh, that's weird. Is the recipe just that intuitive? Clone hums. I suppose. The seasons are right after each other. I guess it makes sense. Take the thing you got from the last season and mix in what you found this season. Blueberry flickers. Well, I thought it made sense. At this rate, cherry is going to be my favorite blubbert. I'm fairly certain my ancestors would be mortified by that idea, Clone says. Why? Vetus knows Kame will be annoyed if I don't actually translate some of her notes, Clone says, and Blueberry begins squirming in her arms. Clone holds her up and looks down at her belly before turning her around to show me. Clone just wasn't good at history. I laugh. Clone looks incredibly unamused. I was fine at it, she says. You'll have to translate the hints she gave anyways. What's a little more text? It's never a little more text with Kame, and when she asks Reese what she's learned, she'll expect her to remember most of it, so we'll have to read most of it, Clone says as Blueberry flickers. Here's what she has to say about the loaf. It's similar to bread, already mentioned that. It's made using, already went over that. It's one of the oldest recipes that we still use. Here should be the information we are looking for. Some form of the bread was developed by each Aku during the pre-gift era, the time before we started trading with the other Aku. This was done because the season that comes after Kairotritika provides the tubers used. People were more willing to experiment with the tubers during Kairotritika, since our supply of it would be replenished soon. Okay, saving resources was a big thing before trading, I note, editing the log. A season going poorly could mean losing a significant portion of the population. I stop. What? The importance of the bond between the Akus, Clone says indifferently, like she's been told this 1,000,000 times before, and then repeated it 1,000,000 times after that. The weight of the words just isn't there. Anyways, here's Kame's hint on where to find it, Clone continues. A recipe that signals the end of a cycle should be placed at the end of a period. That's surprisingly not convoluted for Kame. Any guesses? End of a cycle, end of a period. Period is a length of time. Duh, Reese. Okay, we're looking for a place. This place we're in right now is significant because it's where they were reborn as those who trust, the end of their journey, the end of a period. Here, I suggest? I hope so. We begin looking around the rocks trying to find the bread. Clone places Blueberry in the nest and Blueberry flickers. It might be easier to mention when she isn't flickering. It must be nice to be laughing all the time. If Kame had the bread around here, she certainly didn't pick an obvious place. I look around one of the rocks at the edge of the circle and, oh, there's a massive gash across the stone, crossing over half the structure and disrupting all the intentionally carved symbols. I touch the undisturbed stone next to it. It's smooth and cool to the touch. I carefully run my fingers along one of the symbols, and it's just as smooth, if not smoother. I run my fingers along the jagged edge of the gash. Ouch! Drats! I pull back my finger and there's some blood. Okay, maybe that wasn't my best idea. Reese, are you okay? Clone asks, placing a hand on my shoulder. I turn around and hold up my finger. Clone looks confused. How did this happen? She asked, taking my hand. I was messing with the... I tilt my head toward the gash. Clone turns to the gash. Oh, she says. Sorry, I should have warned you about that. You have to be careful about those. They're quite rough. Yeah, I agree. Kalani pulls out a crystal and begins looking over the cut. I turn back to the gashes. They're all over the outside of these rocks, scattered about randomly. Where did they come from? What made them? What could have made them? I don't think the gashes were made by the same tool as the other carvings. I can't say for certain since I haven't seen the tool, but given the size of the gashes, I feel pretty confident in that guess. I didn't see anything in the giant snake that could have made them. The only thing I've seen that could have made those gashes was that creature. I haven't seen anything else that could have. It had to have been Reese, Colone says. I turn back to her. She looks worried. You're spacing out. Yeah, I'm okay, I say. I turn back to the gashes. When you first got here, I start. When your people first started living on the Akus, were they attacked? I can't quite read the expression on Colone's face before it morphs into a sad smile. Yes. Oh, I say. What else can I say? Nothing. For a second, I feel like I can see the long bone-like fingers curling around the crumbled stone. Snap out of it, Reese. They can't be here. How could they get through the ice? How could anything get through the ice? Colone? Yes? How could anything get through the ice? How did you guys get through the ice? The dolly can burrow through the ice with their appendages, Colone explains. It's a difficult process. They have to go through slowly to let the ice close behind them to ensure they don't flood the Aku's dome, causing the Aku to sink and die in the depth of the coldest layer, one they never traveled to. That sounds ominous. And how do we know they haven't followed us? I ask, looking around for any signs of them. Colone smiles enigmatically. We trust. The crystals, I say. Colone just smiles. And that's how you guys got through the ice, I state. No, mankind would never puncture the ice of an Aku's ice dome. The domes weren't always permanent. There was a time where they only existed for a little over half of the cycle, so my kind would enter before they were formed and leave after they melted away. Now, using crystals, the domes are present all cycle round, even when the ice melts, so we never have to leave. The only ones who leave are us, Aurierae. There's a section of the dome that's always made with crystals, even when the ice domes form, that we can open and close at will. But it wasn't pierced. The domes were formed around those sections when they were first created, so the ice was never pierced. It doesn't hurt the Aku? I ask. No, in fact the Akus are healthier than ever, she says. These Akus have been around for many generations at this point. What happens when they die? I ask. Eventually, we'll have to raise a new female Aku to maturity, and she'll have to take over, but that won't happen for a very long time. I try to shake off the eerie feeling in my chest and go back to looking for the loaf of bread. Colone. Reese goes back to searching. I skim the text on the horns, trying to see if I can find one of Kame's patterns.
Careful, you might encourage Reese to touch them again at this rate.
Are you willing to look through all of Kame's notes?
No.
Then your input is not warranted. Why do we include Kermapira when it's Kairu
It's one of Kame's favorites to work with. And Srion loves spoiling the Aurierae on small Akus.
I can't even skip past the ones disrupted by the gashes, since Kame would carve out fake gashes just to hide her hints. Isn't getting rid of her scent enough of a hassle?
I think you're just annoyed with Kame.
Probably because she makes the ceremony more difficult than it needs to be.
You still find it difficult when Kame isn't being convoluted? And the old woman thought you had so much potential.
Tedious. More tedious than it needs to be. I continue scanning the writing on the bones, the same old ramblings that decorate the horns of every Aku. I find 2 numbers and a story from the original Book of Fetus. That's a normal hint.
I thought we already established that Kame isn't being convoluted.
Well, it's a weird coordinate. Both numbers are single digits, and the loaf isn't going to be hidden in the main settlement. The second coordinate should be in the triple digits.
Ignoring me.
3 digits for 3 hints. I continue searching through the text for hints.
Still ignoring me.
I find the second digits near a plea to fetus for salvation. I check a collection of the numerical records next. There's a record of the resources next to a tally of the population. The last digits of the coordinate are within the tally.
In a dip in the population.
Reese. I found it! I pick up the loaf and turn around to face Colone. She looks a little surprised. You found it, she says. Yeah. Colone nods. Impressive. Let's check the crystal for the next item. I pull out the crystal and the projection of the loaf appears again. Clone reaches over and taps the crystal. The projection switches to something that looks like a mini cake. Is it cake? I ask. It's basically a cake, Clone answers. Or closer to the size of a mini cake on your planet. Actually, it might be closer to an ice cream cake. Or do you have sherbet cakes on your planet? Probably, I say. That's the colorful pink, green, and orange ice, right? You're the one from Earth, Clone says. You're the one who apparently has an encyclopedic knowledge of my planet. Clone laughs. It's a dessert with one layer similar to cake and one layer similar to sherbet, covered in icing, she says. Sounds tasty. How do you make sherbet? Isn't it a dairy product? Do they have space cows? And they're about as much in space as the cows on Earth. They would be underwater cows. With algae. Huh. I thought sherbet was made from milk. Clone looks confused for a moment, but then holds up Blueberry. Why are you looking at me? Answer Reese's question. Traditionally, yes, but it has been made from algae on your planet as well. Huh, I learned something new. Is the algae just floating around outside the Aku? I ask. Sometimes, typically only during a certain leg of the migration. It's a key resource. Don't call it a key resource like it's a video game, Reese. Clone nods. I make a note. Is it the next season's resource? No, it's the resource of the parallel season. The parallel season? Clone kneels on the ground and draws a circle in the dirt. Typical depictions of the season cycle place Chitika here, Clone explains, drawing some of her letters at about 5 o'clock on the circle. If you place Chitika there on the circle, then Diatoma, the algae season, should be placed here, across from it. She draws some different letters at about 11 o'clock. So parallel seasons are the seasons on the opposite sides of the circle, the ones that have the same amount of time between them both ways. Yes, like your planet's summer and winter, or fall and spring. I nod. Okay, this recipe seems significantly less intuitive. If you consider it in the context of the pre-gift era, it certainly is. However, this recipe didn't become commonplace until the gift era, the era where trade between the Akus became commonplace. Where your trade priorities would be to get a resource that you haven't gotten in a while and wouldn't get anytime soon. Exactly. I nod. That makes sense. Okay, where do we find these cakes? Clone begins going through Kame's notes on the cakes. Basically, like cakes, we already went over this. Why can't she just label the hints section? Made from wheat and algae, may have existed during the pre-gift era, became popular during the gift era. Here's the hint. Time flows in a cycle, always moving out of our control. Trade has allowed us to bridge that gap and reach a parallel time. Find the parallel place to find the result of this trade between parallel seasons. Parallel time, parallel place, parallel seasons, I murmur. The Aku is pretty circular, right? So a parallel place would be on the opposite side of the Aku, right? I think so. Time for a bit of a walk, Clone says. I like walks, I say because I'm the best conversationalist. Clone nods. It's certainly better than sitting around, going through every possible interpretation just to stumble upon wherever Kame's mind was at the time. Yeah, she doesn't like Kame. Were the ceremonies longer in the past? Maybe she's trying to keep the tradition alive. Clone shakes her head. The ceremonies of the past weren't exceptionally long. They were just as long as they needed to be. There's that quoting again. Heard and said it a million times. Never thought about it once. Did you have to learn about these ceremonies when you became an Ari lady? Or are they common knowledge? Clone hums. The general idea and minutiae of the ceremonies are common knowledge. I did have to learn quite a bit more about them during my training. What was training like? It was... Clone starts. She pauses for a second before she continues. An experience. An experience? That's all you have to say? Clone hums. Yes. Laughing at that probably isn't the right response, but when I look up, Clone is smiling. Well, since you have nothing else to say about the training, could you answer some of my questions? Clone chuckles. Of course. How long did you have to train? Clone hums. That's a bit complicated to explain. Really? For one, we measure time differently. We have our own units of time. I could convert my units into your units, but that still wouldn't be completely accurate. I'm not super stingy about rounding errors. Clone chuckles. I didn't expect you to be. It's just that certain things will be lost in translation. For example, if a human were to tell you that they spent a decade doing something when they were young, what would you think? I'd think it's impressive. Why is that? Clone asks. It's not easy to focus on something when you're young, or maybe it's easier to give up. The longer you do something, the more often it's going to frustrate you, and if you want to continue with it, you have to get past that. Clone nods. That's a good answer, just not quite what I was looking for. You're starting to sound like a sponsor, I say, and I'm starting to sound like Mom. She should have found the note I left by now. Reese. I turn to Clone. She looks concerned. Are you all right? Yeah, just thinking. Clone nods. Do you need a moment? I look down at my phone. There aren't any notifications. She'll find it. No, I'm good. So what answer were you looking for? Reese. Part of your understanding of time is strongly influenced by your lifespan, Clone explains. I can convert the time I spent in training to your units, but since you'll consider it relative to your own lifespan, it's a bit deceptive. That makes sense. How long do you guys live? My kind's average lifespan is about 40 of your planet's years. Really? Clone nods. That's not a lot. I mean, it's not nothing, but it's not a lot. The average lifespan of a human was that low at one point, so it's not that low, I guess. Has the average lifespan increased over the years? I ask. Like when you started trading during the gift era? Clone smiles. Significantly. During the pre-gift era, the average lifespan was about 25 years. 25. I'll be that old in 8 years. I'd be over halfway through my life right now. How old are you? I ask. Clone smirks. Isn't that considered a rude question on your planet? She teases. Yeah, but I've never been to my planet, I shrug. Does that mean you're not going to answer? Clone laughs. In your years, I'm 13. Huh. She doesn't look 13. Our species reaches maturity at about 10 years old, Clone says. That makes sense. Does that make her older than me? I'd have to do the math. Blueberry is flickering. To answer your question about how long I've trained about 8 of your years before I officially began serving as an Aria when I reached maturity. Clone answers. Right, I asked a question. Good thing I was recording. You don't mind me having all these recordings, right? I ask. Not at all, Clone says. Do you have any more questions? Do I have any more questions? 8 years. She's trained 8 years and worked 4. No, that's 3. Drats, you'd think I could do some basic addition after living with some of the best scientists on, well, from Earth. You were really young when you started, I begin. I was. How did you, or what convinced you to, was it fun, I ask? It seems like a choice to make at that age. I don't know if I would consider it fun, Clone says. To answer the other 2 questions, I was chosen, so I didn't have to be convinced to pursue it. I stop. Clone keeps walking for a bit before turning around. Reese? You were chosen, I repeat. My throat feels dry. All Aria are chosen, Clone answers. That doesn't make it better. Could you have refused? I ask. Clone smiles. Of course. I breathe a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Clone laughs at that. I was worried. Clone keeps laughing and Blueberry is flickering. Not sure she ever stopped. I was. Clone manages to stop laughing. I know. I was just surprised, she says and smiles. It's a bit wider than her other smiles. I appreciate the concern. Yeah, I feel a little goofy, you know, I say, thinking that you couldn't refuse and all that. It was a little goofy, Clone agrees. Of course it was. Clone giggles. Any more questions? She asks. Any more questions? Any more questions? Any more questions? I guess you liked your training since you decided to keep at it. What did you like about it? What did I like? What did I like? Clone drawls. We walk in silence for a bit while Clone thinks, or while she's silently laughing at me for asking a dumb question. Blueberry isn't flickering for once, so it can't be that dumb. I don't know, Clone finally says. Training was a formative experience. That's certainly a way to describe it. Well, now I'm not so sure you liked training. What did you like about your training? Clone asks. My training. I start. I hate this question. It was a wonderful experience. Clone is smirking. A unique and important experience, I continue, and Clone keeps smirking. I really value it. Clone nods, while smirking. I mean it, I insist. It was a wonderful and important experience. She's still smirking. You already said that. Yeah, anyways, it was great, I conclude. still smirking. I'm not sure you answered my question, she says. You said training was a formative experience. After I admitted I didn't know what I liked, she says, and then points to my log. You have the record. That I do. I still think I answered the question a bit better. Clone's smirk melts back into a smile. Probably, she agrees. What didn't you like about your training? I personally wasn't particularly fond of some of my teachers. You didn't like your teachers? Some of them. You sound surprised. I thought Screon was your teacher, and she never said Screon wasn't. Well, that's awkward. She was one of them, Clone confirms. But I liked her. Still like her. She's a good mentor. That's less awkward. What about you? Clone asks. What don't you like about your training? I don't dislike anything really, I say. If I had to pick something, it would probably be... It's kinda hard to figure out where I'm going with it, you know? Clone is quiet for a bit. Not quite. Could you elaborate? I don't know if I want to. It's just... How do I say this? It's hard to see the end. I don't know why I'm going through all the classes sometimes, pouring hours upon hours into something when I don't know how much it will matter in the end. Like, if I didn't spend all that time studying, if I just spent it doing nothing, I'd still be on the base. I can't really go anywhere, it's kinda costly to leave. So, yeah. I see, Clone says. I'm sure there's some benefit to studying. There are different jobs on the base, right? Some of them certainly require more training. That's true, but there are only so many roles that are necessary on the base. And I don't know if I could be passionate about any of them. And if I'm one of the useful roles, I'll just be a copy of someone we already have. I already know I'll never be able to compete with everyone else on the base, and even if I could, would that really be a good thing? But what? Clone asks. We've been walking for a while. Are we almost there? I ask. Coward. Clone doesn't answer me for a bit. Almost. It's just up ahead, she finally says. I look up to see another collection of rocks like the first settlement, covered in the engraved text and gashes. The red wheat doesn't grow here either. Let's find some cakes, I say. Clone. I skim through the carvings yet again, looking for hints.
Reese is looking around, slower than she was before.
She's probably distracted. I found one. Kame really isn't being convoluted this time.
Yes, we've been through this already. Kame is trying normal hints for once. I'll inquire about that later if you really care.
I don't care.
Perfect. I don't either. Now, Reese is slower, distracted.
I found a hint.
I don't. Wait, she really put that there. Huh.
I find the remaining hints and the cakes rather quickly, while Reese is still looking in the same spot.
What will you do?
Reese, you've been searching that horn for a while. I think you would have found it by now if it was there, I say. Reese stops for a moment before standing up a bit too quickly.
And stumbling.
Horn? She asks. The weirdness seems to evaporate, and the curiosity that always graces her scent returns.
If you say so.
She's already reaching for her log. The horn, I repeat, gesturing to the horn she was searching. They're horns? Reese asks, hitting the record button. All of them? Yes, the only structures made by us outside the town are the stone posts with crystals on top, and the other structures made entirely out of crystals. We don't like to disturb the Akus extensively. Huh. Reese says.
She stares at the horn as she starts running her fingers over it.
Thankfully more carefully this time.
That was an interesting idea.
It was effective. She's back to normal. Any fun facts about the horns? Reese asks. Clusters of these horns are called havens. They grow all across the plain of the Aku, the habitable area of the Aku shell. These clusters are the safest places to stay due to the protection they provided. The two most notable havens on any particular Aku are the one at the center of the Aku and the one closest to the front of the Aku. The one at the center, called the crevice, is where the main settlements were built during the Gift Era. The one closest to the front, the one called the crown, is where the horns are the tallest, densest, and strongest. Reese begins editing the transcript of the notes.
She won't stay distracted forever.
The crown, huh? So you guys had... Oh, I interrupt.
You're honest.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I apologize. Continue.
You say, knowing she'll insist on hearing what you have to say.
Obviously. No worries. What happened? She asks. I found the cakes, I say, holding them up.
I repeat, she won't stay distracted forever.
I don't need her distracted forever.
I suppose.
Reese. The cakes are pretty good. The cake part is light and fluffy, the icing is nice and creamy, but the sherbet confuses me. I feel like it should be colder than it is. It feels like ice cream, but it doesn't feel cold like ice cream. It's weird. I like the flavor. The cake is cakey, and the sherbet is an odd mix of sweet and salty, with a bit of tartness. So the cake is red because they use this aku's wheat, and the sherbet is pink because they come from the aku with the algae at the moment, right? I ask. Yes, Colone says. The other cake you'll find on Kermapira is the reverse. Pink cake with red sherbet. Huh. So what's your aku's color combination? Blue and purple. Huh, cool. I take another cake. You have to leave some to prove we actually found them, Colone says. They were in a box with a blanket, and I only had 3. Colone chuckles at that. What's the next hint? I ask. The last hint is, may prosperity always be found in a safe haven, Colone says. A fetus quote. Like Book of Fetus? Their manual and research siphon? The one and only, Colone says. It's an old quote, pre-Reformation old, which is a hint in and of itself. A hint in and of itself. Old, pre-Reformation old, prosperity, somewhere safe. We've already been to the place where you guys settled before trading started, right? I ask. We've been to the first place the people of Kermapira settled, but it wasn't perfect. The first place wasn't perfect on any aku. Not perfect isn't always a problem, but you've seen the gashes. It wasn't safe enough for them to prosper. The only place safe enough to prosper before the trade era was where the horns were the densest and the strongest. The crown, I answer, eagerly. Some might say too eagerly. Or the crevice. Exactly. The last item should be at the crown. Kame wouldn't want to freak people out too soon by taking you to the crevice. Let's go. The walk is a bit shorter this time. Really? Colone points to a towering mass of horns in the distance. A bit shorter, she says with a smile. Yeah, a bit shorter, I agree. Is that an understatement? Are those bones just really close? Or massive? Colone begins walking. Please leave at least one cake, and some room in your stomach to eat a little more. We have one dish left after all. Reese. So, understatement, or were the horns just a lot closer than I thought? Well, they really are big, but the walk wasn't too bad either. I don't think I can quite call it. Welcome to the crown, Colone says once we're a few paces away from the outermost horns. The safest place to settle on an aku before the reformation of the Book of Fetus. I can see why, I say. The horns are thicker here, closer together. Hey, Colone, you sure we should be looking around in here without Kame? I ask. Seems like it would be really easy to get lost. Don't worry. Here, Colone says, handing me one end of a strand made of crystals. Well, at least I won't get lost alone. You sure you can do this? I don't think she's spent much time here. Like I said, don't worry. All the crowns have very similar layouts. You memorize one, you've memorized them all, she insists. Not sure I believe that. Completely. Actually, I'm not sure I even believe that partially. I just don't think I have much of a choice. If you say so, this seems like a bad idea. It will be fine, Colone insists as the strand of crystals lights up, emitting a faint glow. Come on. Okay, still seems like a bad idea. It will be fine, Colone promises before leading me into the crown. I hope so. Reese. It's darker here away from the glow of the crystals. Cooler, but not unpleasant. The horns are covered in shadows, sporadically lit up by pale green crystals to show glimpses of some pretty interesting things. When I hold up the glowing crystal strand to the horns, I can see the full pictures. Pictures that look like murals. There were pictures on some of the other horns, quick little things, like doodles, but the images here are more detailed, far more defined. It seems so peaceful. Maybe that's because I can't find any gashes. There were so many on the outside, but now that we're within the crown, There are none. It's safe for me to run my fingers along the horns to my heart's content. My hand catches something that doesn't feel like the horns. It's difficult to see, but I think it's definitely ice. This must be the edge of the Aku, where the ice dome that surrounds the Aku meets the ground. Or shell? Either way, we're at the edge of the Aku. I run my hands along the ice carefully, searching for gashes or any kind of carving. I don't feel any indents. All I feel are bumps in the ice. They're oddly angular. Are they crystals? I think so. I hold up my end of the crystal strand to the wall. There are crystals embedded in the ice. Interesting. Is it really weird? Everything's covered in crystals here. They seem to be the decoration of choice on Pagos. It's weird that the bones aren't covered in crystals. I don't think I've seen this crystal before. It's shaped like an 8-pointed star. They seem to be scattered about randomly. I found it, Clone says. Great, I say. That's good. I'd forgotten what we were looking for. And admittedly, that we were looking for something. Clone holds up what looks like a bowl full of rectangular cookies. Each one is a different color with a different symbol on it. That's cute, I say. Are we only having dessert today? It's a common meal, Clone says. About 1/10 of the meals a follower eats in their lifetime will be this. 1/10, I say. Can I say I've eaten anything that often in my life? I don't think so. Are they really that good? They're okay. Well, that's underwhelming. If it's only okay, why do you eat it so much? It's symbolic. Every Aku is present in this meal, Clone explains. She picks up one of the blue cookies. Each cookie represents a different Aku, their symbol and their color. She hands me a blue one. This one represents Sheeta. It has 2 circles looping together like a Venn diagram. Do they taste any different? Each Aku came up with their own slightly different recipe, but I can't taste it myself, Clone says. Try it. Tell me what you think. Here is one that represents Kermapira. She passes me a red one with a symbol shaped like an S on it. I try the blue one first. It tastes like a cookie. I try the red one next. It also tastes like a cookie. I try a few more. Orange, purple, and green. Yeah, they taste the same. I agree. Clone nods. They say Sheeta's cookie tastes a bit sweeter, Clone says. I'll let Screon and Kame know we're done. Then we can finish up this part of the ceremony and head back to Sheeta. Well, Screon will probably insist we rest before we head back. Rest. That sounds nice. How does day and night work here? Reese. You did it! Kame cheers with a smile as we exit the crown. She rushes forward to greet us with Screon right behind her. Well done, Screon says, smiling. Thanks. What do you want to do with all this food? You can... Kame starts and stops. You already ate some? Was I not supposed to? You were supposed to wait until the end to eat a bit of all of it, Kame says. Clone, why didn't you stop her? It doesn't matter when she eats it, Clone responds. Screon sighs. I still have to try the bread, I mention, knowing that this conflict is probably inevitable, though entirely avoidable. Then let's do that, Screon says. All right, so the loaf, Kame begins, pulling up the crystal projections. We already went through your notes, Clone says, staring at the crystal in Kame's hand. Did you go through them thoroughly enough? Kame asks, shifting her blubbert in her arms. Of course, Clone says, looking up to meet Kame's eyes. Girls, let's wrap this up, Screon says. Here, Reese, try some of the bread. Okay, I agree. I'm glad I'm not the only one who doesn't want to fight. And I'm glad Screon might actually be able to prevent it. Clone. Once we're in the room Kame prepared for us, Reese sits down on the bed and begins going through the notes in her log while she eats another one of the cakes. Screon joins her and starts messing with Reese's hair. I pretend to sleep as I go through my crystal combinations again, compiling a list of ingredient combinations that would only take a little while to collect. I should have enough time after this sacrifice, since Screon recently provided a sacrifice as well, right?
Oh, right. You know, eventually you're going to have to sleep at some point. Maybe try to get some sleep before your break?
I will.
Sometime soon?
Soon enough.
You have a list of combinations. Are you going to spend the whole night trying to come up with other possible errors?
The math is correct. That ratio should be correct. Where is the mistake?
Maybe you could figure it out if you weren't sleep deprived.
Reese. What did you think of Kermapira? Screon asks softly as she brushes my hair. Similar to Sheeta and very revealing. It's a cool place, I answer. Very red. Do you mind if I ask you some questions to clarify my notes? I'll be careful not to wake up Clone. Not at all, Screon says as she runs her fingers through my hair. Reese. The ride back to Sheeta is relaxing. Screon is steering the giant turtle while Clone is messing with the crystal, twisting it between her fingers. I'm starting to get Clone's obsession. I want to know what it does. I head over to her. She's facing some shelves near a map, staring at a bowl full of crystals, the same size and shape as the one she's messing with. What do those crystals do? I ask. Clone. I can't explain that these crystals are used to knock out sacrifices should a problem arise.
It is heavily advised that you don't.
But I can't explain the navigation record crystal.
You just like showing off.
I do. These ones are decorations.
Not mere decorations?
I don't need to clarify that. Nice to look at, but not particularly interesting, I say, carefully placing the crystal back in the bowl. I pick up the navigation record crystal from the display next to the bowl. Now this one is a bit more interesting. I toss it into the center of the room.
The crystal glows and a projection of Pagos appears. After a moment, projections of all the Akus appear on the map, simplified symbols in each of their respective colors. A white dotted path appears, twisting around the curvature of the planet, connecting all of the Akus together, showing the main path they travel. Finally, our Serpens and its path appears, a small dark dot followed by a trail depicting its movements over the most recent seasonal cycle.
Whoa, Reese whispers. She approaches the map
and traces the main path with her finger.
Before stepping back, is that Pagos? It is. I explain the different marks on the map.
And Reese nods.
That's a lot, she says. And that's not everything, I say, activating the Serpentis depiction settings.
Dark serpens-like shapes slither across Pagos, leaving dotted trails behind them.
Each of those marks represents a serpens. Yeah, you can turn that off, Reese says,
looking away. She doesn't seem particularly thrilled to know how many giant snakes there are.
Not a fan? Nope.
She shakes her head and turns back to the map.
Her artificial scent wavers.
She's staring at it like she's trying to solve a puzzle.
Something wrong? I ask. Sorry, I just don't see what's the purpose of this, she says. I mean, it's cool to see all the Akus in the general migration period. I know Trevor would love the color coding. She pauses a moment. It's just, I don't know. Why would you ever need this? Like, in what situation would you ever use it? If you're in the giant snake, driving it, shouldn't you know where it's been? And judging by the size of the planet, you don't need to worry about the snakes running into each other. And if that is a concern, why isn't this always open? Screon.
There's a reason those crystals are next to one another.
Clone has thought this through. Clone.
No answer?
Why did you design them this way?
Might have something to do with why we put them next to the ones that knock out most life forms.
Except you blubberts, for some reason. You could have warned me before I started explaining this.
I considered that, if that helps.
Of course you did. There are archaic crystals that haven't been used in ages, I answer.
Well, that's not entirely false. They haven't been used in quite a while.
You're a treasure. Okay, Reese answers.
Still confused.
I'm aware. They were used before the maps could be projected directly into our minds while we drive, I explain.
Reese's eyes light up.
The confusion disappears. So there was a breakthrough in crystal technology. Do they happen often? She asks. Never.
Not in your lifetime.
Yours?
Can't recall any.
Unfortunately, no. There hasn't been one in my lifetime, I say. Reese's artificial scent gets a bit stronger. She's saddened by this.
Not really sad. More sympathetic.
I see. That sucks.
At least she's not confused anymore.
Clone. Reese is easy enough to distract during the last part of the trip, and soon enough, we're back at Sheeta. Reese tries to object when Screon offers to handle my work at the crevice, but Screon insists we head back to the house. Okay, Reese agrees. Is there anything you need us to do back at your place? Just rest a bit before we head off to the next Aku. And make a substantial meal, Screon says,
giving you a pointed look.
Before she heads off to the crevice. Reese doesn't seem too pleased with that answer. So, Reese starts. You have any board games at your house?
Someone must have made something like that.
Maybe, I answer. Someone I should know the name of?
Screon would be mildly disappointed that you don't.
Do you know who works on games in the cultural center?
Maybe.
Never mind. Do you have any cool crystals at your house? She asks.
You're smiling.
I think someone else's perspective could be useful.
You seem certain she'll provide perspective. She might just want to look at sparkly things.
She can't be more useless than the first additional perspective I got.
I think I have provided very valuable input.
I have every type of crystal my kind knows about back home, I say. Which one do you want to see first? Reese's sense spikes.
She's thrilled.
I'll take your recommendation, she says. Perfect. I have plenty.
Too many, some would say.
Reese. Once we get back to their house, Clone hands me Blueberry and tells me to wait while she gets the crystals. I sit down and give Blueberry belly rubs while I wait for Clone to return. She comes back with a chest and places it down on the table in the main room. It's full of crystals in a variety of different shapes and sizes. Yeah, this is definitely an obsession that I'm enabling. Clone sits down next to me on the couch and begins going through the crystals, placing a few on the table next to the box. Blueberry squirms out of my grip to snuggle up between us. Which one do you want to know about first? She asks as she continues looking through the box. I'm not sure, I say. It's overwhelming. Can I go through them, see if any catch my eye? Of course, she says, pushing the chest closer to me. I reach into the chest and begin rummaging through the crystals, carefully, trying to find one I recognize. Clone.
Is letting her lead the conversation really the best idea?
I want to see what catches her interest. If I lead the discussion, she might become caught up in my thought process.
Is that your most pressing concern?
What does this one do? Reese asks.
She picked up a diamond-shaped crystal, a crystal that creates illusions. Just how will you explain that?
Good question.
Good answer.
I see them around Sheeta. Reese says.
Complicating things.
I want her to speak her mind. It's easier to handle. They're all over the buildings, and they're at the tops of the poles in the area surrounding the town. She clarifies.
Because you're taking too long to answer.
They are crystals that create illusions, I answer.
Oh. Bold.
Really? They're a popular decoration. In the old days, before the reformed Book of Fetus, the people of the Akus would make charms to ward away evil. Back then, as written in the original Book of Fetus, the charms were made from minerals found around the Akus. They, how do I put this, weren't the most effective method of protection.
They basically confirmed that a group of followers had claimed the Aku, and your ancestors wondered why they were constantly attacked.
So they did nothing. Reese asks. They made people feel better.
That's certainly nothing. Sometimes that can be everything.
So, mostly nothing. Reese says.
As most creatures would.
Mostly.
You agree? Reese nods. She stares at the crystal, as you stare at her.
So do the ones made of crystals do anything? Reese asks.
Turning to you.
What do you think? I ask.
What answer are you expecting?
Considering the crystals make illusions, Reese says, I have my suspicions. Would you like to share them?
Reese turns back to the crystals. She puts her hand over her mouth. She's muttering. Would you like to hear her piece together her theory?
I'll wait to hear what she has to say. I think they hide places. They make it so that... She starts and pauses.
Carefully.
Carefully. The intruders can't see where you are. She continues. Or make it look like the settlements are somewhere else.
Essentially, they can't see, but basic principle.
Correct, I say.
And that was their main purpose in the beginning. They don't work like that anymore now that those intruders have a complete enough understanding of the situation. They still manage to perform their original task, though.
Do you want me to elaborate?
That's a question.
Obviously. What convinced you guys to start making them out of crystals? Reese asks. She sounds worried.
She looks worried.
I mean, I get why you didn't do it originally. Reese says.
Quickly.
Too quickly. You value the text. I get it. It's important and... Reese! I interrupt her. She stops. It's fine. I wasn't offended. It's a good question. It just didn't make sense to me for a moment. I forgot there's still so much you don't know about Pagos. Oh, good, Reese says, sounding relieved. What am I missing? Why the Reformation occurred, I answer. The text was reformed because we received a gift from Thetis, a gift that served as both permission to, and the ability to, reform the text, and trap us in that reformation.
You could let half of Sheeta die, and never trade with the other Akkus again. You're really going to make her ask what the gift is?
Yes. Who is Thetis? She asks.
She's asking about Thetis. She is, even though she's figured out the answer. This is why we should phase out mythology once we're introduced.
And you call me lazy.
My general laziness does not negate your selective laziness.
Thetis is one of our deities, I answer, and the gift was the blubberts.
Bringing her back to the main topic.
Reese. A deity. One of their deities. I guess I shouldn't be surprised they have a religion. Earth has a lot of religions. Assuming that an alien planet with intelligent life has a religion, it isn't that strange. Actually, assuming an alien planet with intelligent life has one religion is pretty crazy. The random alien planet with intelligent life probably has multiple religions, unless the entire planet is under an authoritarian regime. And that's probably not the smartest sentiment to mention in the presence of someone who appears to be following said religion, with a gift from one of her deities snuggled up next to her. Where did the blubberts actually come from, then? Why did they go along with this? I stare down at Blueberry, who seems content, snuggled up between us. How did these little fluff balls change history? I ask, ruffling Blueberry's fur. They gave us crystals, Clone says. Crystals that allowed us to, well, you've seen what they can do. I nod. I've definitely seen what the crystals can do. Yeah, they're insane, I agree. Really insane. So insane it must be divine intervention. Is something wrong? Clone asks. Kinda, it's just, maybe I'm just not knowledgeable about this, but just say it. It just seems like religion is, well, sacred. Sacred to the point where, even if you get a cool new tool that could entirely revolutionize your society and save you from being killed, you still wouldn't change it, because it's sacred. Clone reaches over to pet Blueberry. She's staring at the wall. I guess my question is, how did these little fluff balls convince your ancestors to change the course of history? I finish. I feel like I'm tiptoeing right up to the edge of a line. Clone turns to Blueberry. I'm not quite sure what you're asking. They were gifts from the gods. Why wouldn't they convince us? Right. The rough patches of this acceptance were probably smoothed over in the history books, so later generations wouldn't question it. She'd have no reason to conceptualize a world where people didn't believe that. You don't believe they're actually gifts from our gods? Clone asks. She's smiling, and I'm over the line. I don't believe the seal plushie aliens are a gift from their gods, but I probably shouldn't mention that. Probably shouldn't have even implied that. Well, I start. Clone is still smirking. I'd just be a little skeptical if a bunch of seal plushie creatures appeared out of nowhere. I wouldn't instantly assume they were from my deities, no matter how fancy their crystals were. Clone is still smirking. There were a few lines in the original Book of Thetis that mentioned a gift that would change everything, she says. So I suppose the answer to your question would be luck. Luck. Not will of the gods or something like that. Luck. You don't believe they were gifts from your gods, I say, trying to make it sound like a question. I can't say I'm certain they're not, but I doubt it, she says. I feel like I should stop this conversation. Blueberry doesn't seem too bothered by that admission. She rolls on her back, but it seems like her only goal was to get some belly rubs. Kelowna gives in this time. Should you really be admitting that? I ask. No, I'd probably get in trouble if I admitted that to the people of Sheeta, she says. But not for admitting it to me? Not for admitting it to you, she agrees. I should stop this conversation. Why? I ask. I should really consider listening to myself sometime. Clone stops rubbing Blueberry's tummy. And Aria admitting that she doesn't believe the gods gave us the blubberts, a gift that changed our world so positively that one could argue it saved us. You can imagine the chaos. Clone answers. But I don't cause any chaos, I say. Clone nods. Blueberry bumps against my leg, so I start rubbing her belly. I should really go back to the crystals this time. I reach into the box and pull out a random crystal. What does this one do? I ask. Clone beams. Reese. We go through several crystals, and I'm convinced Clone seems to know everything there is to know about them, besides one thing. How have you not figured out how to recreate one? I ask. Clone's smile becomes a bit bitter. I've been asking myself that for a while now, she answers. She continues staring at the crystal she's holding, as if she can figure out how to make one if she stares at it long enough. Maybe that works. That may be how she figured out all the other bits of crystal trivia, for all I know. Does Blueberry have any insights? I ask. And Blueberry flickers. Probably, Clone says. She spares Blueberry an annoyed glance before turning back to the crystal. But asking hasn't gotten me any answers. Blueberry bumps up against my leg. She flips over and, do you fully understand every function of your body? Glows on her stomach. That's how Blueberry always dodges the question, Clone notes, sounding more than a little annoyed. I don't appreciate that attack on my character, glows on her stomach. There's got to be a way to figure it out, I say, even without a certain someone's help. Blueberry flickers at that. I've gone through every record on Pagos that mentions the blubberts, Clone says. Even the forbidden ones. Forbidden? I ask. Well, I shouldn't be that surprised she would do that after she admitted she doesn't believe everything she's told. Still, forbidden is a strong word. Seems a bit dangerous on a planet where a gift from your gods changed everything. Forbidden. If I had to guess why, it's because they contained notes from someone who dissected a blubbert. Or so they claimed. That actually doesn't sound that bad. If the blubbert was already dead, that is. Just blasphemous. Blueberry flickers. You have a wonderful sense of humor, I note. Blueberry continues to flicker as she flips over and inches onto my lap. Charming, I mutter, before asking. So, someone dissected a blubbert. What did you learn from the notes? The blubberts create crystals through a biological process, Clone says. By understanding that process, I can theoretically mimic it outside the blubbert. I nod. That makes sense. I expected that. Despite knowing the process, as recorded at least, I still haven't been able to replicate a crystal, Clone says, sounding almost defeated. Almost. If you can translate some of those notes, I can offer a fresh pair of eyes, I say. Clone looks surprised by my offer, and conflicted. Clone.
What will you do?
Good question.
You're thinking about the old woman.
How could I not?
You could try thinking like an Aria.
And pretend that incident didn't happen?
And acknowledge the event. Figure out what the issue was and prevent it from happening again.
How did that work out for your last Aria?
Not well. I'm surprised you finally decided to bring that up.
I'm not an idiot. I've noticed the age gap between Scrion and I isn't quite right for a 2 Aria Aku.
I knew that you noticed it. I'm just surprised you decided to bring it up now. Most Aria would have brought it up as soon as they noticed.
Why?
You're not an idiot. Why do you think they would? Here's a hint. It's the same reason they go through the process I just mentioned. The process of acknowledging, figuring out, and then preventing the problem.
So they don't make the same mistake again.
Congratulations, we have a winner.
Clone! Reese shouts.
For the 4th time?
Yes, I answer. Her scent is a little worried.
A little.
If it's too much work, or you don't want my help, don't worry about it, she says.
With a smile.
She was always happy when we were working together.
That old woman was always pleasant in general.
Sorry, I was just trying to figure out how to condense it all to a point where I could efficiently translate it, without losing the benefits that come from another perspective. I'll let you know if I can, and if I can, I definitely want your help.
Reese's smile becomes a big toothy grin.
You have nothing to say?
Nothing.
Reese. Clone starts nodding off while we're on our way to the next Aku. Whenever she looks like she's about to fall asleep, she jolts awake and paces for a bit. After a few minutes of this, Screon leads Clone to a chair, where she falls asleep almost instantly. I'm glad someone got some rest before the trip, Screon says playfully. My apologies. Clone can be a bit of a workaholic at times. No problem, I assure her. I'm used to workaholics. Everyone's a workaholic on Outlier. That's right. Clone mentioned you live on a research base, Screon says. That must be exciting. Exciting. That's what everyone says. Yeah, it is, I agree. Screon looks a bit worried by my answer. I smile and Screon smiles back, but she still looks worried. Why did you decide to join a research base? She asks. I didn't. My mom is a biologist on the base, so yeah, that's how I ended up there, I explain. Screon looks even more concerned. Do you feel homesick, dear? She asks. Homesick? Do I feel homesick? I guess so. I've never been away from the base for this long before. Or does it feel like being released from a prison? I wasn't expecting that from her. I want to say no. I should say no. I've said no to similar questions before. But there's something about the way Scrown asked it. Lighthearted enough to be dismissed as a joke, but also sympathetic enough that I don't have to dismiss it if I don't want to. It does, I admit. The base felt like a prison sometimes. It will still feel like that when I get back. What am I saying? I shouldn't say that. It's an honor to be on the base, I say quickly. It's just... I don't know what to say. I don't want to sound so overdramatic, but... I don't know what to say. Scrown's expression is serene. Don't worry, dear. I think I understand, she says. I didn't mean for it to sound so overdramatic myself, but it's the simplest metaphor, though a bit hyperbolic. Perhaps a better way to phrase it would be that it's difficult not to feel a bit lost when you're placed on a path you didn't choose. I felt that way when I first became an Aria. You don't feel that way anymore? I ask. Screon smiles. Not anymore. She shifts cotton candy in her arms. What changed? I ask. I don't know if anything really changed. I just didn't stop trying to find a purpose in being an Aria. I didn't stop trying to figure out what I could do. And eventually, I was able to find a place. She sounds so peaceful, so content. Perhaps that isn't very helpful. Is it helpful? I don't know. But it's worth it, even if it's easier said than done. Screon continues. If you keep trying, eventually you'll find something that satisfies you. A purpose of some sort. I nod. I don't know what to think of that. Screon.
I'm surprised you haven't given that speech to Clone yet. You've given it to every other Aria.
I don't know if it would help her. Reese. What am I going to do when I get back to the base? Maybe I'll be able to help form the actual diplomatic tie between Earth and Pagos. But how much can I really do? I'm not a government official. I don't have any legal power. I don't have much I can offer. I can probably call Clone a friend at this point. Maybe even Screon. And I have the notes I took. That's something. Do I even want to be involved in diplomacy? I don't want to iron out peace agreements in a meeting room, locked in another cage, barely able to see any progress. I'd rather stay on Pagos, collecting notes and meeting the other Ari ladies. Maybe learn their language. Maybe help Clone with her crystal stuff. Maybe I should just focus on helping Clone for the moment. What's stopping her from making a crystal? Well, help her as much as I can. If she hasn't figured out what's stopping her, I don't know if I could. But someone has to figure it out. Clone. We're here. What? Once I'm awake, I find Reese and Screon ready to head out. I fell asleep?
Yes. No crystals involved. Only your own poor choices.
I was busy. I only have so much time to complete this translation.
Whatever you believe, you were certainly doing something instead of sleeping.
We've arrived, I say, getting up. Yep, at... Reese trails off. Aegina, I finish. Aegina. Reese repeats. She's picked up a few words fairly quickly, though I suspect she's deliberately calling the serpentes giant snakes.
She's pretty bright. She might even be able to figure out what you missed if you could get those translations to her. Before you sacrifice her, of course.
That would be ideal.
Poetic as well, don't you think?
Poetic?
That you began this crystal-making journey of yours with the help of a sacrifice, and now you might end it with the help of a sacrifice.
Poetic. Reese. Aegina's dome is green and bright as day, unlike the other two. With all the light, I can see a lot better. The dome looks like it's made of crystals rather than ice. Well, dome might not be the right word. Aegina isn't the snow globe that Sheeta or Kermapira were. It's a small cliff overlooking a maze of green tunnels and paths like those puzzle games with pipes. Paths and tunnels winding around, reaching up to the top of this crystal structure and down past the point where I can see them. I walk up to the edge of the cliff. The only thing keeping me from accidentally slipping and going over the edge is a rail made of crystals like the rest of the cliff. There are a few green domes hidden within the pipes that I can make out. That's where the main settlement is, Colone says, walking up to my side, pointing to the green dome that appears to be in the middle of the Aku. It's difficult to tell with all the tunnels everywhere. Things change a lot with the seasons, I note. They do, she agrees. Hello, Skrion calls out. Not one, not two, but 3 green Ari ladies with matching blubberts appear walking up the path. The white fur gown covered in the Ari ladies' respective crystals appears to be the universal Ari lady uniform. A headdress of some sort also appears to be part of the uniform. The headdress for this Aku twists into 2 large flower-like shapes on each side of the head, with most of the crystals in the center of these flower-like shapes. One of the green Ari ladies steps forward. Her hair and skin are brighter shades of green than the other 2, and her marks are a bright yellow. I think she's about as old as Skrion, maybe a little younger. Hello, friends, she says. Welcome to Aegina. I'm Xenia, and these are my fellow Ari Rei, Isachia and Keti. The one on the right is a darker, more muted shade of green, with orange marks. She looks younger than Colone, but that might just be because she's fidgeting a bit. She looks nervous. The one on the left is a lighter, more pastel shade of green, with pastel pink marks. She looks about as old as Sheeta's elder. Hi, the youngest one says quickly. I wonder if this is her first time on the job. Hi, I parrot back, hoping I don't look too scary. It's wonderful to meet you, dear, the oldest Ari lady says with a soothing smile. Her smile has the same serene quality that Skrion's smile sometimes has. That's why the bright green one seems younger than Skrion. It's in the way they hold themselves and the way they walk. Skrion looks calm, peaceful, and serene, like the pastel green Ari lady. The bright green one holds herself like she's trying to command attention, like she has something to prove. It's nice to meet you guys as well, I answer. They all smile in response. I'm starting to notice a trend with their marks. The older the Ari lady is, the blurrier, softer the marks are, and the younger they are, the sharper, more angular the marks are. Skrion. Xenia's fruity taste fizzes to the surface, occasionally snapping. Isachia envelops us in her warmth, and Xenia evens out her scent. It's charming to see her fizz like that. Perhaps she should have outgrown it by now, but I can't help but find it endearing. None of the most recent crop of Ari Rei went through the snapping or even fizzing phase. Colone was always so solitary. Kame and Para were so serious, and Keti was always so shy.
Kame went through a brief fizzing phase. I'd argue Para did as well.
I'm sure parents would be thrilled if those were the fizzing phases they got to witness. I'm surprised, Xenia says, once her scent is even. Really, I ask. You're surprised I wanted to catch up with you two? I'm surprised you trust Colone to handle the process alone. She has Keti with her, I answer playfully. I'm surprised you trust Clone to act as a suitable mentor. Xenia corrects herself. She took initiative with this sacrifice, I say. About time, Xenia says. Still, she reminds me a little too much of. No one is willing to finish that sentence.
And no one is willing to object to that sentiment.
A little is tolerable, I say carefully. She's still young. She's as old as Kame, and her crystals are still as sharp as Ketty's, Xenia says, heating up a bit as her scent fizzes again. A slow start is fine if she's starting to pick up the pace now, Isachiya says. I'll stop worrying when this initiative becomes consistent, Xenia says. That's understandable, I concede. Now that we've exhausted this topic, Isachiya says, how are things going back on Sheeta? Reese. So, what season is it? I ask, as we walk through a tunnel of ice. I think I can see water running over me. It's Bukornitum, the season of the Bukorni, Ketty answers quietly. Cool, I say. I really hope I'm not scaring her. What's a Bukorni? A Bukornu, Ketty says. She freezes and her eyes widen. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to correct you. Don't worry about it, I insist. There's no need to apologize. Ketty seems to relax a bit. That's good. You want to explain what the Bukorni are, Ketty? Clone asks dryly. Might be a little important. Ketty's eyes widen and she whispers. We need to hurry. We do, Clone agrees, sounding incredibly relaxed. Ketty grabs my hand and begins running. She's fast. I stumble once but manage not to fall on my face. Clone laughs. We exit the tunnel to reveal a lagoon. Various tunnels empty water into a sea-green pool, creating artificial waterfalls. They look like massive pipes, but the water is so clear, the pipe comparison just doesn't quite fit. Whoa, I whisper as I step forward. Things change a lot with the seasons, Clone says. Sheeta looks like this during? What is this season called again? Yes. How? Crystals, she practically sings. Right, it's always those crystals. So why are we here? Are we going swimming? No, Ketty says instantly, grabbing my arm to make sure I don't just jump in the water. I wouldn't recommend it, Clone says. Okay, I promise I won't, I say, and Ketty lets go of my arm. But why not? Ketty grabs my arm again. Clone laughs. She's not going to jump in. She just likes taking notes, Clone says. Ketty lets go of my arm again, a bit more reluctantly. The Bukorni and other creatures, Ketty says. That's why you shouldn't go in. So what are the Bukorni? I ask. They're, Ketty starts and stops, burying her face in her blubbert's fur. A type of animal or creature? She looks to Clone. You'll see. They'll come by soon enough, Clone says. But Ketty is essentially correct. Ketty smiles at that. Screon. Xenia is called away to take care of an issue I'm certain Isachiya set up ahead of time.
She did, and Xenia didn't notice.
Clever trick, I say. Let's hear what she has to say. I try, Isachiya says. Her temperature drops, and her taste of crystals and salt intensifies. Keep a close eye on her. I make sure my own temperature doesn't drop as I assure her. I do and will continue to do so. But she needs to start doing this on her own soon. I won't always be there to help her. I know she needs to come into her own eventually, but why now? The chill persists, and the air becomes sweeter. She's 8 cycles old. Most Ariareae are working on their own at that age. I know, Screon. She needs to start soon, but why is she suddenly showing initiative now? It's my birth cycle. Perhaps it's a gift. I'd love for that to be true, Screon, but I just can't believe that. I worry about sudden behavior changes like this. They rarely come out of nowhere. The sweetness becomes suffocating. I'll keep an eye on her and try to find out what's caused this change. Please, Grian, she says, but not just her. Keep an eye on your associate. My apologies. That was out of line.
But not wrong. I understand her concern.
The scent of crystals and salt fades into the background. Isachiya doesn't say anything else. Age hasn't quite made you bold yet, Isachiya, but I understand. She relaxes at that, and the chill finally dissipates and is replaced with a soft warmth. Good, she says. My blubber, you know how important Cologne is to me.
As if you provided her first limb.
Do I need to worry now? Is there more I need to say?
I don't think you need to worry like this.
Reese. A spot of water begins to bubble a bit before a long horn emerges, followed by a fluffy gray head that almost looks small compared to it. It's cute. There's a blur of bright green and the head is gone. In its place is a spot of red and a long chain of green crystals connected to a mechanism manned by some green people on the shore. The device starts reeling the chain back in, and the blood follows. Once it gets to the shallow waters, I can see the massive gray creature that was stabbed by a green javelin. That's covered in blood. Once the body reaches dry land, people erupt in cheers. They unhook the javelin from the crystals and drag the creature away into a tunnel. The trail of blood continues. I can smell the coppery scent now. Matsubukornu, Ketty says. At least it's just the scent of blood. I can handle that. Are you all right? Clone asks. I'm fine, I promise. So, was it attacking? That horn looks threatening. No, it was probably just looking for food. The horn can be dangerous, and followers have been killed by it before, but they mostly use it to pierce through ice. Ketty explains. If it wasn't attacking, then why kill it? For food, Clone explains before I can ask the question. I'm stupid. Or am I? Most civilizations this advanced have some sort of farming in place. Most can't get to this level without it. So you let it get in? I ask. Maybe it is a kind of farm. If we didn't want it to get through, it wouldn't, Ketty says. The crystal layer of the dome below the water level is left brittle enough for them to pierce through. Is the top of the turtle's shell flooded during this season? I ask. Let me show you a diagram, Clone says, pulling out a crystal. The Akus formed the ice domes during the season of Manura to raise their young. They keep up this dome until the end of Parosea, when mating season ends. The picture shows a diagram of a turtle and the ice emerging from the edges of the Akus shell to form an ice dome. Baby Akus can fit in there? I ask. They're about the size of a blubbert when they're born, Clone explains. Can I have one as a pet? I want a big baby turtle. But I wouldn't be able to take care of it when it grows up. Manura is the nest when the babies are eggs. The following seasons provide different foods with different nutrients the babies need to grow, Clone says as she scrolls through the diagrams of the different seasons, until they're big enough to fend for themselves. The last diagram shows the babies leaving through a hole in the ice. They look big enough to ride like a horse. It doesn't flood? I ask. They surface above the water to let the young Akus leave and the males come. She swipes the crystal and the diagram changes to show a progression of Akus entering the hole the babies had just left from. They can't be much bigger than the baby Akus. They have an interesting sex life, I say. That would be the equivalent of a human... Yeah, I don't know why I even pretended I could do the math. And I don't think I want to know. Indeed. Inside the dome, flowers bloom, attracting the males. But if one overstays his welcome, the scent of the flowers becomes toxic. Typically, most of them take the hint and leave before it takes their life. Clone smiles at the end of that. That's the season of Parosea. Isn't that Kame's favorite season? The season she wished I could witness? The season of turtle sex and poison gas. That's the one, Clone says. We take measures to ensure it's safe, Ketty says. And you give the turtles privacy? You think we enjoy watching the Akus procreate? Clone asks with a smirk. I don't want to judge a seemingly harmless part of their culture. I promise you we don't, Clone says. Good to know, I say. So, what happens after Parosea? Clone smiles and pulls up another diagram of an Aku. A sheet of crystals rises straight up from the edges of the shell before it balloons out into a mushroom shape, complete with holes that look like spots. A little dinosaur-shaped mark appears and enters a hole. Clone zooms in on the hole and begins following the dinosaur shape through the tunnels, taking us on a virtual tour of the Aku diagram. Ketty, you want to explain the ceremony? Clone asks, carefully tracking the dinosaur-shaped figure. Ketty nods, hugging her blubber tightly. This season used to be a difficult time for the followers of Fetus. She begins with a somber expression. Could you pause for a moment, Ketty? Clone asks. Ketty looks a bit surprised and worried. Clone looks like she wants to sigh. You're doing fine. I just know Reese will want to record some notes. Yes, please, I say and pull out my phone. Okay, I'm ready. Ketty looks a bit confused, but relieved. Should I start from the beginning again? That'd be great, I say. Ketty nods. This season used to be a difficult time for the followers, back before the gift. The seasons where the Akus provided protection were dangerous, of course, but nothing compared to when we lost the protection of the dome. Once the young Akus are old enough to fend for themselves, the older Akus spend their time in more dangerous areas to allow the young to have access to the resources in the safer ones. All we could do was follow the Aku through the ice pockets and trust Fetus would keep us safe. How? That seems insane. The path of the Akus is constant, but the earlier followers had to be diligent to discover that path, Ketty says. And thanks to the work they did, their descendants were able to follow the path they forged. A treacherous path filled with dangerous creatures, a path they needed to traverse quickly to ensure they could meet up with their Akus again when the ice dome returned. Many didn't survive, but still, they trusted. I nod. That seems like a terrible idea, but Ketty smiles, so hopefully she's a little less nervous, a little less scared of me. And in the end, that trust was rewarded with the gift, she says, sounding almost as serene as Screon. And those creatures that once hunted us as much as we hunted them are now at our mercy. She turns to the pool in front of us. A large dinosaur-like creature shoots out through the tunnel and is shot with a spear-like crystal in an instant. It falls into the water and is dragged away to shore. That model, it's live, I whisper. Indeed, Clone answers. During this ceremony, we'll explore the way this hunting has evolved over time, how hunting was done during the pre-gift era, and how the hunting was done after we received the gift. We're hunting, I ask. Ketty nods. We're hunting. She seems a little less nervous. Which is good, because now I'm feeling pretty nervous. Reese. This is it? I ask, holding up the knife I was given. Knife might be a generous term for this. It's about the size and shape of a knife, but it's made of a brittle material that I can't identify, but know will break easily. That's it. Clone and Ketty confirm. I don't think hunting beasts that are nearly as tall as I am with nothing but this stupid little knife is going to end well. Unless... Is this secretly infused with crystals? I ask. Clone shakes her head. No, remember this is the pre-gift era hunting method. Before crystals. Is this really all you had? A stone dagger? It's made of rocks from Minura, Clone says. That doesn't make it sound any more durable. Is this safe? I ask. It wasn't back then, Clone says, but we'll make sure you're safe. I look down at the knife. They haven't put me in danger yet. At least the second hunt will be with the crystals. But first, since during the pre-gift era they weren't on an Aku, we have another ride in a giant snake. Don't you want to drive, Ketty? I ask as we step into the snake. All the teens in the old shows Mom makes me watch can't wait to drive. I personally preferred sitting in the passenger seat rather than having some of the best pilots that humanity has ever seen backseat driving. I'm fine with Clone driving, she says. The drive is short, only a few minutes long, and soon enough we're out of the giant snake. We get out on another ice pocket. Unlike the ice pocket I first arrived on, where I couldn't see anything, this one is lit up with crystals. It looks like an Arctic lagoon. Pools of crystal blue water are scattered around icicles that climb up to the ceiling of the dome. A little bit of paradise in the natural world. Except for the crystals, I guess. Ketty steps up to a dark blue rock enclosed in ice. There are faint carvings on the rock. While the Aku would travel through Bukornitum, she would occasionally need to rest and replenish her strength. When she did, we would be allowed to rest as well, and sometimes we would be fortunate enough to rest in a place like this, a place we could hunt. She points to a horned figure depicted on the ice-covered rock. The Bukorni travel in herds led by a leader with pure white fur. In pockets like this, the herd spreads out enough that one can be separated and killed. By someone with more experience, maybe. Not me. Clone. Reese follows our instructions carefully, positioning herself behind an icicle, a safe distance away from the isolated Bukornu. She's whispering the instructions to herself over and over.
She still isn't confident this won't end poorly.
She'll be fine once we properly assure her. I should be able to prepare an acceptable translation of my notes following the human-like conventions designed by the cultural artists.
They should be detailed enough for your purposes. You live on Skrionzaku, after all.
Clone, Ketty says. She's standing at my side.
With her face buried in her blubbert's fur?
Her senso is so faint, it's difficult to keep track of her. Why are you talking about crystals so much in front of Reese? I thought she was just a child. She is. It's simply a choice of conversation. Are you worried about something? I should include my notes in the translation.
With some clever cuts.
Of course. Reese tosses a chunk of horn off to the side to distract the Bukornu.
It looks up toward the direction of the chunk and slowly gets up.
Reese moves to keep as much space between her and the Bukornu as she can, while staying out of sight behind the ice.
She keeps looking down at her dagger.
Well, it's just that it's another thing to keep track of, and her sweet scent gets a bit more prominent. She's almost fizzing.
You call that fizzing?
It's better to answer with the truth if you can. I answer like a decent mentor.
You're a decent mentor now. Her face is still buried in her blubber.
Her temperature is dropping. I can tell she's worried, but she'll be fine. I think I've figured out what parts to cut for my translation.
Already? That was fast. Oh, a Bukornu approaches.
It's close to her, but it's too cool to be alert.
It's sniffing around the area where she threw the horn. Reese takes a step back, and her grip on the knife tightens. Her entire body tenses.
That'll be a problem. Reese is heating up and getting closer to the beast.
She rushes forward, grabbing the fur hide like she was told to. She raises the knife. Bad angle.
She'll only irritate the beast.
Exactly.
The beast roars, and Reese's temperature drops.
It recoils, and Reese stumbles back.
If the beast wasn't shaken, I'd be allowed to intervene at this point, given their position.
Patience is a virtue.
Reese isn't reacting.
She's staring at the Bukornu. She slowly takes a step back.
Then another. The Bukornu is still reeling.
Impatient.
Reese takes another step back.
She glances down at the knife before she turns back to the Bukornu. Then she turns to you. Patience. And the Bukornu is finally reacting.
I hold up a crystal, and the air becomes warm. She's safe.
As safe as she was a few moments ago.
I rush over.
With Ketty close behind. So much for being a good mentor.
Why do we bother waiting?
I'm fairly certain that was explained in your lessons.
Fairly?
I'm certain. As certain as I am that you know the answer.
To appear surprised. Reese. Are you okay? Clone is speaking. Say something. Reese. Yeah, I'm alive. Those crystals are something. They are, she confirms. I look up. Clone looks worried. Didn't you say something about only using crystals for the second one? I ask. I only said what you would be using, she says. You didn't ask about the safety precautions. That's right, Reese. There were safety precautions. You're safe. Well, that doesn't seem very authentic, I begin. Not that I'm complaining. I very much appreciate being alive right now. You're safe, Reese. Stop shaking. Clone chuckles and helps me up. I'm still shaking, but I manage to stay on my feet. Do you want to continue? Clone asks, sounding a bit worried. It's perfectly safe, but you seem shaken. I'm certain Ketty won't complain if we just watch the second hunt. Ketty nods in agreement. She looks worried, but not nervous. That's good. As much as I want to continue on, just watching is probably for the best. I agree. Reese. One giant snake ride later, and we're back at Igena. Clone and Ketty lead me back to the lagoon area, where I get to watch another bucornu get impaled by a crystal arrow. Might have been cool to use the harpoon, but given how much I'm shaking, I'd miss. And that's how our hunting methods have evolved over time, Clone says as they drag the beast to the shore. The second method is clearly better, I say, stating the obvious. Clone chuckles and Ketty nods. What's next for the ceremony? I ask. I kinda hope it's done. I feel tired and useless. Clone reaches up to fix my hair with a soft smile. All that's left is a nice meal and a gift. That sounds wonderful. A nice meal sounds like enough of a gift, one I probably don't deserve after my performance, but Earth isn't going to war with an alien planet, so my failures are probably minimal. Reese. The meal is wonderful, easily the best gift ever. Plates upon plates of meats prepared in so many different ways, all spread out over a meticulously crafted crystal table overlooking the picturesque lagoon. The scent alone would be one of the best gifts I've ever received. The smoky smell of freshly cooked meat mixed with the scents of so many sauces and spices. There's something that tastes a bit like chicken and is soaked in an addictive sweet sauce. Another meat is roasted with a mix of herby spices that I can't name but are very tasty. Slices of a fish adjacent meat are cooked in a spicy crust that's so intense I need a sauce to handle it. I think the sweet sauce served with the chicken meat pairs nicely with it. There are food items other than meat on the table, and they're pretty good as well. Fresh red bread, tart yellow fruit, and a sweet pink liquid. Everything tastes perfect, but I might just be really hungry. At least I was. Now I'm stuffed, and the Ari ladies aren't letting up. Once the food was served, they haven't stopped. I kinda wish I had gotten to see the other inhabitants more, but once they served the food, they left. I guess I'd be nervous around an alien too, and I probably couldn't speak to them. They did provide more evidence that the bright colors are an Ari lady thing. All of them were the same pale shade of green. Clone keeps suggesting that I try new things. Xenia has a history lesson for each of the different dishes. Scrawn keeps adding second helpings of my favorites. I don't know if it's obvious when I like something, or if Scrawn is just really attentive. The actual gift is quite nice as well. It's a fluffy gray scarf made from the bucornu's fur. They had to have made it earlier from a different bucornu. If not, it's amazing they made it so quickly. But as amazing as it is, I wish I had mentioned that to anyone other than Xenia. She's been rambling for a while now about how impressive her people are. And they certainly are. The scarf is clear evidence of that. It's just, I'd like to hear about how they made it instead of a couple dozen adjectives and accolades. She's got to start repeating herself soon enough. I glance over at Ketty and Isachia. They're still talking. I wonder what Ketty wanted to talk to her about. Isachia looks calm as Ketty talks. Ketty seems to be a little less worried as the conversation goes on. I turn back to Isachia, who's still talking. Scrawn is smiling, and Clone isn't even trying to hide how bored she looks. Neither is Blueberry, who has somehow gotten off Clone's lap and is scooting away from the table and this conversation. Xenia pauses for a moment. Hey, where are you going, Blueberry? I ask. Let's see what's caught her attention, Clone says. Come on, Reese. Thank you, Clone and Blueberry, for giving me a break from that conversation. I get up and follow Clone over to where Blueberry is still happily scooting along into a tunnel leading to who knows where. Once we catch up, Clone leans against the wall of the tunnel and just watches Blueberry scoot along. Blueberry stops, turns around, and starts scooting toward Clone. Clone just watches her. Once Blueberry's at her feet, Blueberry begins bumping against her. I think she might want you to pick her up, I note. It seems so. Clone agrees. She continues leaning against the wall. not picking up Blueberry. Blueberry begins scooting over to me. I pick her up. Letters glow on her stomach. And this is the thanks I get for helping you escape Xenia. Unbelievable. Thank you, I say. This fluffball is very crafty. Very, Clone agrees. You shouldn't have picked her up. Too late now. So, nothing caught your attention? I ask Blueberry. Nothing, but you might want to pretend something did, unless you want to hear more about the amazing feats of the people of Igena. It's not that I don't want to hear about them, I say, but... I trail off, looking for something to talk about. There's nothing around here to really talk about. I like the tunnels. Why? I ask. Clone chuckles as I pull out my phone. I like them. Right. Reese. After the meal is over, we stay the night on Igena, or the equivalent of night. I really need to ask about how time works. You keep thinking that you should, but you never actually ask. I asked about lifespans. You know that's not the same thing. It's good to know, but not useful on a day-to-day basis. You should ask about some smaller units of time. It just slips my mind. Repeatedly? More important things keep coming up. More important than your sanity? I'm sane. Really? I get up and put on my scarf and boots. The room feels too small. It's about the same size as the last one we stayed in at Kermapira, and the guest room back at Clone and Screon's place. It's not small, it's a nice room, similar to the guest room back at Sheeta, the same gray furniture and assortment of trinkets. Just in green this time. Going outside should help me clear my thoughts. I sneak out of the room. The building is located along the lagoon. I don't know if I'll get to see the town during this visit. It's nice. It feels a bit colder outside, I think. Or is it warmer? It's just as bright outside as it was when we first arrived. I guess that makes sense. They're under layers of ice, underwater, and living inside a dome on the back of a giant turtle. They probably don't have a day and night cycle. Well, the planet rotates, so there must be a day and night cycle. They probably just don't see it being under the ice and all. The planet being a moon likely complicates things as well. Mark would probably know how. I don't know if he would know how being on a giant turtle further complicates that, but he could probably figure it out. What are you doing outside? I turn around to see Clone standing there with Blueberry in her arms. She looks worried. I start and stop. Why don't you ask her how time works? Fine, I'll ask. You're afraid. I have no reason to be afraid. Just couldn't sleep. So how exactly does day and night work on your planet? Or whatever your equivalent is. Just how does time work here? Clone still looks worried, but smiles as she walks over. Clone. Whenever a potential sacrifice asks about how time is interpreted on Pagos because of the Yaku's migration, simply claim an easy comparison does not exist and assure them that their needs are being taken into consideration. Offer to try and find a suitable comparison if questioning persists to pacify them. I've never had to apply this excerpt before.
Most Aria Rei have by your age.
Reese. There's not an easy comparison I can use to explain it, she answers. We tried to slow down when you appeared tired, but we might have been pushing you too hard. Or perhaps someone is a bit too excited. She smiles playfully as she says that. I try to smile back. It seems like it was a pretty poor try. Clone still looks worried. Please let us know if we're going too fast. Would you like something to help you sleep? A crystal? I ask, half joking, half not. Crystals seem to be the answer to everything around here. Clone chuckles. Crystals can't do everything, she says. Really? I'm not sure I believe that coming from you. I say. You sure there's no easy way to explain it? How time works? Yeah. Clone hums for a bit before answering. I'll try to find one. That's good. Clone's smart. She'll figure it out. Have you figured out how to translate your notes yet? No rush, just wondering. I have it outlined in my head. Clone answers. I should be able to produce a translation pretty quickly once we get back to Sheeta. Everything? I ask. Clone nods with that smile of hers that's almost a smirk. That's insane. You are ladies in your translating skills. Clone's smile loses its smirk-like quality and nearly becomes serene. She almost looks like Screon. Thank you, but it's really the blubberts that are insane. Maybe serene isn't the right word. Somber might be. Clone. May blubberts grant us wisdom, fortitude, and plenty.
May they.
Reese. It'll be you once you figure out how to make the crystals, I say. Your crystal-making skills. Clone stares at me. I can't read that look on her face. What? Did I say something wrong? I didn't mean to insult you. That was supposed to be a compliment. Oh, sorry. I wasn't offended. I just wasn't expecting that, she says, turning back to face the lagoon. She sounds a bit flustered. Thank you. Maybe I said something right. Clone turns back to me with a smile. You should try to get some sleep. Yeah, I agree as I follow her back inside. The crystals can wait until tomorrow. Or after some rest. I finally get some sleep on the ride back to Sheeta. Clone.
Okay, now the translation is done. All the records are in English and in a format Reese is familiar with. There are no hints or mentions of the sacrifice process. It's absolutely perfect. Or is it time for a triple check?
Maybe.
You're stalling.
I need to make sure there are no issues with the translation.
You only have so much time before we're scheduled to go to the final Aku.
I know.
Then just give it to her.
Reese. I can't believe that Clone didn't finish the necessary preparations. She should have known better. She does know better. Screon mutters yet again as she continues working on dinner, or whatever meal it is. Clone went back to her room a while ago to complete her translation using that as an excuse. I'm not sure what preparations she was referring to, but Screon looked mildly horrified when she mentioned that. Yeah, I agree, but Screon doesn't respond. It's almost like she's talking to herself. Takes one to know one. It's a simple mistake. It happens to the best of us. She was likely just lost in thought during a task. Screon continues muttering, pausing between each sentiment. Or distracted by a crystal, I mumble, but Screon still doesn't notice. Probably for the best. She didn't let anything slip, Screon mutters. She won't let anything slip. This is sounding more and more like a conversation by the minute, or whatever unit of time they use. Screon tenses up. Is she okay? Screon. I was muttering. She's been listening to me.
She is.
How long has she been listening?
I'm not sure.
She shouldn't be able to figure out what I was talking about.
She shouldn't. Just like Clone shouldn't have made such a basic mistake.
She probably just wanted a break.
Potentially at the suggestion of my associate.
Clone will be back soon. The error will be fixed, or maybe she'll just be a bit more rested. But it will all be fine. Reese. Screon just stands there, completely still. You okay? I ask, and she turns around. I'm fine, dear. Sorry, I was just lost in thought, she says with a smile. I nod. I don't know what to say. But it doesn't feel right to say nothing. Hey, I start looking around, trying to find something to talk about. I point at some of her pictures. Who are they? Are they family or friends? They're probably her friends or family. It's a stupid question, but Screon loves heading off to catch up with people, so it can't be a bad conversation choice. Screon looks a little surprised by the question, but that surprise quickly melts into a pleased smile. It must have been a good choice. She starts going through each of the pictures, telling me story after story of the people in them. Charas loves making murals like the ones I've seen on the horns in the crown. There's a couple that has been together longer than Skreon has been alive. An old woman that tells the best stories. She never mentions a mother or a father, sister or brother, aunt or uncle, grandparent or cousin. The cult vibes are oh so much fun. Cologne. I head out to find Skreon rambling about every single person who's lived on Sheeta during her lifetime. Reese hums, pretending to be interested.
She might be interested.
Does Reese know every person on Sheeta now? I ask.
She turns to you.
Were you able to handle everything? Skreon asks.
She sounds worried.
I nod. I was. Is it time to eat? Or do you still have half the people of Sheeta left to introduce?
Reese's eyes widen.
Do you have everyone on Sheeta in a picture here? She asks.
Turning back to the pictures, counting the different people in the pictures so she can record Sheeta's population.
Cologne is exaggerating, dear. And yes, Cologne, the food is almost done. Reese. Where are we going? I ask as Cologne leads me through the wastelands outside of town. Skreon offered to clean up after dinner the second Cologne asked if she could show me around the fields of Sheeta. Honestly, I thought it would have been more difficult to get some time alone after how worried Skreon was. I guess Skreon is taking her at her word that she was able to finish whatever those preparations were. A place where you can look over the translations and no one will notice. Cologne answers, forbidden texts and all. We end up sitting at a haven outside Sheeta. Cologne passes me a crystal. It works just like the one you used on Kermapira, Cologne says as she leans against one of the horns, petting Blueberry. I begin reading through the first couple paragraphs of the translation. Excerpts from the Reformed Book of Fetus. Lots of stuff about their gods. Mostly about Fetus. Fetus is the best god. She is so great that she dedicated each of the seasons to one of her fellow gods, the ones who suck. Except the old leader. Well, he may have sucked, but he didn't get a season. Probably not enough seasons to go around. He got to watch over the god's home, Enki, instead. She has a few notes about Enki. Enki is a place from their folklore where their gods live. The Blubbers decided to name the gas giant Pagos revolves around after it as a homage to their gods. Or, as the notes say, when the Blubberts arrived, they took the first Ariorei beyond the ice to behold the home of the gods for the first time. It's interesting to learn about their religion, I guess, but none of this seems particularly relevant to crystal making. The next few paragraphs are about the Our Lady's homes, the Akus. They're amazing. A lot of positive adjectives and nice sentiments from a variety of sources. But that's about it. It doesn't say much. I'm not sure why Cologne included it. Was she looking for something specific in this positive mush? There's also information about the Blubberts. They're also amazing. Very powerful. Very various positive adjectives with the occasional bits of information sprinkled in. I can see why this took a while to translate. Lots of fluff. Or context, I guess. Fluffy context. On to the next paragraphs. More information about the Akus and the Blubberts. Apparently, each season offers different nutrients for the Blubberts. There are some notes that look like they might have come from an Our Lady training manual of sorts, warning the Our Ladies that depriving their Blubberts of certain nutrients will limit their abilities. That they need the nutrients from each of the gods. I wonder if the Blubberts gave them the warning. They probably did. The next paragraphs are Cologne's notes, and suddenly I'm deep in crystal information. Her process of figuring out which nutrients make which crystals, lots of trial and error, a list of ingredients for each of the crystals, and with that a list of all the crystals, all named after numbers, which gives me a headache just to think about it. Why didn't she name the crystals after their functions? Preference, I guess, but I think the functions would be easier. Or shapes. Shapes would be better than numbers. There are a lot of crystals, rows upon rows of crystals, columns upon columns, enough to fill up several textbook pages. I keep scrolling and more crystals keep appearing. Crystals, crystals, crystals. Oh, no crystals on this page, just the innards and inner workings of a Blubbert. I think the basic idea is that the crystals are made using some combination of heating and compression. Let's move past this. It's a little weird looking at it in front of Blueberry. I keep tapping, but the blubber diagram doesn't move. It's the end. And I have no insight. Clone is watching me, waiting. Say something. Anything. So, I start, staring at the internal organs of a blubbert. Anything, Reese. Anything. If you want to go back and look at something again, just tap the crystal twice, Clone says. She's staring at the crystal in my hand. Right, thanks, I say as I begin going through the notes again. She has a comprehensive list of nutrients needed, the resources that contain them, and which seasons you can find them during. She understands the biological process the blubberts use to make the crystals. She understands everything. Come on, Reese, find something to say. How have you not figured this out? You know everything. That was something. Clone smiles. She doesn't look surprised, but I can see the disappointment in her eyes. Sorry, the only thing I could find that's close to a hole in your information is that you don't have the nutrients listed from that one god who didn't get a season. That is a missing piece of information. A piece of information that's probably missing because it doesn't exist. There can't be a list of nutrients for that god because he didn't get a season. All he got was Enki, something they didn't know existed until the blubberts came. So unless the blubberts are flying around in space. The nutrients are from Enki. What? Clone asks. She sounds confused. Blueberry is flickering. The nutrients are from Enki, I repeat. I probably sound crazy right now. There isn't a nutrient list for Enki, Clone says. Enki isn't a season. It's the planet we revolve around. Blueberry's still flickering. Exactly. What if the planet has a nutrient list? Blueberry's main method of transportation is meteors. Maybe she rides her meteor through the outer clouds of a gas giant to collect the minerals for nutrients or something. I'm not explaining this very well. That's an interesting idea. Clone starts with a weak smile. But I don't think it holds up. The reason the number of gods and the number of seasons doesn't line up is because the Book of Fetus took gods from existing religions and had them serve fetus as a symbolic gesture to show everyone that no matter where they came from, their gods have chosen this path, so they should as well. Over time, most of the gods from the earlier religions were scrapped, but the most important ones were repurposed and assigned seasons. Since there was one important god left who couldn't be scrapped, he was given Enki, the home of the gods. Yeah, I say as Blueberry squirms out of Clone's lap and flips over on the ground between us. That makes sense. Sorry, that's all I could think of. Actually, she figured it out. Glows back at us. I figured it out? Reese. We're on our way to another Aku and another giant snake. At least I'm pretty sure it's another giant snake. We could be in the same giant snake. I can't tell. They all look the same to me. Thinking about the giant snake is giving me a headache. Time to think about something else. Screon looks worried. Clone looks tired. I'm starting to think that's just their norm. Clone doesn't get any sleep because she's thinking about the crystals. Screon worries about Clone because she isn't getting any sleep. Rinse and repeat. It's charming. Everyone back on the base had some sort of normal as well. Mine was trying to keep up a positive attitude, with questionable results. Screon.
She didn't rest when she was told to.
She's not asleep this time.
That shouldn't be a compliment. The sacrifice isn't oblivious to her state.
The sacrifice's concern is a useful tool.
One difficult to use when you're hardly awake.
There's just one Aku left before we return home to complete the sacrifice.
One Aku left for mistakes.
And even if she does make those mistakes, the sacrifice will still be completed with minimal issues.
I'd be certain of that statement if you were able to place your emotions aside, and if my associate wasn't involved. You're deliberately keeping your mind blank.
My apologies.
Just ask.
Do you truly think your associate will push Clone down a path that could lead to her failure?
I can't make any certain claims about my associate. Your mind is intentionally blank again. Ask.
What could your associate possibly gain from another failure?
If I knew I could stop this questionable behavior. And your mind's blank again. Normally I can't notice. Ask.
What could your associate possibly lose from another failure?
That's almost blasphemous.
I'm sorry. My apologies.
Nothing. My associate has nothing to lose from another failure.
Reese. Even if this is their norm, I should make sure they're okay. Tiffany would break down if someone didn't pull her out of her spirals, and Mark always needed someone to convince him to get back to work after sulking for a bit. Scrion seems to be a bit more on edge than usual, but I might just be seeing things. Or I just came up with an excuse to talk to Clone first. Clone.
Scrion is worried. We're going to get another lecture.
That's what you're worried about?
What are you worried about? You figured out the mystery of our crystals.
I did.
Well, Reese did. But you provided the translations.
She did.
It doesn't matter who figured it out. Either way, you're now free to make all the crystals you want.
I can.
So, what are you worried about then? Why weren't you able to get any sleep? Too busy planning which crystals to make first?
I had that planned out a long time ago, and I doubt that surprises you.
It doesn't. You still haven't answered my first two questions.
I never claimed I was worried about anything.
Then why weren't you able to sleep?
Why do you care?
You were thinking about the old woman again.
How could I not? How could I not remember her? How could I not remember killing her after everything?
I expected you to reminisce about the old woman. It's poetic, a connection between the beginning and end of your crystal-making journey. But why do you care that you killed her?
Why wouldn't I?
You're an Aulier. May I remind you of how many intelligent life forms you've killed for the sake of Sheeta? Ones that had to die to sustain the current production of the Akus. Ones without any ill will towards you. Ones without any real knowledge of you.
Shut up.
That won't change anything.
Just shut up.
I did that when you're supposed to be resting. Did it help?
Well, this certainly isn't. Say something helpful or nothing at all.
Don't kill Reese.
What?
Don't kill Reese.
That's not helpful.
Why?
I'm an Aulier. I have to kill her. She's a sacrifice. She's on Pagos. Once a sacrifice arrives, they're dead. She's dead.
Really?
If I don't kill her, Scrion will. No matter what, Reese will die by the end of this.
But you have crystals now. You're smart, Clone. You know the power of our crystals.
What do you want? What are you hoping to get out of this?
Entertainment. Something new.
Lives are entertainment for you.
They're nothing to you.
That's not true. The lives of the sacrifices are a necessary price to pay for the lives of our fellow followers. It's the lives of our people or the lives of the sacrifices. You trapped us.
We trapped you.
You trapped us. You offered us your protection and then slowly brought us into a world of abundance. You allowed our kind to grow, to trade and connect with the other Akus. But now, if we stop offering sacrifices, the resources produced by the Akus wouldn't be enough to sustain us.
If we, the Blubberts, have learned anything in the eternity we've been around, it's that there's security in dependence.
You're monsters.
And you're not?
I never had a choice. I was chosen before I had the cognitive abilities to make a choice. I can barely remember the life that I had before my future was chosen.
You're right. You're not a monster. You're at best the tool of a monster.
I head over to the shelves at the back of the mouth and pick up a crystal.
And attempt to ignore me?
Hey, Reese says. Her voice is quiet as she walks over to me. Is Scrion okay? Why? Is she acting weird? I ask softly.
As you continue to ignore me.
Well, she looks worried. More worried than normal. Reese says. And kinda intense.
That's interesting.
What do you mean? She's probably worried about... I start. What would she be worried about?
Your elder.
Our elder, I finish. What's interesting?
I just checked in on my associate and Screon. There were some interesting exchanges between them.
You can check the bonds between other Aurierae and blubberts.
If you have seniority.
I see. Reese answers.
Still sounding worried.
You're her superior.
I'm older. No one can access my mental links without my permission on Pagos. Are you still ignoring me?
Should you talk to her? Reese asks. She seems really worried.
She's a kind creature.
Reese. Cologne looks like she was just slapped. What did I say? I don't think it would help, she says quickly. She composes herself nearly as quickly. I'm sorry, I say. I wasn't trying to upset you. Please let me know if it was something I said or did. I don't want to do it again if I can help it. Cologne.
She continues to prove that she's a kind creature. Why does that bother you?
You didn't do anything wrong, I start, making sure I'm quiet. I appreciate your concern, but don't worry, it wasn't you. It's just still a little shocking. I didn't expect our elder's health to deteriorate so fast. And it's shocking that Screon has been affected by this so much. I've never seen her like this before. Reese places a hand on my shoulder. Things will get better, she says. But they won't. Things don't change on Pagos.
They could.
Reese. Cologne stiffens when I say that. Why do I keep saying the wrong thing? Cologne flinches after a beat. I slowly remove my hand. She's tense, as if she's prepared to fight. Blueberry isn't squirming in Cologne's arms. She glows slightly, as if she's on the verge of flickering. My apologies, Screon whispers as she places a hand on my shoulder, and I practically jump out of my skin. When did she get there? Screon watches Cologne for a second before leading me away. Let's leave her be for a moment, she says quietly. Her blubbert has far more insight than me. You sure she won't just flicker? I ask, half joking. Her blubbert might appear a bit carefree, but she will watch over Cologne. We might not get to see it, but she will, Screon says. She's not looking at Blueberry's stomach, because I'm not sure I believe her, and I'm not sure what else I can say to convince Screon to get involved. Don't worry about that. We can communicate telepathically with our blubberts, Screon explains. Right, Blueberry explained that back when we first met. Back before I knew the blubberts are considered a gift from their gods. It's creepy. Really creepy. Are you okay? I ask, before it occurs to me that question might not be the best idea. I've tried to find peace with our elder's impending death, Screon answers. Good. She thought I was talking about something else. We're really grateful you're helping us with this. More than you'll ever know, Screon says. It's just difficult to accept that she'll leave us soon. I nod, because what can I say? Cologne. What do you want?
I already answered that. I want entertainment, to see something new.
How far are you willing to go for that entertainment? To see something new?
Pretty far, but that's not the exact question, is it?
Are you willing to help me provide the best entertainment for you? Something you've never seen before. Keep in mind that the only way I'll go down this path is with your assistance.
I doubt you'll show me something I've never seen before, but sure, I'll offer my assistance.
I'm not asking for an offer. I'm demanding answers whenever I ask a question, warnings when there's the slightest chance of danger, and any advice you would want to receive yourself at any given point.
All right, this path is dangerous.
Be more specific.
This path could lead to your execution. If you're successful and you want to live, you'll need to disappear like my last Aurierae.
That's an interesting admission.
What are you going to do now?
Now? Nothing.
You don't know. I guess that's to be expected. And that's fine. Just be careful. My associates' trust in me is limited, if any is left.
Interesting. Scran is talking to Reese. She's always cool when talking to the sacrifices.
She looks worried.
She does. I head over there.
With no plan.
With no plan. Reese. I think Vishnuga's current season might be making me a little more sentimental. Scran continues, saving me from the awkward silence. That's the next Aku, right? I ask. She nods. Is Vishnuga's current season your leader's favorite? Scran chuckles. She always insisted she didn't want to pick favorites, even among something as simple as the seasons. Scran says. It's just, she might not live to see it again. We don't know that yet, Clone says, approaching us. She must have finished her conversation with Blueberry. I hope it helped. Scran looks a little less worried. So maybe? I hope she will get to see it again, Scran says. Parosea is a lovely season. Wasn't that the season Kame liked? I ask. The turtle sex season, if I remember correctly. Yes, it's the season of rest and spectacle, Clone answers. That sounds nice, though spectacle is an interesting word. It's probably just the flowers, Reese. Reese. I step out of the giant snake into an explosion of colors. Everywhere I look I see flowers. The scent hits me almost as hard as the colors. Sweet and floral. Very floral. Extremely floral. As if someone poured every single flower-scented perfume into a single bottle and doused the entire world in the mixture. I'd almost call it beautiful, but headache-inducing feels like a more accurate description. Very pretty, I murmur, but a lot. I think I need a moment. I close my eyes and rub my forehead, trying to force the headache away. Take your time, Clone says, and I could practically hear her smile. Parosea can be a bit overwhelming in the beginning. A bit. I open my eyes, and after blinking a few, several, many times, I'm used to it. It's still too much, but I can see the appeal of the season. All the other seasons were dominated by the Aku's color. The ground around Sheeta was blue, the wheat on Kermapira was red, and the crystal tunnels of Aegina were green. But with all the flowers everywhere, it's difficult to figure out the main color of... I already forgot the Aku's name. Hello. Welcome to Vishnuga. I turn around to see two purple Ari ladies approaching us with welcoming smiles. Vishnuga's main color must be purple then. Their headpiece is another thin silver circlet. These ones have a crystal on either side of the head, from which a single strand comes out and divides like upside-down deer antlers with small crystals marking each divergence. The older one has the same type of soft marks as Screon. Her marks and crystals are a shade of light pink. The younger one's marks are about as sharp as Ketty's and Cologne's. Her marks and crystals are a shade of light green. Glad to be here, I say, stumbling a bit as I step forward. Cologne. I need Reese alone.
Screon will insist that you take Paro with you. How are you going to get rid of her?
The same way I'll get rid of Aster.
Huh. Intriguing. Let's see how that goes.
Hello, you two. It's been far too long. Screon says. Aster envelops us in a soft warmth and her citrusy scent. Para follows suit with her crisp scent. She's not quite as warm. Agreed. Aster says, sounding almost as genuine as Screon.
That's a high bar to clear.
Far, far too long. Para agrees, almost smugly.
You just hate Aria Rai.
Far too long.
You repeat?
All the more reason for you three to spend some time together, I say, projecting some of my own warmth, as much as I can without appearing awkward.
Blunt. Let's see if this works.
Para seems a bit surprised.
So does Aster, but not Screon.
That would be lovely, Screon says. Can you handle the ceremony yourself? That was easier than I thought it would be.
Too easy.
Of course, I say. Screon envelops me in a firm warmth. She seems almost proud.
Odd.
Are you sure you can handle it? Para asks, her scent more sharp than crisp. Yes, it's just a show after all, I assure her.
Assure her. Right.
All right then, Esther says. Thank you, Clone. Reese. Clone looks tense after the other 3 Ari ladies leave. Is she nervous? Let's go, Clone finally says with a smile. She turns and starts heading back to the giant snake. You sure you're heading in the right direction? I ask. Don't we have a ceremony to perform? I am. We're going to Enki. She doesn't stop, so I follow her. Okay, but why? I ask. She doesn't respond for a beat. Just trust me. She still looks tense, but she keeps walking, toward the giant snake. Okay, I say, and I follow her. Screon. I know the sacrifice is under the impression that this ceremony is merely a formality. Para starts. But should Clone really be handling it alone? Fostering bonds between the Aria Rei is a key part of the ceremony. Para, Clone is at the age where young Aria Rei can start taking on the sacrifices alone. Esther says. She's been petting her blubbard since Para started talking. Her warmth hasn't faded, and her citrusy taste is thick. That's because by that point they form substantial bonds with their fellow Aria Rei and understand the reminders laced into the individual steps of the ceremony. Para says. I'd question Clone's bond with any Aria Rei except Screon. As for her understanding, she seems to have the reminders memorized, but does she understand their importance? Para. Perhaps she shouldn't be, but I needed to talk to you both, I say. Aster's scent becomes stronger, but she doesn't say anything. What's going on, Screon? Para asks. Aster stays silent. The only sound is her petting her blubbert. I'm worried about Clone, I admit. I'm afraid she'll fall down the same path as Karen. Aster releases a sharp click. Screon. She starts hesitantly, once she composes herself. That's a bold claim. Why would you think that? Karen was one of the most hard-working Aria Rei at the time, and Clone is lazy. Para finishes. Aster is right. They're not worth comparing. Clone is one of the weakest Aria Rei we have at the moment, but I don't think she would do something as stupid as Karen. The only obvious point of comparison is that they're both Aria Rei from Sheeta who have the same blubbert. That's the connection that worries me, I say. The room goes cold, and the sweet scent of crystals almost becomes suffocating. It's those stupid crystals. Always those stupid crystals. What are you saying? Para asks quietly. I don't want Clone to get hurt, I plead. Your honesty is clear. To who? My fellow Aria Rei or your associates? Both. Good. Reese. Our first stop on our way to Enki is an ice pocket. This one is lit up with crystals. And I don't think Clone knows where we're going next. Or she just likes pacing in circles around ice pockets. I start... What do I say? What should I say? She looks stressed. You okay? I ask, but Clone doesn't appear to notice. Is she talking to Blueberry? Or telepathically communicating, I guess. I hope Blueberry's better at finding the right words than I am. Assuming Blueberry is trying to help. Clone doesn't look any better. Clone, I say as I place a hand on her shoulder. You okay? She's listening now, but she still looks stressed. I was going to kill you, but there's been a change of plans. She was going to kill me. I start laughing. This is ridiculous. Even Blueberry is flickering. But Clone isn't laughing. I'm glad there's been a change of plans, I say. My throat feels dry. Very funny. But are you okay? I'm worried about you. I can hear the desperation in my voice. She wouldn't kill me. Did I really believe that? Did I really believe for a second that an alien from a planet that I've never heard of would want to kill me? Well, when I put it like that, it doesn't sound completely out of left field. Kind of seems like something I should have considered back on the base, before I followed Blueberry here. Alone. There's no way. Just because it's something I should have considered doesn't mean she would. She saved me several times. Why would she do that if she wanted me dead? Clone, if you don't want to tell me what's wrong, I get it. We barely know each other after all. That feels like a lie, but it's the truth. I get it, I continue. My chest feels tight. I get it, but you can just tell me you don't want to talk. Reese, she says, calm down. If you wanted me to be calm, that joke wasn't the best way to do it. Please say it was a joke. Please. Clone takes a deep breath. She isn't smiling. Why isn't she smiling? It wasn't a joke. Now. She was going to kill me. Reese! Shut up. Why are you talking to me? Reese! I trusted you. I tried to help you. Reese! I thought you were my friend. Reese! How could I have known? Why would I even consider that after you saved me? Reese! You were going to kill me. My throat hurts. Exactly. I was going to kill you. Was. Not anymore. Please calm down. Calm down. You wanted to kill me! I'm screaming. It hurts. Everything hurts. I trusted you. If you want to die, we can go back. I could still die. I trusted you, I whisper. It hurts. Everything still hurts. I trusted you. Clone.
Reese falls to her knees. Tears start streaming down her face.
She's crying.
And this surprises you. She trusted you.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean that, I say.
Really?
It was an empty threat. Could you please stop flickering and help?
Considering that Dolly might be nearby, I suppose I should.
Blueberry squirms out of my arms and scoots over to Reese. Reese. Something nudges my hand. Blueberry. When did I end up on my hands and knees? Blueberry rolls over. It's blurry. When did I start crying? I try to wipe away the tears. Eventually, everything isn't so blurry, and I can see what's glowing on Blueberry's belly. I would say I'm sorry, but you won't. You aren't. But I've lost count of the lives I've ended, so I can't say I am. Right, it's a regular occurrence for you. I wanted to believe you, both of you. What I can say is, I want to see you live. I'm not sure I believe that, but I want to believe that. I'm an idiot. My throat hurts. Simply because I haven't seen one of Pagos's potential sacrifices live before. I'm not sure how to feel about that, but I believe it. Clone does care about you. Right. She's just bad at expressing it. Really, couldn't guess. For what it's worth, in the past, Aria Ray have been executed for revealing the truth of Pagos to potential sacrifices. Executed. She could die because she told me this. I guess that's worth something. Perhaps an explanation of everything would help. I nod. An explanation would probably help. I think. I hope. Please, please let it help. Reese. Clone sits down next to me, and Blueberry curls up in my lap. I start laughing. The two aliens who are going to kill me are trying to comfort me. It's ridiculous. Just not ridiculous enough to keep me laughing. At least I'm not sobbing anymore. Where do you want me to start? Clone finally asks. How about why you were going to kill me? That seems like an obvious place to start. The main responsibility of an Aria is to acquire and prepare sacrifices, Clone explains. The sacrifices provide additional nutrients that the Akus need to maintain their current level of production. Responsibility, sacrifices, nutrients, Akus, maintain. Got it. Guess that makes sense. What made you change your mind? I ask. The answer doesn't matter. I can't escape, but I want to know. What made me change my mind? Clone repeats softly. She opens her mouth and closes it. She looks forward, staring at nothing, as if she's trying to piece her explanation together. There's a story there. Why don't you start from the beginning? I suggest. The beginning, Clone mutters. She briefly glares at Blueberry before she goes back to staring at the same spot. My earliest memory is being chosen as an Aria. I don't have any memories of my life before that, Clone says. That was when you were 2 years old, I say. Clone nods. 1 cycle old, she says. Cycle? A full rotation of the seasons. It takes about 2 years, she explains. So you can translate time periods. I know she was only talking about the minutiae last time, like day and night, hours and minutes, not years. I know that. Shari translated her age into years, gave me all the details on her species' lifespan. I have the recordings. She didn't use the word cycle, but that's not a big deal. But we don't. It disorients the sacrifice, makes them more dependent and less focused. Oh. Well, it certainly does. Clone bitterly smiles at that. So, you would be 6.5 cycles old now, right? You remember? I cared. She nods. So, your earliest memory was being chosen. Is that normal? Should you remember more? I ask. It could be normal, but it also could have been a crystal. That's messed up. Clone just smiles. I don't remember exactly what happened after I was chosen, but once Aria are chosen, we are separated from our families and placed in the care of our respective blubberds and those who work at the crevice, and any older Aria if your Aku is large enough to have more than one. So Skrion is the closest person you have to a family member. You've already dismissed the blubberds and the crevice workers, Clone notes. Skrion also didn't have a choice, I answer. Clone smiles. Choice. That's what matters to you. It does. It doesn't matter to you? Clone laughs. It sounds hollow, defeated. Did it always feel like your life was a cage? She asks. I thought we were talking about you. Clone just stares at me. No, I finally say. Not always. Me neither. I didn't realize that it was until I met this old woman. Clone. Old woman? Reese asks. A sacrifice, I clarify. Just another sacrifice. That's all she should have been.
But she wasn't.
But she wasn't, I admit. Why wasn't she? Reese asks. How can she sound so calm when she just fell apart?
She's still trying to make sure you're okay, even when she clearly isn't, when she has no reason to.
Self-preservation.
You don't need to be okay for her to survive. You just need to be functioning. Kind, isn't she?
Clone. Reese says. Why wasn't she?
Someone doesn't like me.
She's glaring at you.
Yes.
I wish her scent and temperature changed more. She was a scholar, I try to explain. One of the easiest types of sacrifices to collect. Perfectly manageable if you follow the protocol. The protocol drilled into you since you were 1 cycle old. There shouldn't have been a problem.
Reese nods.
Okay, she finally says. That sounds easy. But she focused on the crystals, which shouldn't have been a problem, I say. It shouldn't have. It really shouldn't have. But she kept talking to me. Clone, she said.
Well, she called you a different name.
You have to see this. Well, you probably already have, but it's incredible. She kept asking me questions. Clone, is it possible to combine these crystals? Have your people already done it? Or your little friend's kind, I suppose? She kept trying to befriend me. So, what do you do for fun? You're young. You can't just work all the time. And her enthusiasm was infectious. Nothing. You need a hobby. There's more to life than working. Much more. Trust me. Why not join me in my studies? These crystals, they're amazing. And then? Are you going to finally tell me what these crystals do? And then she screamed. She probably couldn't comprehend what was happening to her in her final moments. That must have frustrated her more than dying.
If you say so. Most creatures just don't want to die.
Reese. Clone closes her eyes. She was sacrificed. She finishes. There was no other way the story could end. What was her name? Clone smiles. I'd tell you her name, but it's likely you wouldn't be able to comprehend it. We alter our vocal mechanisms and communication methods to accommodate each sacrifice. I reach up and rub my throat. It feels dry. You altered your physiology to trick me. Clone nods. You could communicate with, I say, could kill a lot more species than I thought. We're only allowed to procure life forms that our blubberds instruct us to. This ensures that we don't sacrifice blubberds or certain species allied with them. Only certain ones. I turn to Blueberry. What's the difference between the allies you kill and the ones you don't? I don't know. I'm on Pagos to avoid the blubberds who make those decisions. Right, I mutter. Of course the blubberds would kill their allies. Humans kill their allies back on Earth all the time. The only sentient life forms I've met who don't kill their allies are the Ari ladies. They have world peace after all. A world peace built on sacrifices they kill using gifts from their gods. People really think these fluff balls are a gift from your gods with all the sacrifices? Do they even know what you're doing? Of course the people know. They help with the preparations, Clone says. Why wouldn't they think they were a gift from the gods? I was under the impression that you all thought Fetus was amazing. All the text I've seen so far indicates that your people think Fetus is benevolent. I wouldn't expect a blubbert from a benevolent god. My people do consider Fetus a benevolent god, the god who rewarded our faith with a gift that allowed us to flourish. I don't have much of an opinion. I suppose I find her mildly annoying because I have to listen to Blueberry complain about the integration of mythology every so often. And these are the views of an Ari lady. Clone starts laughing. Blueberry isn't flickering for once. Tough crowd, but I'll take the one with a less messed up sense of humor. Clone finally stops laughing. I think that's the whole story. Well, Reese, you know the whole story. Do you feel any better now? You guys could really kill any alien you want. We killed any alien we were told to. Right. That's the distinction. Colone's eyes narrow. Everything okay? I ask. Her eyes dart around the ice pocket. Colone focuses on a random piece of ice before she nods. Blueberry hasn't offered any input in a while, Colone says. I think she's focused on something. It shouldn't be a problem. Nothing can defeat a blubber. Okay, after everything you've told me, I believe that. Colone starts to relax a bit. I wonder if Blueberry started yapping again. It must be weird to communicate like that. Do you have to think a certain way to send a message to Blueberry? I ask. Would it be insensitive to pull out my phone? No, each bluebird has complete access to her Arirea's thoughts. Perhaps they have to think a certain way to send their messages. This power imbalance shouldn't surprise me at this point. You want to confirm that, Blueberry? I ask. There's a clicking sound. Is that Blueberry? She won't. I jump up and turn around, nearly stumbling over my feet, only to find myself face to face with nothing. Was that you? I ask Colone. How can you? Who are you? Colone asks, looking around trying to pinpoint where the voice came from. And Blueberry's flickering again. If I ever write an autobiography, that's what I'm going to call it. My name's Karen, as the blubber translates it. A clicking sound echoes through the ice pocket, overlapping with the voice. Colone's eyes widen. Nice to meet you. I'm Reese, I say, because as we've already established, I have no survival instincts. This is Colone, and the flickering one's Blueberry. I was hoping the next time I met the blubber, she'd be a carcass, Karen says. She sighs over the clicking sounds. It's nice to meet you, Reese, and I suppose it's nice to meet my successor as well, she says. Her tone becomes lighter, more friendly, less drenched in hate. You're alive, and you've been hiding with the dolly, Colone states. The dolly, the monsters that tried to eat me when I first got here. A towering figure emerges from the ice, the long limbs and the whip-like tail. A dollus. It looks a lot like the one we saw when we just arrived. A horn curls around what looks like its head before curling around its neck. There's a cloak covering the upper part of its body, shifting as it moves, revealing what looks like a rib cage. It doesn't quite look like it's made of bones like the other one, but I think that's just because of the colors. This one is a deep blue with parts of the skin covered with a smooth pink stone that almost shines like jewels. Are they crystals? Some parts of the skin look like the smooth parts were ripped out. As it walks forward, it folds in on itself. Limbs carefully fold away into the hollow parts of the body. The creature is close to our height once it's a few steps away. The crystals embedded in it begin to glow, obscuring the creature in a faint light. The silhouette of light molds into something that looks human. The glow fades, and in the creature's place is an Ari lady. A gritty version of an Ari lady, at least. Her gown's a shade of light gray like her cloak was, instead of the white ones the Ari ladies wear. She's the same shade of blue as Colone, and wearing the same crown, just with a few of the crystals missing. It matches the way the horns wrapped around her head in her other form. Her marks are blurry like Isachia's, and the same color as Colone's, interrupted by sporadic scars. Blueberry begins squirming in my arms. All my Arireae come in the same colors. As for the scars, it seems like she really wanted to get rid of some of those crystals. Must have been painful. I'm not hiding with the dolly. I left to be with a dollus, Karen says. The volume of the clicking increases for a bit. Karen smiles. Allow me to translate my love's input, since your guide appears to be a bit shocked. Did the blubber forget to mention you shouldn't fall in love with the dollus, or did it not fit with the curriculum? Sounds like Blueberry. It's incredibly concerning how easily I associate Blueberry with withholding information. Thanks, I appreciate the translation, I say, even though I'm still a little confused. Reese. Karen sits down in front of us, so I follow suit and pull Blueberry into my lap. Karen watches Blueberry, who probably isn't making the best case for herself by flickering. I suspect it's intentional. Clone sits down beside me. Another Dulles emerges from the ice. They climb down and sit down next to Karen. This one doesn't appear to have shape-shifting abilities. Or maybe they just don't feel like shape-shifting for us. Maybe they like towering over us. This one is pale gray, like the one that attacked me when I first got here. They really do look like skeletons, as if their bodies were meant to accommodate muscles and organs. Some of their limbs branch out into 2 or 3 segments before they converge again at a joint. Other pieces are hollowed out at odd places, creating little nooks and crannies you could store items in. Some simply hang centimeters apart from the rest of the body, like they're wearing a crinoline without a dress, or a rib cage. The clicking sounds never really stop. Sometimes they're so quiet I can barely hear them. Other times they're loud enough to be part of the conversation. Karen occasionally smiles in response to the particularly loud parts, but she doesn't say anything. The clicking sound is probably how the dolly talk. Every so often, Clone appears to react to the clicking sound. She looks more and more confused with each passing second, or whatever unit they use. She never turns away from Karen. "How's Screon doing?" Karen eventually asks. Clone looks surprised Karen is addressing her. "Well," Clone says. "Before all this, that is." Karen smiles at that. I'm glad. It felt cruel to leave her behind with the blubber, but I doubt she would have come with me if I had asked. And if I had forced her, I doubt she would have adapted. She watches Blueberry with a conflicted expression. Blueberry flips over on her back, but no letters glow on her belly. I start giving her belly rubs because I'm an enabler, but I'm pretty sure Blueberry will do whatever she wants regardless of what I do, so I keep petting. Karen frowns and turns to Clone. "Speaking of the blubber, have you provided Reese with a way to translate? If you don't intend to sacrifice her, I imagine it would be more convenient to provide her with that," she says. "That sounds nice, but wouldn't that include crystals growing in my organs?" I ask. Karen repeats my question with a series of clicks. Her love shifts beside her. The chattering sounds pick up for a moment. Karen keeps her eyes on Clone. "Was that a lie or a half-truth in this language?" Karen asks. I shouldn't be surprised at this point. "I can see where Screon's love of honesty came from," Clone says. My execution may have solidified that mindset. Clone continues staring at Karen. "Blueberry," she says, "give Reese the crystals required for auditory and visual translations." I wait for the pain or some sort of weird feeling. Anything. But I feel nothing. I look down at Blueberry and wait for a message to appear on her belly. Done. Really? I ask. Done continues glowing on her belly. Okay, I say. Close your eyes for 4 seconds. I follow her instructions because there's no reason not to at this point. After 4 seconds, I open my eyes and look up. In Karen's place is a carefully folded up mass of the doll's bone-like limbs shaped like a human silhouette. I turn to Clone. In her place is the same carefully folded up mass of doll-less limbs. I close my eyes for another 4 seconds. When I open them, the Ari ladies are back to normal. At least what I thought they looked like up until now, with the facial marks, intricate crowns, and fluffy gowns. And the crystals. Neat trick. Karen rattles off a series of clicks again as neat trick echoes over top. Yes, Karen's lover says, his voice overlapping with louder clicking sounds. Those creatures are full of those neat tricks. My name is Daw, whatever the blubber translates that as. Nice to meet you. I can understand him. Definitely a neat trick. Nice to meet you too. I'm Reese, whatever Blueberry translates that as. I introduce myself. And do you care if I record your answers? Colone chuckles at that, as Karen translates.
Interesting priorities you have there.
Daw comments. I have no issues with that, Karen says. Thanks, I say, pulling out my phone. I have a few questions. So, are you guys the same species? And Karen, are you an Ari lady? We are, and I used to be one, Karen says. I spent way too much time as one. So you're all Dolly, I ask.
No.
Daw and Colone answer instantly. All the while, Blueberry flickers. Colone turns to Karen. Are you a Dallas? I live like one, she answers, but I've never been used as one. That's an interesting distinction. Used as one? I ask. The only reason the followers of Fetus have any name for us in recent times is our utility. Daw answers. We're an easy way to make future victims feel safe around the Blubbert's favorite slaves. Guess that must be their kinda sorta translation for the Ari ladies. It's a bit wordy. I'll stick with Ari lady for now. Not a fan of the seal plushy aliens? I'm not a fan of gods being anything more than songs or stories, he answers. I nod. Mom always seemed to be particularly annoyed by the religious songs and stories, but I guess she never had to deal with aliens pretending to be gods, until one lured her daughter away to a random alien planet to kill her. Her daughter, who's almost a legal adult, who frankly should know better. Of course you would prefer our gods be nothing more than songs or stories, Colone says. Then your kind would have been able to torment us freely. Then the followers would have given up on their foolish ideas, Daw says. Before the Blubberts arrived, it was insane to keep living on an Aku, and if the Blubberts didn't intervene, it would still be insane. It was only considered insane because it was in conflict with the way things were done at the time. Colone starts and stops. Why am I arguing about this? Karen chuckles at that. Do you really think they would have stopped believing in their gods? I ask. I doubt that, Colone says. Fetus is the god of trust, after all. My ancestors might have trusted her word until the end. Colone's right, Daw agrees. Without the Blubberts meddling, they'd all be dead by now. Colone glares at him, but she doesn't say anything in response. Screon, a crevice worker rushes toward us. We don't know where Colone is, he says. How? Para instantly asks. Aster stiffens in response, but she doesn't appear surprised. Someone mentioned that she left on a Serpens. He continues as the room goes cold. The worker begins to nervously chatter. The room gets a bit warmer as Aster composes herself. We need to intervene, Para says. Her voice sounds cold, intense.
My associate has taken over.
Yes, I agree. Aster's tail sways. She's completely focused on Para.
We are to bring Colone, the sacrifice, and my associate back. You are to complete the sacrifice process for Sheeta, while the rest of the Aria meet to discuss the fate of Colone and my associate. Is that understood?
Yes, I will complete the sacrifice quickly, without issue, and return to witness the decision.
My associates have already sent out a message to the other Akus. You won't have much time.
I'm aware. Screon. Para says firmly. Her voice sounds cold. No one wants Sheeta's Aria cycle to fall further out of sync. I know.
But you're assuming the worst.
It's difficult not to.
Try not to dwell on it. It's out of your control.
Screon. Aster says gently. We need to get going.
The room gets a bit warmer, a bit sweeter. I know, I assure them.
Let's go.
Para says.
Cologne.
It's nice of Karen and Daw to offer us free reign of their territory.
I'm fairly certain you could have forced them to if they didn't offer. How much longer do you think it will take us to find a suitable place to burrow through the ice?
I could have, but I doubt Reese would have reacted positively. And I don't know. I'll know it when I see it.
Of course. Hey, Cologne. Reese starts?
She's been kind enough to give you some time to think.
Yes, I say. What do you think would have happened to your ancestors if the Blubberts hadn't come to Pagos?
She asks. Are you asking me if I think they would be dead?
Well, yeah. Do you think they would be?
Why are you asking me?
I don't know.
Reese says.
Maybe it's because you didn't object when Daw said that. You just glared at him.
That's a good answer. Don't you think she deserves a good answer in return?
So, do you think they would?
I don't know, I answer. I never met them.
Well, what do you think the people of Sheeta would do now if the Blubberts disappeared?
Reese asks. The people of Sheeta would be convinced they did something wrong, because why else would the gods revoke their gift? The only ones without absolute faith in the gods are the Aurei.
That makes sense. But what would they do after that?
Repent and pray for forgiveness.
But after that?
They would live the way our ancestors did before the Blubberts came.
And die?
The population would definitely fall. The Akus would not be able to support the size of our current population without the additional nutrients.
But would everyone die, give up, or survive?
Die. All species inevitably go extinct.
Except the Blubberts.
Of course.
I don't know, I answer.
Guess.
If I were to guess, I say, they would probably follow Screon.
Reese pulls out her phone. She's fine then. All is water under the bridge, as the humans would say.
I doubt that.
You wanted to believe that.
So you Ari ladies would be at the top of your social hierarchy even without your Blubberts?
Reese asks.
Good question.
Likely, I answer.
Naively.
What, the Blubberts don't pick the best?
We pick children.
Screon would be at the top.
She would.
Screon.
Everyone has responded to the notice. They're either on their way or preparing to leave.
Para reports. I'll be glad when this is over and I can hear Para again. Aster clicks as she continues guiding the serpents.
But Para is focused on you.
Good, I answer. Are we close?
There are only a few crystals left with traces of my associate, and the trail ends at a known location. So theoretically, we're close.
Theoretically.
My associate is far more experienced than me. It could be a diversion.
Do you think this is a diversion?
If my associate had time to plan this in advance, then it could be.
Reese. We continue walking around, waiting for Blueberry to tell us it's a good spot to start tunneling through the ice. These spots must be very rare since we've been walking around for a while now with no indication. Or Blueberry's just messing with us. Seems like something she would do. She's not flickering. That's weird. Blueberry suddenly starts squirming in Cologne's arms. Cologne looks confused for a moment before she grumbles something along the lines of course, and holds up Blueberry to show me the message on her stomach. We might run into an issue. What kind of issue? I ask.
It would be nice of you to elaborate,
Clone says. Just trust me. Trust you, I repeat. It's not like you have any other choice at this point. Clone actually has the decency to look a bit ashamed while that glows on Blueberry's stomach. I don't, I agree. Just pretend to believe the lies. And would you like to swallow this crystal? What lies? I ask as a crystal forms on the tip of her tail. We don't have a lot of time. Do you want to swallow the crystal? No, but do I have a choice? The crystal disintegrates in front of my eyes. Clone maneuvers Blueberry back to the default blubber-carrying position. Clone looks just as confused as I feel. She stares at Blueberry for a bit before turning to me. Should I have swallowed it? I ask.
It doesn't matter,
Clone says. You sure? I ask.
It doesn't.
What?
I thought I'd give you the chance to have the illusion of control. Come on, Reese, we need to keep moving.
Blueberry?
Yes?
Right. You could have insisted I needed to swallow the damn crystal to give an alien unfiltered access to my thoughts.
I gave you the choice to have the illusion of control, and you declined.
Shut up.
Please try not to annoy her too much, Blueberry,
Clone says. Someone is thankfully quiet as we keep going, looking for the mystical spot where we can travel through the ice. The ice is starting to blur together as we keep walking, searching for something that probably doesn't exist. Clone stumbles. Are you okay? I mumble. I trip. My vision goes black before I hit the ground.
Clone.
Oh, you're finally conscious. Somewhat. Keep your head down.
What happened?
It appears Screon was a bit more worried than she let on.
Really? I doubt they would have gone after me just because Screon was worried.
Perhaps not. Perhaps if I wasn't involved, and you hadn't randomly left an Aku during a sacrifice.
I'm restrained. Are you?
No,
Do they know where you are?
no, they likely have some guesses.
Will they be able to find you?
Not in time.
Is there anything you think I should know?
I have a plan.
Care to elaborate on that plan?
Not enough time. I might be quiet for a bit. Reese is starting to wake up, and I may need to intervene.
Of course. Keep her safe.
I will.
Reese. I feel nauseous. I try to open my eyes. Everything's foggy. I blink a couple times. Everything looks a little less foggy, but I still feel dizzy. I passed out, right? I think that's what happened. How did that happen? Someone's talking. I can't make out what they're saying. The fog finally starts to fade. I can kind of make out my surroundings now. There are 3 Ari ladies, Screon and 2 others, the purple ones, from Vish whatever.
Dear, are you awake?
That sounds like Screon. Almost, I mutter. I blink a few more times. What happened? I ask, slurring more than I'd like to admit. I try to focus on Screon. She tucks some of my hair behind my ear. Her touch is gentle. She's trying to smile, but it doesn't reach her eyes. I close my eyes for 4 seconds. I open them, and I'm staring at a light blue dollus folded up into a human-like shape. The dollus doesn't look sad, but I don't know what a sad dollus looks like. I close my eyes for another 4 seconds. Clone succumbed to insanity. One of the purple Ari ladies says. Insanity?
It's just a way to excuse her earlier behavior.
Where is she?
She's currently pretending to be unconscious to your left.
Cologne's there, slouched over. She looks unconscious. She's a good actress.
There's always a chance.
Screon starts, closing her eyes.
How do I explain this? Overexposure to crystals can lead to a myriad of health issues. Since we're exposed to crystals so often as Aurierae, we're more susceptible to these health issues. The blubberts do their best to select candidates less susceptible to the effects, but there's only so much they can do.
I doubt that.
Smart.
Do you have to be a jerk right now, Reese?
You don't have to, but listening to me might benefit you. Might help you stay alive.
Oh, right. I'm stuck with the creepy seal alien god in my head. Neat.
Especially if you want to escape. And stay alive.
Yeah, I want to escape. Anything I should know?
There's a chance you can convince Screon to help with your escape.
A chance?
Reese,
Screon says. She looks concerned. I wonder if it's just an act.
She's concerned. About Clone?
Yes, I respond.
what happened?
Screon asks. She looks worried. She sounds worried. So I'm going to take a wild guess. If I tell them everything Clone told me, they'll deny everything and kill Clone after they kill me.
Pretty much.
So I just tell them part of it. Or do I completely lie?
Part of it. Try not to lie.
We were looking for one of Clone's crystal ingredients. I start. Clone said the ceremony wouldn't take long, so we decided to look for it, since it can normally be found on Akus during Parosea. We couldn't find it, and we were going to go back to the ceremony, but Blueberry mentioned that it can sometimes be found in ice pockets, so we decided to look for it there. Screon frowns at the mention of Blueberry.
It was a smart decision to mention me.
We were just going to check and leave, but the monsters attacked. We weren't in any danger. Blueberry took care of it. Still, because of the attack, we were taking a bit longer than expected. And then? I don't know. The last thing I remember was the three of us walking around, looking for the ingredients. I felt really dizzy. I think I collapsed. Screon looks relieved.
I'm glad you're safe. This planet is full of dangers.
Like you.
I was thinking me, but I suppose the Aurierae are somewhat dangerous.
This whole one-way telepathic communication is really creepy. You know that, right?
Normally only the first generation complains.
Like the crystals? I ask. Screon looks torn for a second before nodding solemnly.
It's rare.
Screon explains. Well, lies softly.
I prayed and hoped Clone would be safe. I knew she spent more time around the crystals than the average Aurierae, but I thought she was okay. The crystals shouldn't have affected her like this. Not now.
Now?
Here's the information Screon is referencing for this lie. If she was more susceptible to the effects of our crystals, it should have affected her when she was younger. Less susceptible individuals are normally only affected later in life.
But none of that's true.
No, our crystals don't have unintentional negative side effects, and we the blubberts would gain nothing from pretending they do on Pagos.
On Pagos? So you lie about this somewhere else? Screon, we have a message from Sheeta, the older purple Ari lady says.
What is it?
Screon asks. Sheeta's elder. Her health is fading. Fast. Screon's eyes widen. She's a really impressive actress.
Their plan is to have Screon complete the sacrifice, while the rest of them deal with Clone's trial.
Here, the younger purple Ari lady says, handing me a bottle of pale purple liquid decorated with stylized pictures of flowers. We didn't know if you had completed the ceremony or not, so we brought this. You can keep it. Head back and finish the ceremony. We'll take care of Clone. That's ominous. The younger one turns to Screon. Once you finish the ceremony, you should stay on Sheeta with Reese, or take her back to her home planet for the time being. Or kill me.
That would be the plan.
We don't know if Cologne will die yet, Scrion says calmly. I can see the pity in their eyes.
They know they intend to kill her. Scrion is deceiving herself into thinking she can change the outcome if she attends the trial.
I try to stand up. I stumble and Scrion catches me. Well, let's finish this ceremony for the person we know is dying, I say, trying to smile. Then we can visit Cologne. Scrown's attempt at a smile is far more convincing than mine will ever be. Reese. 2 giant snakes arrive at the ice pocket. The first one to arrive lazily slithers onto the ice and just lays there. The second one is more alert. It would be watching us if it had eyes.
It's not every day that something like this happens, and someone has to take them back to Vishnuga.
Right. While we were knocked out, the purple Ari ladies covered Cologne with crystals. They glow and lift her about half a meter into the air. The older purple Ari lady leads Cologne into the alert giant snake. The snake only relaxes once they're inside its mouth. The younger Ari lady turns to us before she follows them. Take care, she says. And they're gone, leaving me alone with Scrion.
I think you're forgetting someone.
And you, in my head. And the giant snake. Scrion takes my hand, smiles, and leads me into the giant snake. Once we're inside, she lets go and begins getting ready to leave. Soon enough, we're on our way back to Sheeta, where she plans to kill me. I guess now's as good a time as any to try and convince her to help.
Agreed.
Okay, what cards do I have to play?
Me. I have all the information you need. Start a conversation with Scrion.
Scrion is staring at a map on the wall, petting cotton candy. Cologne will be okay, I say.
That's an interesting way to start, and a wonderful name. And you accuse me of withholding valuable information.
Scrion stops petting cotton candy and turns to me. She smiles.
Scrion. She sounds so confident, so sure of her words.
You shouldn't find a sacrifice's words reassuring.
I hope so, I answer.
She will,
Reese repeats. Her temperature fluctuates a bit. Is she okay?
She should be.
Thank you. I appreciate the reassurance, I say sweetly but carefully. But the mortality rate for Cologne's condition is incredibly high.
You know this, and you still insist on rushing back to Sheeta. The Serpens will be exhausted by the time we get there at this rate.
Yeah, she'll probably die.
Reese concedes.
Without your help. But if you help her, she'll live.
That's sweet, dear, but...
Karen's alive.
Reese sounds confident, almost cocky.
She can't be serious.
What are you talking about, dear? I ask.
Karen, I'm pretty sure you two knew each other. She's the Ari lady from Sheeta who Cologne replaced. It sounds horrible when I say it like that.
She knows who Karen is. How do you know her name?
Cologne told her.
Did Cologne mention her?
She introduced herself.
That's impossible. She's dead.
Why would she lie about that? I'll humor her.
More information would be useful.
Well, I hope she's doing well, but what does that have to do with Cologne? Reese is warm. She's happy.
Karen's alive, and if she escaped, Cologne can as well. Reese. Scrion is still smiling. Her expression hasn't changed since I told her Cologne will be okay. I can't tell what she's thinking. She starts laughing. Her laugh sounds a lot like Cologne's. Then it breaks. Her laugh devolves into something that sounds like a sob.
If they find out that you know this much,
Scrion says, her voice barely above a whisper,
they will kill her. whether it's her fault or not.
They would, but I've taken that into account.
Good to know. Blueberry claims that's been taken into account, I say. Scran freezes. Her eyes are cold.
Did you three just sit around planning this before we caught up with you?
She asks.
Stay calm. She can't hurt you.
I wish. It would have been nice to hear a plan, I answer, instead of just being told to swallow a crystal I didn't even need to swallow. Scran stares at me. Her expression is intense. She doesn't say anything.
She's interrogating Cotton Candy.
Clone's blubbert is involved,
Scran finally says, slowly, carefully.
My reputation precedes me.
I nod. Scran watches me, running her fingers through Cotton Candy's fur. She glances down at her blubbert before looking back to me. Her expression barely changes, but there's something new there. I can't quite tell what it is, but it's there.
Perhaps hope.
I hope so.
Clone's blubbert formed a telepathic connection with you,
She says. Yep. I don't know if anyone's ever mentioned this, but it's really creepy having someone in your head privy to all your thoughts. Not sure if the snide remarks and occasional advice are worth it. Scran stares at me for 5 seconds. 6.
How much do you know?
She finally asks.
Screon. Reese is quiet. She mutters every so often like a young Audiobook.
What are you thinking?
Reese is quite confident.
Even if my associate is involved, Clone will not be able to escape the consequences of her actions.
Would you report my involvement?
You'll get involved regardless of what I do.
I'm sorry.
And I don't intend to lose you.
Thank you.
I know.
Reese starts
That you were planning to kill me for the sake of your Aku, because your job is collecting and preparing sacrifices.
She's quiet again for a moment.
I think that covers the main points.
You have until we get back to Sheeta to convince me that this plan could work, I say.
Or you kill me and let Clone die.
Or I complete my job and ensure that Clone does not suffer the consequences for her blubbert's actions. Reese's temperature spikes as much as it ever does. Clone. I'm lifted into the air once again. Para tugs at the crystal chains around my wrist, guiding me forward, leading me out of the serpents.
Yes, Aster is actually the one leading you.
It's quiet. Is everyone observing in silence? Or are they not observing at all? Who is everyone? Where am I?
Vishnuga, we're heading to the crevice, specifically.
I'm finally placed on the ground. Crystal strands wrap up around my limbs, securing me in place, trapping me. It's still quiet. All I can hear are soft steps. That's odd. Para and Aster normally always have something to say.
Really? I always thought they were some of the quieter Aurorei.
I guess Aurorei never stop talking.
If you say so.
They continue walking around, not saying anything. Suddenly, the number of steps increases. More Aurorei have arrived.
Welcome,
Aster says. The words float over the clicking sounds. They've already shed the illusions necessary for the sacrifice.
Of course. Why would they keep them up?
More and more Aurorei arrive. Aster welcomes them, but no one says much after that.
That's definitely odd. You would think after what Karen did, this situation wouldn't rattle them so much.
Really?
This inability to adapt and react productively has led to and will continue to lead to the deaths of countless species, dozens of planets, and even a few solar systems.
But not you. Not the blubberts.
Not us.
Now that everyone's here, let's begin.
Para says, pointlessly sticking to formalities. There's a few light, quiet clicks that eventually pull together to form Para's name.
Screon isn't here,
Ketty says. She sounds tired. Her clicks are slow.
Ketty, she has to complete the sacrifice, remember?
Xenia asks.
You know how long it takes to ensure a sacrifice goes smoothly. And Clone made the situation even more complicated. Screon probably won't be able to make it.
Right. I'm sorry. Ketty clicks.
But we're talking about Cheetah,
Kame says.
so why not wait a bit longer? Clone's not even awake yet. We can go through the known information before she wakes up, and then proceed with the questions.
Para says, as if she's in control.
Only Para gets vitriolic quips now? You're quite pragmatic.
Aren't you supposed to be executing a plan?
I am.
Will we wait for Screon after we go over the information?
Kame asks.
We will proceed with the questions after we go over the information.
Para responds. Her clicks are monotonous. I can't pick up her scent.
You're dodging the question.
Kame sharply clicks. The scent of berries is overpowering. Isn't she the only one born in Bacchanius?
They certainly are a steadying contrast.
It would be best for Screon to remain uninvolved.
Esther says. Her clicks are calm, almost soothing.
It would be best?
Kame asks.
You really believe that? Screon might not be able to handle this after everything she's been through.
Esther says. It's weird to hear her doubt Screon.
She's Screon. She can handle this.
Kame says.
Can she, Kame?
Isachiya asks.
Can she handle witnessing that creature doom her protege?
The same creature that led her mentor to her death.
Sounds like my fate has been determined, and judging by the silence, everyone has finally figured that out.
I suspect most of them already knew.
Reese.
We're here,
Screon says, shifting cotton candy in her arms. So, is the plan worth following, or am I dead? I ask. Screon pauses for what feels like an eternity.
She'll say yes.
I flinch, and Screon giggles.
It seems someone told you my answer.
If that answer is yes, then someone did.
That's my answer,
She confirms. It's nice to know she doesn't want to kill me anymore. I'm going to live. Again.
You were never going to die.
Sorry, I'm not a god. Thinking I'm going to live 1 minute and die the next isn't good for my mental health.
I'm not a god.
I know. Sorry, I'm stressed.
I've been several gods across multiple planets and religions.
Right.
Are you ready to go, dear?
Screon asks. She almost sounds worried. Yeah, is cotton candy kind of a jerk as well? I ask.
Rudely.
Cotton candy?
You're blubbert. Screon smiles, but it doesn't reach her eyes.
My blubbert acts like a blubbert,
She says.
She guides me properly and doesn't place me in danger for no reason.
I have a reason if you're interested.
But you won't tell me everything.
Let's go.
Screon says.
Cologne.
This is exactly why we should begin going over the known information.
Para says, finally ending the silence.
Are there any objections?
No one objects.
Then let's begin.
Para says,
this is the second instance in recent times that an Aulier from Sheeta has acted in a harmful manner that contradicts her training. Both of these instances were connected to the elder Blubbert of Sheeta.
Para pauses.
At the command of her Blubbert.
No one has anything to say.
Based on our current knowledge, Cologne's actions include intentionally skipping part of the ceremony and using that time to pursue, at best, personal entertainment. In addition, there were other behaviors exhibited that, while not prohibited, are concerning. She repeatedly only procured the bare minimum number of sacrifices each cycle, has shown little interest during other Aku ceremonies, rarely participated in community events on Sheeta, and would use any spare time to study crystals.
Para pauses again.
At the command of her Blubbert. Again.
Is everything at the command of her Blubbert now?
Yes.
Para's acting normal.
If it makes you feel better, her Blubbert's statements are incredibly calculated.
These behaviors should have been dealt with early on, but they were excused as immaturity. We believed that the elder Blubbert of Sheeta would intervene if those behaviors were truly issues, but the elder Blubbert did not. This led us to the current situation.
Says one of the two Blubberts who may have been able to hold me accountable.
This is the second time that an Aulier monitored by Sheeta's elder Blubbert has acted in such a manner. Thus, Sheeta's elder Blubbert needs to be held responsible.
Para continues.
And how do they plan to do that?
Yes, she does.
Kame agrees. I hear soft clicks of relief.
Likely Ketty.
I can almost feel everyone relax.
Everyone?
Para, please continue.
Isachiya says. The tension returns.
The tension never left.
It is likely that the Aulier did not have much agency in this situation. However, at this point, there is a significant chance that she is unsalvageable.
Para finishes. It's quiet. No one seems surprised.
Congratulations. You finally noticed.
They knew this would happen.
Unsalvageable?
Ketty repeats quietly.
You're not the only one who finally noticed what's going on.
She's one of your devoted servants.
Kame says. She's trying to keep her cliques neutral.
It's a good attempt.
All she did was listen to her Blubbert. Kame.
Isachiya says.
Calm down. Kame, this isn't about punishing Cologne. It's about protecting the Order of Pagos.
Para says.
It doesn't matter what you call it. You're going to kill Cologne.
Kame answers. No one responds.
And Kame's been knocked out.
What?
Her Blubber caught her with some crystal strands before she hurt herself.
She was knocked out.
Yes. Some of Vishnuka's workers are leading her out.
We'll start questioning Cologne when she wakes up.
Para says.
Stay asleep for a little while longer. Any objections to the plan?
No objections. Screon. I follow Reese through the fields of Sheeta. I love these fields. They're so peaceful during a sacrifice.
Okay, so apparently, Blueberry hid some stuff for us in the upcoming haven,
she says. I nod. Reese quickly finds the materials once we get to the haven.
Okay, the first one, we need this, and that for this.
Reese mutters as she begins rummaging through and organizing the materials, sorting them into neat little piles.
And I think that's everything. Is that everything? Okay, cool. Now, Cotton Candy needs to eat it.
Place me on the ground.
I place her on the ground. She scoots over to the piles and begins eating. Once she finishes, she scoots back over to me, and I pick her up.
And now all we have to do is wait a bit for Cotton Candy to digest,
Reese says.
Blueberry claims it shouldn't be a problem since we have plenty of time.
That's true, I agree. If we weren't setting this up, I would be rushing through the minutiae of the ritual.
The brainwashing,
Reese says.
Colone had her concern. She could have easily completed this sacrifice.
It keeps us connected to our history and allies, the foundation of our peace.
Brainwashing,
Reese almost sings.
You're not going to argue.
I'm not.
You ready to make the crystals, Cotton Candy?
Reese asks. 3 crystals appear in my hand.
They're very cloudy,
Reese notes. Let's finish the ceremony, I say.
Reese. Screon leads me through Sheeta's crown. It looks like Kermapira's crown. The carvings are just lit up with pink crystals instead of green ones. The murals depict the different seasons, but parts were clearly redone. I can't help but notice a lack of blubberts.
Once we came along, they didn't have to hide in the crown anymore.
There are no pictures of their true form.
There were. Some are still there, but most of them were edited since the crown was incorporated into the sacrifice process. There's one to your left.
The dollus looks like it's looming over the flowers.
That would be why it was kept.
Screon stops and lets go of my hand.
We're here.
The edge of the Aku, where the ice that surrounds the Aku meets the ground. So this is where you kill people.
This is where we analyze the sacrifices, and then kill them.
Analyze the sacrifices? Screon steps to the side and turns to face me as the crystals embedded in the ice begin to glow.
We perform various tests on the sacrifice to collect data.
Tests? You want to elaborate on that?
We test their reactions to different stimulus and take various different samples from the sacrifice. We then report the data back to, well, I probably shouldn't explain that if you're going to get out of here alive.
Guess you shouldn't. Stimulus and samples? That sounds ominous. Almost like torture. You torture them.
That would be how your species perceives it.
Perceives it? Maybe I'm an optimist. Maybe this is naive, but I'd like to believe most species would perceive it the same way.
I wouldn't say that's optimistic or particularly naive. Most species would perceive it that way.
That's actually really reassuring.
I'm glad you think so.
Screon. The room gets hot, and the scent of crystals becomes intoxicating, overwhelming, enough to cover up the scent of a body being torn apart. It's as if Reese is being delivered to Sheeta. The heat fades, but doesn't completely disappear like it should. The scent of crystals dissipates. Reese's tangy artificial scent remains. Let's go, I say, as I unfold myself and shake off the lingering stiffness.
Reese. Screon's figure is engulfed in light as she walks through the horns. She grows, towering over me in seconds. The light fades, leaving Screon's true form behind. We exit the crown, and Screon stands up a little taller. She was hunched over. As we get closer to the town, I start to hear clicking sounds and muffled words. When the town comes into view, I can see a small crowd of Dolly gathered outside. Screon stands a little taller, perfecting her posture. She was slouching. The clicking sounds peter out into silence.
The sacrifice has been completed,
Screon announces. Her voice overlaps with sharp clicks.
She doesn't slur her words.
The crowd remains quiet for a moment before they start clicking again. There aren't any words overlapping with the clicks.
They're cheering. Well, trying.
Screon raises a lanky, claw-like limb, and the crowd goes quiet.
I have some matters to take care of at Vishnuga. I'll be back soon,
she says. The crowd is quiet for a moment.
Take care, Screon. Stay safe. Come back soon.
Bring her back. The clicking stops. Everyone's quiet. Screon softly clicks. No words overlap with it.
She's trying to reassure them.
Clone.
They're on their way.
Clone.
Para says as I lift my head. Para, I answer. Or should I say Para's blubbert?
It seems Para's blubbert is aware that you know who you're talking to.
How are you feeling?
She asks. For a moment, it sounded like Para was the one who asked that.
But it's just my associate trying to determine how much of a threat you are.
Being restrained isn't particularly comfortable, I say.
Quite the comedian.
That earns me a few clicks.
From Ketty and some of the other young followers.
I apologize for that, but we need to take the necessary precautions.
Para's blubbert says.
Are you still looking for Para?
I understand, I say.
Do you know why you're here?
She asks. Well, something clearly went wrong.
Try to convince them you're blameless.
Not entirely. I was following my blubbert's instructions. Did an issue arise? I ask.
Perfectly innocent.
The incompletion of the ceremony.
Para's blubbert responds. The ceremony would have still been completed, I answer. The rituals wouldn't have been completed, but given the narrative I was working within, that wouldn't have caused any suspicion or issue.
That is not an acceptable reason to ignore the rituals of the ceremony.
Para's blubbert says.
Do you understand why?
The rituals are there to reaffirm the bonds that were forged long ago with the other Aku. The bonds that allow us to prosper with the blessing and support of the blubberts, I answer.
Then why did you believe it was acceptable to skip the ritual?
I was following my blubbert's instructions, I repeat.
What were those exact instructions?
If they decide I'm innocent, or at least salvageable, what incentive does Screon have to save Reese?
I'm sure I could think of something.
How reassuring. Head to the location provided, I answer.
You're more than likely going to be declared unsalvageable.
Then I'm simply buying time.
We'll have enough time regardless.
Why were you instructed to go there?
Para's blubbert asks. Why am I trying then?
Do you need a reason?
Do you have a reason?
Do I need one?
To retrieve some nutrients. You want an interesting outcome.
I do.
Reese claimed you were collecting crystal ingredients.
Paras Blubbert says. You'll have to gamble then. If you don't give me a believable reason, then I have no reason to play innocent.
The more innocent you appear, the more troubling the inevitable verdict will be. And the more troubling it is, the greater the impact it will have.
You know crystals are made from nutrients. You're a Blubbert, I say. Everyone stiffens. The room goes cold.
Not interested in the impact, huh?
This event will have enough of an impact.
Oh well, your saviors are here.
Reese. Vishnuga is still as overwhelming as I remember it. All the flowers everywhere, and not a Dallas in sight. I should stop calling them Dolly. What do they call themselves?
Followers of Fetus?
So they only identify themselves by their religion. Great. I follow Screon through the flowers to the gates of the town. I step past them and into the darkness. I can barely see the round buildings covered in detailed patterns. It was easier to see outside in the field with the crystal posts, but there are barely any crystals here. It doesn't look anything like Sheeta.
Those details were all part of the preparation. Let me adjust your vision a bit.
The world shifts into focus. Even if it's still dark, I can make everything out. I reach for my phone. I still have it. Somehow, it wasn't taken when Colone was apprehended.
You're welcome. Now might not be the best time for notes, though. I can answer all your questions at a later date.
I put it back. She has a point. For once.
I have many points.
Then why does the town look empty? All I can see are the circular buildings. No one is walking around outside. All the buildings only have one hole somewhere on them, but it's too dark to see inside.
The followers don't have visual organs, so the lights are only put up when the sacrifices come.
That's good to know, and I'll have more questions about that later. But why aren't they outside?
I wasn't trying to avoid the question. They likely sensed that Clone was taken here restrained by crystals without her blubber, and well, that can't be anything good now, can it? To answer your next question, they sensed it through smell, temperature, and sound primarily.
We finally reach the center of the town, a mess of horns as dense as the crown.
The crevice.
I follow Screon inside, her crystals making her a glowing beacon, and I'm assuming I'm not completely blind because you've enhanced my vision again.
You're welcome. Not much to see here besides more symbols you can't read.
I'm sure you could translate for me.
We're in a hurry.
There's a clicking in the distance.
We're almost at the main room.
I can see a faint array of colorful lights leaking around the corner. We turn the corner, and I'm met with a room full of followers. Screon walks forward without announcing herself. The clicks stop as everyone turns to her, before moving to clear a path to the center of the room, where Colone is restrained in her true form.
Restrained with crystals.
You would find that amusing.
I like irony. Ready?
I have to be. Screon walks forward into the room. I follow her. It seems like everyone is watching her. Is everyone here an Ari lady?
Kinda and yes. Everyone's focus is on her.
I wonder how they feel. Screon doesn't look concerned, and they certainly know why she's here. She stands at her full height, relaxed but controlled. It's interesting to see all the Ari ladies in their true forms.
Would you like to know who's who? We still have some time before the show. Despite our immense knowledge, we blubbers can be a bit slow to react on the micro scale sometimes.
Why? Sloth? Standard hubris? Bureaucracy?
A bit of all of the above.
Of course. Sure, why not? Tell me who's who.
Over there you'll see 2 yellow Ariareae from an Aku I wasn't required to name for this sacrifice. I think the cultural artist would have had fun making some headpieces you humans would appreciate.
One of them looks like she's made of gold with garnets melted into her skin. The other is a bright yellow with coral-colored swirls in her skin that look too smooth to be crystals, like the remnants of the crystals in Karen's skin. Their horns cover the top half of their faces like spider webs. Maybe they could have made a birdcage veil. I guess that would have been fun.
Maybe. You'll notice the older one is about as old as Karen, and the younger one is about as old as Screon. That's the proper age gap for a two Aurorei Aku.
How can you tell which ones are older?
The ones with more wear and tear, like all species.
I was looking for a more specific answer.
The more fused the crystals are with the skin.
Right. Which one's Kame?
She was escorted out earlier.
Why?
She had an outburst.
Will she be okay?
Probably.
Why don't you know?
She'll be okay if it's a one-time incident.
Why wouldn't it be?
This incident might inspire something.
You want this to inspire something.
I do.
Why are you even here if you find it so boring?
It's better than being told what to do.
Do I know any of the Ari ladies here?
The three green ones with the flower-like horns are the Aurorei of Aegina.
The three Ari ladies from Aegina are standing together. The two on either side each have a long hand-like limb on the one in the middle, who looks like she's folding in on herself. She's smaller than the other two. She leans forward a bit, but the other two Ari ladies hold her in place.
That would be Ketty.
Right, she's the muted green one. Her horns only curve around to make the flower-like shape once like her crown in her human form. And she's covered in orange crystals. Ketty's crystal color. The crystals look like they're stuck to her, not like they're fused into her skin like Screons have. That means the one on the left would be Xenia, since she's covered in yellow crystals that looked fused with her body like Screons. And the one on the right must be Isachia. Her pastel pink crystals are perfectly blended into her skin like Karen's.
Up ahead, you'll see two purple ones with horns that look like upside-down deer antlers. Those are the Aurorei from Vishnuga.
The two purple Ari ladies are standing tall at the front of the room. They look like they're in charge.
Para's blubbert is almost as old as me, so she's the one in charge.
So she gets to be in charge because of her blubbert.
Her blubbert gets to speak through her for the trial. It's more efficient.
Right. Screon reaches Cologne and kneels down in front of her. Cologne shifts in place. I wonder what she's thinking.
Interested in knowing?
As long as Cologne is planning on keeping me alive, I don't need you to relay her thoughts to me.
Cologne. Screon kneels down in front of me. She's warm. She's calm.
She appears to be.
How are you doing, Cologne? Screon asks. The restraints aren't all that comfortable, I answer. Screon clicks easily at that.
She's always been a talented performer.
We're glad you can make it, Screon.
Para says. That almost sounded like Para. Someone's surprised she could make it. I'm glad I could make it, Screon says gently, standing tall and turning to Aster. Have you already gone over the known information? Yes, we're currently questioning her. Aster answers. Do you have any more questions, Para? It takes Para a moment to respond.
We've covered the essentials.
Para says. Her tone sounds emotionless again, almost dead. Para's blubbert is in control again.
And you're dead.
Good work, Screon says. She sounds proud. Where's Kame? Is there a problem on Kermapira? Para doesn't answer. She seems shaken.
Ketty as well. The power of age.
All is well on Kermapira. Kame was simply overwhelmed by the process and escorted out of the room.
Aster answers. I see. I'll talk to her after this is over. Screon promises. Now, I believe it's time to announce the verdict. You've stalled long enough, haven't you? Thank you for letting me say goodbye. Para doesn't answer.
Para.
Esther says. She's shaking. Para, Skrion says. Her clicks are soothing. Would you like someone else to announce the verdict? Para seems to freeze.
The verdict is unsalvageable.
Her blubbard announces.
Reese. That's my cue. I walk over to Cologne's side and activate the 3 crystals you gave me.
One of our many illusion-based crystals, one that can dissolve other crystals, and a crystal that can disconnect other crystal-based structures from their origin. I really shouldn't have given you that one. My clan would be furious. Even more so if they knew you used it on... Well, that's a story for another time. Cologne seems to have finally collected herself.
Cologne steps back and folds herself back up into a human-like shape. She glows and her humanoid illusion returns. She looks fine, but I would certainly use an illusion to cover up the bags under my eyes if I could. I take her hand and lead her out of the room.
That can't be,
Ketty says.
Why? Why is she unsalvageable?
I guess the shock is starting to wear off. Ketty. Xenia starts and stops.
Escort her out, Xenia,
Isachia says. We're out of the room before I can hear Xenia's response.
Skrion. Reese and Cologne walk past me.
It worked.
It did. Thank you, Fetus.
Escort her out, Para,
Isachia says.
Skrion, please follow her.
I wait for Para to move. She's still for a moment before she begins walking. I let her lead me out of the room. Once we're out of the room, Para's scent evens out a bit. I stay by her side and wait.
Skrion,
Para starts.
have you ever heard the story of Carrie?
I believe so, but I can't quite recall it. I lie. She needs to talk, and I'll always be there to listen.
Reese. We're in a giant snake on our way back to the ice pockets when Cologne finally speaks.
Thank you,
She says,
I owe you.
You're keeping me alive. Cologne laughs. It sounds a bit insane.
Only after I decided not to kill you.
A decision I appreciate.
Blueberry could have kept you alive without me.
Obviously.
Probably, I agree. To be honest, while I have no doubt you could have, I have my doubts that you would have.
That doesn't matter now.
Cologne doesn't say anything after that.
Skrion.
Carrie was an innocent young girl who lived a peaceful life on her Aku.
Para begins.
A peaceful life devoted to the teachings of Fetus.
She sounds lovely, I offer. She undoubtedly was. The soft creaks of Para's tail softly swaying drift across the fields. That agreement seemed absent-minded.
She worked hard throughout all the seasons. Always cheerful, she was beloved by everyone on her Aku. It seemed like she had everything she could possibly want.
Para pauses. It seems like everything is finally catching up with her. It does, I agree. Para's tail sways again.
But she didn't. One day she met a boy she had never seen before, a boy from a different Aku. He was one of the early traders from the time before the Outlier, visiting from another Aku. She was intrigued by this mysterious stranger, and she was drawn to him. She spent time with him whenever he visited, and eventually she fell in love.
Para's scent shifts a bit before she continues.
The boy could only visit the Aku every so often, so she began to miss him, like anyone would. She began to wish she could spend all her time with him, like the other couples she worked with on her Aku.
But it's forbidden to move from one Aku to another. I recite the law. Para's tail sways again.
But eventually, her loneliness became too much. Her love became too much. She followed him anyway, breaking the law.
And in their benevolence, the Blubberts allowed her to go without punishment.
And in their benevolence, the Blubberts allowed her to go without punishment.
Para finishes the story. It's a lovely story, I say. Para's tail sways.
I suppose it is. Have you heard the story of Lorelei?
I think so, but I don't quite remember it. I lie once again.
Lorelei was a young girl chosen to become an Outlier.
Para begins reciting the opening lines.
She was called a prodigy at a young age. She performed her tasks properly and devoted herself to her people, fetus, and the Blubberts.
At least that was what they believed.
Or so they thought.
She continues.
Unbeknownst to the people, she was secretly sparing the sacrifices she collected, hiding them away, letting her Aku and people suffer.
So there was only one course of action.
She was killed for her actions.
Para finishes. A less lovely story, but still an important one, I say.
Something about Lorelei's story always seemed odd to me.
Para says. Why was Lorelei punished while Carrie wasn't? I ask.
No, that's obvious. Surviving sacrifices would certainly lead to Pagos' downfall. Lorelei was dangerous, while Carrie was ultimately harmless. A simple fool.
Para says. I sway my tail.
But she was still breaking a rule.
Kitty says as she approaches us with Xenia and Kame at her sides. Xenia is warm, but Kitty and Kame are still running a bit hot. Kitty, Kame, how are you doing? I ask.
Fine.
Kame answers. She sounds equally drained and frustrated. I touch Xenia's first limb. A quick burst of warmth reassures me she's fine. It's good to know she's okay.
I think I'm fine.
Kitty finally answers softly.
But Carrie was breaking a rule. How could she be harmless? If she was harmless, why does that rule exist? Why do only Outlier get to travel between Akus now? Each Aku has a limit to the number of followers they can support.
Kame answers.
Restricting travel makes it easier to prevent disasters like shortages from occurring. Carrie was also alive prior to the establishment of the Outlier.
Xenia says.
Punishing her instead of making those necessary changes would only work for the short term, and Carrie herself wouldn't cause any problems in the future.
Kitty is still for a bit before her tail sways.
I guess that makes sense,
she says.
What was so odd about Lorelei's story, Para?
Kame asks.
The Blubberts knew instantly what Carrie had done, But that wasn't the case with Lorelei.
Para says. She's still for a moment before she continues.
I wonder if she had an elder blubbert. Para.
Xenia says gently.
Probably.
Kame says.
It'd be nice to know what happened to her blubbert. Kame.
Xenia scolds.
Shida's elder blubbert has doomed 2 Ariarei.
Kame says.
I'd like to know the elder's fate.
I wait for Xenia's answer.
This situation is unprecedented, at least to our knowledge.
Xenia says after a moment.
I'm not sure they'll announce the elder's fate.
Stop scratching at your limbs, Ketty, I say softly, pulling her first limb down. She hasn't done that for a few seasons now. I hate to see this regression.
It's just the stress of the situation.
Screon, you'll stop by Kermapira during our next Parosea, won't you?
Kame asks. Of course, I agree. But what will you do if the elder blubbert is still with us? Even if she isn't with us, would that make you feel any better? You still wouldn't know her fate beyond her not working with Shida anymore.
That's true,
she admits after a while.
If it would make them feel better, you are welcome to tell them the verdict, just not the people of Shida.
Thank you. I'll still stop by, of course, I assure her. Kame seems to relax a little, but she still smells defeated. Kelowna.
What's next?
Enki.
What do you want to do about Reese?
What do you mean?
Normally, knowledge of the sacrifice's existence is wiped both from the species' consciousness and any of their databases that contain records of the sacrifice's existence. Do you want me to restore that information? Should we return Reese to them? And if we do that, should we wipe Reese's memory?
Why are the sacrifices we procure always sentient species with some form of recorded history? It seems the absence of that would make the sacrifice process a lot easier.
It doubles as data collection for my species.
What are you talking about?
Is everything okay, you two?
Reese asks.
You asked that last question out loud.
Great. We killed people just so the blubberts could collect information on different species, I say.
Yeah, she never told you?
Reese asks. She told you?
It came up.
Are you okay?
Reese asks. I'm fine, I answer.
You don't want to share anything else? Perhaps regarding her fate?
What did you tell her?
Nothing regarding that.
What does she need to know?
Depends.
Elaborate.
This is a dangerous path you're going down. She would be safer if you disappeared, leaving nothing, not even memories behind. But she might be a valuable asset to keep around. Your choice.
My choice.
Reese.
This is a good place to start.
It's a random spot in the ice pocket that doesn't look particularly different from any other spot we've found. What exactly makes this a good place? I ask.
I like it.
Nothing else?
Not really.
Wonderful. How are we going to get through the ice? Kelowna steps forward and places some crystals on the ice.
Instructed by me.
The crystals glow and the ice begins to melt, revealing a meteor.
How do you know it's a meteor? It could just be a regular rock.
That's not your preferred method of transportation.
I'm pleased you remember my preferred method of transportation.
Cologne walks over and places a crystal on the meteor. It glows, and the light spreads out from it, engulfing part of the rock before disappearing and leaving behind a gaping hole.
Welcome to my ride.
I follow Cologne into Blueberry's meteor. It's pretty roomy. I can stand up without hitting my head on the roof, and pace around the meteor a bit if I want to. Crystals are embedded in the interior walls, speckled around at random points. Clusters of crystals form little nooks and crannies that look like the perfect size for Blueberry to fit in. And in one of those crannies is where I find Blueberry, flickering. Do all these crystals do something, or are they just decorations? I ask, picking her up.
They all do something. I just use them as decorations.
Seems like a bit of a waste. Cologne's still really quiet.
You think so?
I know so, and that scares me.
Why?
My life is in her hands. Why wouldn't it freak me out?
Screon. I can feel the somber atmosphere the moment I return to Sheeta. The hopes of the youngest followers must have been curbed in my absence.
They will recover. Their parents did when Karen was killed.
Do you believe Karen is alive?
I refuse to.
Thank you. I've missed the ashy smell of Manura. It smells like home. The work our Aku does for every sacrifice always amazes me, but the sweet smell of crystals can be overwhelming. As I walk through the settlement, I greet everyone I pass, trying to maintain some sense of normalcy. All my greetings are returned, but the somber atmosphere remains potent. I can smell the bursts of brittle scents from the young followers and feel their intense heat just as much as I can feel the chill from the older members of Sheeta. The heat disappears as I enter the crevice. Soft clicks echo throughout the halls, too quiet for me to understand.
But you know what they're discussing.
I do. Sheeta needs a second Ariarea, and it's our responsibility to find one. I enter the main room and all the workers go quiet. Cologne has been deemed unsalvageable, I announce. There are some soft, sympathetic clicks, but no one sounds surprised.
Truly regrettable.
Abra says, Has the Elder's fate been determined?
Sheeta's elder Blubbert will be replaced. I don't know what they intend to do with her. The replacement will arrive soon.
But no one can know.
No one but the Blubberts and Ariarai.
Please begin working on the preparations for the initiation. I need to go retrieve our elder Blubbert. Cologne's verdict has deeply affected her.
For
the glory of Thetis and
Sheeta, echoes through the room. Thank you, I say, turning to leave.
Screon.
Conrad says gently.
What should we tell the public about the verdict?
I stop. She tried to match the powers of the gift our gods gave us. That arrogance was destined to corrupt her, my Blubbert says. Thank you. Cologne. The scent of ice grows faint.
I close the door. Ready to go?
Do I steer this like a serpent's?
I'm driving. It'll give you some time to think.
Okay.
Reese. Hey, Blueberry, what are we going to do once we get to Enki? I ask.
Collect the nutrients.
I know that. I'm asking how are we actually going to get the nutrients?
There are crystals on the outside of the meteor that can absorb the nutrients. Once the nutrients are in the meteor, I can grow plants that contain them in my little garden. It makes them a bit easier to digest.
A garden? I ask. Blueberry starts squirming, so I put her down. She scoots over to a small, barren corner of the meteor that's surrounded by a circle of crystals.
Keep an eye on my garden. We should be passing by Enki soon.
I sit down beside Blueberry's little garden area, pull out my phone, and wait. Clone sits down next to me and pulls Blueberry into her lap.
Clone, we're going to send Reese back to her base.
You don't think she's valuable?
She could very well be valuable sometime in the future, but Reese gains nothing from staying with us. She'll be safer if she forgets.
Perhaps.
Reese. Colorful sparks start appearing on the ground of Blueberry's garden like stars in the night, appearing and disappearing over and over again before becoming brighter and shooting out, skipping around the garden. Little buds sprout out from the barren ground, giving way to thin vines that grow right before my eyes, twisting upward elegantly. The buds bloom into flowers, glowing the same colors as the sparks skipping across the ground. Beautiful, I murmur. I reach out to touch one of the petals. It's warm.
Clone.
Reese looks amazed by the flowers. Does she really gain nothing?
She would still be in danger.
She would, but is it worth it?
Reese. Kelowna gets up and begins pacing around the meteor, glancing at the crystals embedded in the walls. I turn back to the sparks dancing around the flowers and jot down some observations. The flowers have diameters ranging from 0.5 centimeter to 1 centimeter. They look like forget-me-nots, but I might just think that because of the size. They come in a wide variety of bright colors, including green. They're pretty, really pretty. They look like they're glowing. What other secrets do you have in this meteor?
I don't have any secrets.
I doubt that. You just fly around in your pretty little space garden, decorated with crystals that are purely cosmetic?
Well, no, but that doesn't mean I have secrets. I'll answer any question.
But someone has to ask.
Reese, do you want me telepathically shoving several centuries worth of information into your mind up until the day you die? Because even if you live another 100 years, and even if you spent all that time listening to me, you wouldn't even know 1% of what I know.
Right. How old are you anyways?
I stopped counting a long time ago.
I would say you must be old, but you're also pretty damn lazy sometimes.
Perhaps. This might just be a midlife crisis. Who knows?
I would hope you do, but I guess that's asking too much.
Screon.
Screon!
Kame and Ketty are waiting for me with the serpents. Did you invite them?
Their blubberts requested they come along. No one wants another failure within this time period.
Good. Are you both ready? I ask. They're cold right now, but that's to be expected.
Yes.
Kame says. Her clicks are clipped. Let's go, I say, following them into the serpents.
Reese. Where are we heading next? I ask as I put my phone away. There's only so much to say about Blueberry's little light show. Clone stops pacing and turns to me.
We should stop by your base,
Clone says. Right. Everyone back at the base must be freaking out by now. Wait. Did you just expect everyone at the base wouldn't care if I suddenly went missing with an alien that could talk?
Crystals.
Right. It's the damn crystals.
Clone.
You're just going to drop her off and vanish without a goodbye?
And erase her memory.
That's probably the kindest thing to do.
What are we going to do after that?
Reese asks.
We have to stop them.
There's an idea. What are you going to do after that?
Work on creating more crystals and finishing my research.
And what are you going to do with that research? Stop us?
I still have to figure that out myself. What are you hoping for?
An answer.
I'm not sure yet. We'll figure that out while we rest and regroup on the base, I answer. Reese hums in agreement before her artificial scent gets stronger.
Interesting thought she just had.
How exactly are we going to explain a humanoid alien?
She asks. We won't.
But she doesn't know that. May I offer a suggestion?
Okay.
Pretend to be another blubbert.
Reese goes from surprised to impressed, and then to mildly irritated in mere moments.
That works,
Reese says.
I was pretty vague in the note I left them. I just said something about helping you. I could have easily been helping you find a friend.
Was that all she left?
I don't know. It doesn't matter. I'll return Reese's info and a little something extra to convince everyone on the base that's why she left.
Okay, that sounds like a plan, I say. Screon. There's a heat that shouldn't be in an ice pocket. It burns.
We have to keep going.
Let's go, I say, leading Kame and Ketty forward as the world around us gets hotter. Then the heat disappears, leaving a lingering warmth and the sweet scent of crystals.
We're here. Lower your first limb.
I kneel down and touch the ground, extending my first limb out. A small creature crawls onto my hand.
She's young.
Abra would be pleased to see this,
Ketty says spitefully. Ketty, I scold. Please don't speak about my crevice workers like that.
You know the crevice workers on Sheeta?
Kame asks. Why does she?
I heard about her,
Ketty says, closing off a bit.
from Xenia.
Kame asks, sounding even more confused. Xenia wouldn't care about a crevice worker from Sheeta, but the only other person she could have heard about Abra from is Isaachia. Does Isaachia suspect she was the one who gave me my first limb as well? I ask. A mother willing to name her child after the first Ariarea on Sheeta, with the death of the older Ariarea approaching. There's no other way to interpret that. She would find it honorable that I'm the first person to meet our new blubbert. Ketty grows cold. It appears Isaachia doesn't just suspect that. It's not worth dwelling on. I carefully pick up the new blubbert and place her in my crevice. She snuggles up next to my blubbert, and her scent shifts into something that perfectly mimics the elder blubbert's.
No one will know she's gone,
Kame says softly. It would cause panic, I say. Kame doesn't say anything. I'll have to figure out what that silence means later.
Reese.
We're here.
Nice, I say, shifting Blueberry and Cologne in my arms. Cologne is now a white fluff ball of a blubbert that matches her dress, complete with purplish pink spots. You know, I start. I kinda doubt they'll believe that I named you Cologne.
Are we going to give Cologne a new name? Fun. Can you tell us apart?
You sound different in a weird way I can't quite describe, I answer. I'm serious about the name thing, though. I never would have come up with Cologne.
What would you have named her?
I don't know, probably Cupcake or something?
I prefer Cupcake to something, so we'll go with that.
Got it, Cupcake, I say.
Cologne. We're met with a flurry of excitement once we get on the base. Everyone on the base seems relieved that Reese is okay, and incredibly pleased that there's another alien. Reese seems happy to be back.
It makes sense that she would be.
Everyone eventually decides Reese can be left alone for a few moments. Reese takes us back to her room and places us on her chair and starts moving around near her bed.
She's rearranging the pillows and blankets on her bed to make us a little place to sit. How cute.
Here you go. A little nest for you guys to sit in,
she says, picking us up and placing us in the little mound of blankets before she starts looking through her drawers.
Don't you think it's time to go?
It is.
You're hesitating.
Nothing's been moved,
Reese mutters.
It's like they forgot my room existed. Those crystals really are something.
You left everything where it was.
I did.
Reese stops rummaging through her drawers and sits down at her desk. She opens up her laptop and begins working.
She's typing an outline of her Pagos recordings.
She doesn't seem happy.
What does she seem to be?
Tired, perhaps.
Really? She seems focused to me.
She pushes her chair back
and turns to us.
So, we need to figure out how to explain the situation on Pagos,
she says. She wants to do something about it.
She does.
I project my thoughts into Reese's mind. Explaining it to them will put them in danger.
So, you're going to leave her here?
I'm not going to put her in this kind of danger after what she did for me.
They're in danger regardless. We can't allow the Blubbards to keep doing this.
She won't be dissuaded.
She can't do something if she can't remember what it was.
I wanted to leave her something.
Like what?
We need to be careful with how we approach this. She was happy when she was taking notes on Pagos.
She was. She thought she was doing something important. She had a niche.
Yes, we need to be careful about how we explain this to them, but keeping them in the dark will just cause more problems.
She was happy. I don't want her to forget that.
Let me handle this.
Reese.
It might be best to show them with an example.
What are you implying? You better not be thinking of hurting them.
I'm not going to hurt them. There's a planet nearby that was eradicated by my kind a while ago.
You blew up a planet.
We caused a mass extinction event, killing off the only sentient species.
You killed a whole planet.
Why are you surprised at this point? I'll put the coordinates into the computer.
Not if I don't bring you... There's a click. I turn around and my mouse is moving, bringing up the mapping software installed on every base computer and scrolling through space. I gasp, sigh, and accept my reality. I shouldn't be surprised. I'm pretty sure you know how the coordinates work. Why aren't you using those?
I want to see if I can find it. Here it is.
She zooms in on a planet you killed everyone on.
Should I place all of humanity's crimes at your feet?
You're right, it isn't fair, but I don't know how innocent you are.
I'll miss you, Reese.
Why are you going to miss me?
Goodbye. I owe you more than you could ever know. Thank you.
Where are you going?
Goodbye.
What was I doing? I was looking at a planet, I guess. Was that for school? Why can't I remember? Maybe Lily was right. A regular sleep schedule might be a good idea.
Screon.
They did a good job with the area.
Kame mentions? My tail sways. They did. They always do. But I'll be glad when the sweet smell of crystals fades. You both should head home now, I say. I appreciate you both accompanying me to retrieve our elder Blubbard.
No, We'll stay. Right, Ketty?
Kame asks.
Yes.
Ketty agrees. I should send them both home. Kame would never have to witness one of these ceremonies if I did.
Ketty would still experience two. Let them worry over you for once.
Reese. All right, so maybe, just maybe, placing the weird-looking stone statuette on the weird-looking stone altar was a bit too obvious, a bit too easy. How do I still not know which civilization this statue came from? And where the altar came from, for that matter? I've completed 99.25% of the game. There's no way I haven't found all the civilizations yet. The developers couldn't have made a civilization in 0.75%. Even if they could, there's no way I'd miss the exact 0.75% they shoved that civilization into, but managed to find everything else. What am I missing? I pull out my notebook and flip to my architecture notes. Still no perfect matches for the altar, just like the last time I checked. I flip to one of the pages that I dedicated to guesses back when I started the game. Now, most of the guesses have check marks next to them or are crossed out with notes explaining where I went wrong. Considering that I made some of these guesses when I first started the game, more of them ended up being correct than I expected. The altar is probably from a historical period that I haven't pinpointed yet. I wrote this back when I still had holes in my timeline. But I still don't have a better guess, so I guess we'll go with that. Now for the weird statuette. I open my bag and stare at it. It's mocking me, sitting there between all my favorited reusable items, not even having the decency to be a key item. I tap it and pull up its description. A stone statuette. Some say it depicts an ancient dance. Some say it depicts an ancient method of human sacrifice. I doubt it, unless that method includes dancing. Still no help. I close my bag and open up my journal, flipping to the first note I made on it. It's probably a trinket meant for tourists. That's an old guess, like a really old guess. How long have I had this? It may be an old guess, but it's still a pretty good guess. I don't think I've gone to every shop, every time, during every day of the year. That's gonna be a lot. I guess I'll have to figure out which days I haven't gone to which shops. I probably should have started keeping track of that sooner. I'll come back to the statuette later. I'll stick with the altar for now. I still have some ideas to try. The mysterious fruit? Nope, can't even put it down. Apparently, I don't want to leave my snack behind, even though I have no idea if it's edible. Maybe the letter written in the weird language? I should have figured out what language this is by now. Wait, it's called the letter written in a weird alphabet. Huh, I was close. Neat. Anyways, a letter seems like a good offering. Should I even be trying to find an offering? It's an ancient altar with nothing on it. Logic states it needs an offering, and all the other altars needed an offering in some way, so it probably needs an offering. Time to try the letter written in a weird alphabet. Red text flashes in the corner of my vision, or time to be forcefully logged out because they found another alien. I have 10 seconds. Should I even try the letter? Nah, if it does work, I won't have time to see what happens. I pull off my headset and head out to meet the... What number are they on again? Yeah, nope, don't remember. Wonder how powerful the microscope will need to be for this one. Reese. I step out into the main hallway and head toward the lab. The halls are decorated with posters depicting all the discoveries made on Outlier, the first deep space base. My hometown. Mom says it looks like a university, but I wouldn't know. To my right, there's a poster of an alien that bears a strong resemblance to a stock photo of bacteria. To my left, a poster of an alien. Okay, Reese, stop being a jerk. This is a really amazing moment for humanity. You should feel honored to be here, even if the bacteria aliens lost their charm a while ago. No, stop it, Reese. Remember back when you were 5. Remember the first time you saw an alien. It was the first time that humanity had ever encountered an alien. Remember how excited you were. The base didn't feel like a cage. Snap out of it. Just smile, Reese. It's another alien. Another alien.
You look depressed.
I jump and turn around to find Margot sipping coffee from a bag. You look dead, I say. Margot shrugs and continues walking. I follow her to the main lab. Reese. We're the last people to arrive at the lab. Everyone's here now, all 20 of us. Some of the finest scientists, engineers, and pilots that humanity has ever known. And Margot and me. Soon enough, it will just be me with the way Margot is growing. Girls, Mom calls out. I follow her voice to the center of the room where they keep the aquatic tank, though calling it a tank feels a bit generous. It's about the size and shape of a thermos. I've been told that there are other tanks stored near the center of the room for different sizes and habitats, but we've never used them. Until now. In the middle of the room where the cylinder normally is, there's a tank that must be at least 2 meters tall with an alien that's got to be at least 20 centimeters long. An alien that I can see without a microscope. I logged off, right? Mom's eyes are glued to the tank, practically sparkling at the sight of an alien this big. I have the same brown eyes, but I doubt anyone would describe them as sparkling. Just like I have the same strawberry blonde hair, same freckles, same slender build, and same close to average height. I already look like a hollow clone of her at the ripe old age of 17. About the age everyone else on this base started the grueling training for the deep space missions, just for the chance to be on this base. Margot really lucked out with the genetics. Dark brown hair, blue eyes, sharper features, and no freckles. She looks nothing like Mom, so much so that she's been used as the basis for every theory about who our father is back on Earth. They're torn between this famous actor, a singer who apparently has fallen off, and some random one-night stand they couldn't know about. The actor likes to claim it was him, but Mom insists she never met the guy. Isn't she amazing? Mom asks, shaking me out of my thoughts. Amazing, I agree. The alien is kinda cute. She almost looks like a seal, a small dark blue seal. Actually, she looks more like a seal plushie than an actual seal. She almost looks cartoonish. Her tail and flippers are rounded the same way a doodle's would be, and she doesn't have a neck, or a face. Maybe she just doesn't have a head. Either way, she doesn't appear to have eyes, a nose, or a mouth. This is a disturbing line of thought. Let's move on. The seal plushie alien has a fluffy back, or at least a particularly fluffy back. The rest of her could be covered in really short fur, and probably is, considering how round and soft she looks. And that blue skin would be odd. But it's hard to tell since she's in a tank. Stuck in a tank. How did you find this one? I ask.
She was on one of the meteors we explored. She was the only one of her kind there,
Mom answers. She starts rambling after that, about some smaller organisms they found there with her. Microscopic ones and plant-like fungi-like ones, but I can't stop thinking about she was the only one of her kind there. That seems strange, but it wouldn't be the first time something seems strange to me. Everyone is going through the standard procedures, so I guess it's not too out of the ordinary. There's nothing for me to do, so I sit down and watch the alien swim around, stuck in her tank.
You gonna try to talk to her?
Margot asks, walking over to me. I was 5. I was a kid who wanted to talk to aliens, even if they were microscopic. Margot smirks.
Come on, this one isn't so small. Maybe you could talk to her.
And how would I do that? She doesn't have eyes or ears.
She might.
Stop teasing me. She's right, though. I step forward. Everyone is starting to look over the data they collected. I carefully trace on the glass. Hello. The creature continues swimming around, bopping about in circles, or ellipticals.
What are the chances she would know English?
Margot asks. I start trying some different symbols. Margot walks away. This is stupid. I try a triangle. The plushie pauses a second before she begins swimming in a pattern that kind of looks like a triangle, almost as if she's following me. So stupid. A rectangle. Incredibly stupid. Another circle. A messy shape. Something that looks like a star. She's following me. I move my finger more slowly, and the fluffy seal creature follows me. Look, I say, turning to Margot, who looks mildly impressed for once.
She might be intelligent,
Margot says. Might? She's smart. Margot stares at her.
The smartest one we've found,
She agrees.